The war in Portugal, therefore, went on as a mere section of the great contest in the Peninsula. The other and less important episodes were not made wholly subordinate to it. And if this system continued, Wellington was free from any real danger. He knew it himself. He studied diligently both the political position and the details of the emplacement of the imperial armies in the Peninsula. He was fortunate enough to secure whole budgets of French dispatches captured by the Ordonnanza, and all that he read confirmed him in his conclusion. "I calculate," he writes on October 27, "that a reinforcement of 15,000 men would not now give the enemy so good an army as they had at Busaco." He lost 2,000 killed or taken there. Trant took 5,000 at Coimbra. Above 1,000 prisoners have gone through this army. Many have been killed by the peasantry. They cannot have less than 4,000 sick after the march they have made and the weather to which they are exposed. The deserters tell us that almost everyone is sick. From this statement, you may judge of the diminution of their numbers, and you will see that I have not much reason to apprehend anything from Quinn's bow battalions which fought at Essling, and which cannot be here before the middle of November. I do not think I have much to apprehend, even if Mortier is added to them. However, we shall see how that will be. All the accounts which I receive of the distresses of the enemy for want of provisions would tend to a belief that their army cannot remain long in the position in which it is placed, and it is astonishing that they have been able to remain here so long as this. That they have succeeded in staying even a fortnight in front of the lines is, he adds, entirely the fault of the Portuguese government for not carrying out thoroughly the work of devastation. But for the reasons stated on an earlier page, Wellington was resolved not to take the offensive, even against a foe whose ranks were beginning to grow thin. Famine should do the work, and no lives should be wasted. There remained only one danger. It was just possible that Soult, even though Massena had not yet suffered any disaster great enough to make the evacuation of eastern Andalusia imperative, might send Mortier and some additional divisions of his other corps to Spanish Estremadura and make a dash at the lower Tagus. Massena's boat building at Santarem, of which every deserter spoke, might be intended to give him the materials for a bridge by which he might communicate across the lower Tagus with Soult. Wellington accordingly resolved to keep a strict watch beyond the Tagus and to have a flying force ready which could hinder the construction of a bridge or a bridgehead. With this object on November 2, he sent over the Tagus General Fane, with his 1,500 Portuguese horse, a battalion of caçadores, and a few guns. All the North Alemtejo Ordonnanza were called out to watch the river banks and to lend what small assistance they could to the cavalry. Fane discovered the French dockyard at Santarem and tried to fire it with rockets on November 13. He failed, but the mere appearance of his little force on the further bank of the Tagus had some good effect, since it warned Massena that an attempt to pass the broad river would not be unopposed, and therefore made him more chary of attempting it. Fane, being in touch with Abrantes on his right hand and with Lisbon on his left, now formed, as it were, a section of the blockading screen which was thrown round the whole French army. Wellington had miscalculated the time which the French could afford to spend in front of the lines, without suffering actual starvation, by about a fortnight. On November 10, Massena gave orders for the evacuation of his whole position and a general retreat on Santarem, because it had become absolutely impossible to stay any longer on the ground facing Zibrera and Alhandra, unless the whole army was to perish. The report from the 8th Corps may suffice to give in a few words the condition of affairs. General Clausel wishes to observe that during the daytime he cannot count on any other troops save those actually guarding the outpost line. The majority of the men are absent on raids to the rear to seek for maize and cattle. The last detachment which came back to camp had been 9 days away. Generals and soldiers agree in stating that for some time it has only been possible to collect a little corn with extreme difficulty. For 8 days, the troops have been living on polenta, boiled maize flour, alone, and of this they have received only half a ration. During the last 4 days, the 1st Division has received only 1 ration of meat, which amounted to 6 ounces of goat's flesh. If the Corps had to make a retreat, it would have to abandon its sick and wounded for want of carts, which the intendant generals will not furnish. The condition of the 2nd Anth Corps was only so far better that they had to send their foragers a less distance when seeking for the scanty store which could still be gleaned from the hidden granaries of the Portuguese. But Massena had no intention of retiring on Spain when he began to issue orders for a general movement to the rear. Profoundly sensible of the difficulties of a November retreat through the mountains, trusting that he might block the British army by maintaining a bold attitude in its front, and still hoping that large reinforcements might reach him ere long from Drouet and Mortier, he had resolved only to evacuate the Lisbon Peninsula and to retire no further than to the flat and fertile lands between Santerme and the Zezer. In the plain of Galgau, as it is sometimes called, he hoped to feed his army for many weeks more, for the region was still comparatively full of resources, since it had only been exploited as yet by the garrison of Santerme and the flying columns which had marched to the Zezer. It was now his cherished hope that Wellington might follow him into the plainland, abandoning his defensive system and consenting to give battle in the open. The English might even be induced to attack the French army when it should have taken up a new and a strong position. In somewhat rash confidence, the Marshal professed himself certain of the result, even with his depleted army of under 50,000 men, if Wellington would consent to fight. At the worst, if starved out again or beaten in the field, he would retreat on Spain by Castelo Branco, for which purpose he had sent up the greater part of his boat train from Santerme to build a bridge over the Zezer. He had also pushed part of Loysen's brigade of infantry across that river at Punheat, and was holding with it a point suitable for a tête du pont. A regiment of dragoons was attached to this force. It skirmished not unfrequently with parties sent out to reconnoiter from Abrantes, but with no serious result, for General Lobo, the governor, had no intention of coming out with a large detachment in order to push the French advanced guard back over the river. He had been ordered to keep to the defensive and only sent out occasional reconnaissances to see whether the enemy was still in position. Loysen's troops were now no longer the only large force which had quitted the army in front of the lines. Not only was Montbrun, with the main body of the cavalry, watching the roads from the north, but 6 battalions of infantry had been sent up from the 6th Corps on November 8 to occupy Torres Novas and Tama. If Wellington had attacked the enemy behind Sobral on any day after that date, he would have found nay short of 14 battalions out of the 34 which formed his corps. There would have been only 10,000 infantry ready to support Junot in the direction of Alemka. But this fact, of course, was unknown to the English general, who had already made up his mind not to take the offensive. If it had come to his knowledge, he might have attacked, even at the last moment, with an enormous probability of inflicting on the enemy not the mere repulse that he disliked to contemplate, on account of its ulterior effects, but a crushing defeat which might have hurled them out of Portugal. On November 10, Massena ordered the hospitals of the 6th Anth Corps at Alemka and of the 2nd Corps at Azambuja to be sent off to Santerme. At the same time, the intendants of the commissariat were ordered to direct to the rear the meager store of provisions which was in their possession, loaded on the much-depleted transport train which still survived. On the 13th, the reserve parks and the artillery train of each corps were ordered to follow. On the 14th, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the infantry, many of whom lay in contact with the British lines, acted on their marching directions. Ney's main body, which was out of sight of Wellington, was to move first, then Junot and Ferry's brigade, whose movement was most perilous, for if their departure were discovered while they were on the hither side of the defile of Alemka, they ran a great risk of being enveloped and destroyed. Rainier was to maintain his position at Villafranca and Carregado until it was reported to him that Junot and his corps had passed Alemka and reached Moinho de Cubo. For if the 2nd Corps had gone off at an early hour and its departure had been discovered, Hill might have marched from Alhandra on Alemka quickly enough to intercept Junot at that point. And if Junot were being pursued at the moment by the troops from his immediate front, the whole 8th Corps might have been cut off. On the night of the 14th, when the movement was commencing, Massena was favored with the greatest piece of luck which had come to him since the explosion of Almeida. A fog began to rise in the small hours and had become dense by the early morning. It caused some difficulty to the retiring troops, and dragoons had to be placed at every cross-road to point out the right direction to the infantry columns. But it had the all-important result of permitting the British outposts to see nothing at dawn. The limit visible to them was less than 100 yards. It was only at 10 o'clock in the morning of the 15th that the mists were suddenly rolled up by an east wind, and that the nearer outposts could see that the French sentinels in front of them had disappeared. The first alarm was given by Campbell's 6th Division. The news spread along the whole line from west to east and reached the commander-in-chief, who ascended the hill in front of Sabril a few minutes later. The ingenuity of the enemy in concealing his departure had been great. Ferry's brigade, in front of Aruda, had erected a well-designed line of dummy sentinels before the light division, which were not discovered to be men of straw, topped with old shakos and bound to poles, till the fog rolled off on the 15th. Meanwhile, the French had accomplished the first stage of their retreat absolutely unmolested. Ney had retreated as far as Alcunta, Junot had passed the defile of Alemca, and passed through Moinho de Cubo to Avera de Cima. Rainier, who had waited till Junot was in safety before he withdrew at 8 in the morning, reached Cartaxo before the day ended. The first and most difficult stage of the retreat had been finished without a shot being fired. What would have happened had the night of the 14th been clear and starry, and the morning sun had shone out on the 15th, so that Junot would have been detected as he was passing Alemca, and Rainier would have been visible still in line of battle behind Villafranca? The French diarists of the campaign prefer not to contemplate. Yet they mostly continued to speak of Wellington as a mediocre general who had all the luck on his side. On the night of the 15th, the British commander-in-chief had to draw his deductions from the facts before him. Three things were possible. Massena might have been so thoroughly starved out and broken in spirit that he might be intending to retire on Spain, either via Tama and the Mondego, or by his new bridge on the Zeza and the route of Castelo Branco. Or he might be proposing to cross the Tagus by means of the boats and pontoons still remaining at Santam, to seek unwasted fields in the Alemtejo and a junction with Mortia. Or again, he might merely be abandoning a position that was no longer tenable in order to take up a new one, perhaps at Santam, perhaps at Tama, but very possibly at and about Abrantes, whose siege he might be contemplating. On the whole, Wellington thought it probable that the last-named plan was the one which Massena intended to adopt. A retreat on Spain would not only be difficult and dangerous, but inconsistent with the Marshal's obstinate and courageous temper. It was much more likely that he would endeavor to hold out in Portugal, and meanwhile to cover his partial discomfiture by a bold stroke, such as the siege of Abrantes, which would still give an offensive air to his movements, and would also throw on the British army the responsibility of relieving the fortress. Such a course, it will be remembered, was what Napoleon recommended to Foy. There is still a chance that the enemy may take up and try to keep a position at Santam, wrote Wellington to Fane on the night of the 15th, endeavoring to keep his rear open and to get a communication with Ciudad Rodrigo across the Zeza. But he was inclined to think that Abrantes was Massena's goal. He therefore directed Fane to transfer his cavalry to the point opposite Abrantes on the south bank of the Tagus, and requested Carlos d'Espana to enter the place and strengthen the garrison. He intended to pass over Hill's 2 divisions to strengthen Fane, and for that purpose directed Admiral Berkeley to prepare all the boats of the fleet to ferry Hill across to Salvaterra, on the south bank of the Tagus, from whence his force could join Fane and either reinforce Abrantes by means of its bridge of boats, or join in the pursuit of Massena if he were about, an unlikely chance, to retire on Spain by way of his bridge over the Zeza and Castelo Branco. Meanwhile, all was still uncertain, and it was Wellington's first task to find out what roads the enemy had taken in his retreat. He did not on the 15th order his whole army to leave the lines in headlong pursuit. Only Spencer, Crawford, and Hill were directed to march that afternoon. The former, with a cavalry regiment out in his front, occupied Sabril and pushed its vanguard forward to Alemca by the high road. The second left Aruda, climbed the low hills in front of him, where Ferry had been encamped for the last month, and felt his way to Alemca by the bad road which his immediate adversary had taken 18 hours before. Hill followed the great chaussee along the Tagus bank by Villafranca and Castanera and reached Carregado before dark. He was warned to be in readiness to cross the river by means of Admiral Berkeley's boats at the earliest possible moment, in case the French should have built a bridge at Santerre to enable them to cross into the Alemtejo. The advancing troops found the French camps and the villages where the more fortunate battalions had been quartered under cover in the most dreadful condition. The Alemka road was covered with horses, mules, and asses which had perished from want of forage. We passed many French soldiers lying dead by the roadside, whose appearance indicated that disease and want of food had carried them off. Every house in every town or village was thoroughly ransacked. Alemka had been entirely sacked, the windows and doors torn down and burnt, as well as most of the furniture. China, pier glasses, and chandeliers all dashed to pieces with the objectless fury of savages. They had left many miserable fellows behind who were too ill to march. These were, of course, put to death by the Portuguese whenever we happened to miss finding them out. We found several peasants whom the French had murdered and left upon the road, and also several French killed by the Portuguese. It was a dreadful sight to see so many fine towns and villages sacked and without a creature in them. On the 15th, none of the enemy had been seen save the dead and the abandoned sick. The traces of their retreat, however, showed that all had gone off by the roads towards Santerre. On the 16th, Wellington moved more troops out of the lines to support Hill, Crawford, and Spencer in the event of the enemy showing fight. Slade's horse followed Spencer, Pack's Portuguese followed Crawford, Picton, Leith, Cole, and Campbell were left in the lines, which Wellington still disliked to leave wholly unguarded, while he was not yet certain of the ultimate intentions of the French. The advanced guard picked up about 300 prisoners this day, partly marauders, partly debilitated men who could not keep up with their regiments during a second stage of hard marching. Next day, November 17, it was evident that the enemy was being overtaken. Anson's cavalry brigade, which had reached the front on the preceding night, cut up a number of small parties of the French rearguard. The 16th Light Dragoons alone captured 2 officers and men, not stragglers, but belated pickets and convoy guards. One of their exploits was long remembered. Sergeant Baxter, with 5 men only, came on an infantry outpost of 50 men who had stacked their arms and were cooking. Bursting in upon them, he captured an officer and men, though some of the Frenchmen had got to their muskets and wounded one of his troopers. On the afternoon of the 17th, the enemy's rearguard was at last discovered, drawn up on a heath outside the village of Cartaxo. It consisted of one of Rainier's divisions, which Crawford was preparing to attack when the commander-in-chief came up and refused him leave to begin the combat because neither Hill nor Spencer was within supporting distance of him. Opinions differed as to whether an attack would have led to a repulse by superior numbers or to the capture of the French division, which had a bridge and a long causeway, a most dangerous defile, in its rear. Probably Crawford was not in quite sufficient strength to be certain of success. He had but 6 strong battalions, a battery, and the 16th Light Dragoons in his company. The enemy had the 11 weak battalions of Merle's division and 2 regiments of cavalry, probably 1,000 bayonets and sabres, in all more than Crawford could command. But an attack made with vigor, when half the French had begun to retire across the defile, might have had considerable results. Merle's division was, however, allowed to retire unmolested in the evening, while the light division took up quarters for the night at Cartaxo. Rainier drew back the whole of his corps next morning to the environs of Santerre, which he had been directed to defend. Meanwhile, the 8th Corps had reached Pernes with 1 division and Alkenhead with the other and its cavalry. These were the points at which Junot had been ordered to stay his retreat. The bulk of the 6th Corps was at Tama, but Loyson's division had been kept in the neighborhood of the Zezer, and part of Marchand's infantry and Ney's corps cavalry were at Cabassos. The retreat was thus ended, for Massena was in possession of the new ground on which he intended to maintain himself for the winter, and he was prepared to accept a defensive battle if Wellington should push him any further. His left flank near the Tagus, Rainier's corps, was advanced. His right flank, Junot's corps, much refused. Ney was forming the central reserve. Unfortunately for himself, the British commander-in-chief received, on the night of the 17th, confusing intelligence, which led him to the false conclusion that the enemy was still retiring and was aiming either for Abrantes or for the borders of Spain. This news was sent by Fane, who from the other bank of the Tagus had observed French columns and convoys marching eastward from Santerre towards the Zézer, and wrongly inferred that the main army was making for this direction, and that only a rearguard had been left in Santerre. He was also influenced by the fact, reported from Abrantes, that Massena had cast a second bridge over the Zézer near Punheat, as if to give him a quicker chance of passing that river. In consequence of this news, Wellington directed Hill to cross the Tagus at Vallada with his own division, Hamilton's Portuguese, and the 13th Light Dragoons, in order to strengthen Abrantes if it were assailed, or to fall on the flank of the French, if they were merely passing that fortress on their retreat to Spain. Thus he deprived himself of 14,000 men on the right bank of the Tagus, where alone troops were really needed. To make up for Hill's absence, Leith's and Cole's divisions were called out of the lines, where they had rested till this moment, 18th November. But they were 2 marches off, and Wellington had for the moment in his front line only Crawford, Spencer, Pack's Portuguese, and Slade's and Anson's cavalry, a force of some 16,000 men. Rainier was in his immediate front at Santerre, with 13,000 men of all arms. Junot's corps at Alkenhead and Pernes was 12 miles away, and about 11,000 strong. The greater part of his men could have been brought up in half a day's march. Ney was too distant to come up in less than 24 hours, and then only with half his corps, as Loyson and one of Marchand's brigades were far away. But if Wellington had attacked Santerre on the 19th, the Duke of Elchingen would have appeared next morning. Crawford was as strongly convinced as his chief that there was nothing in front of him but a rearguard on the night of the 18th, and he even doubted whether the last of the French would not withdraw at midnight. It was this that induced him to make the curious personal exploration mentioned by Napier, when, followed by a single sergeant only, he pushed along the causeway in the small hours of the morning, ran into the French picket, and escaped, as if by miracle, the volley that was fired at him. The picket reported to Rainier that they had been seriously attacked, had killed 3 of their assailants, and had heard the groans of wounded dragged away by the survivors. Crawford and his sergeant retired, thoroughly convinced that the causeway had not been evacuated. It was undoubtedly fortunate for the British commander-in-chief that his habitual caution prevented him from making a serious attack on the force at Santerre, under the impression that it was a mere rearguard, left behind to detain him while the enemy's main body was pushing for Abrantes. Rainier's position was very formidable. The town of Santerre, surrounded by an old medieval wall, stands on a lofty height above the Tagus, with a narrow suburb where the French dockyard had been established along the lower edge of the hill. But this was only the third and last line of the defensive position. In front of it lay low alluvial ground, inundated by the rain which had been falling during the last fortnight and barely passable save by the chaussée from Lisbon. The plain was cut in 2 by the Rio Maya, a deep muddy stream at this time of the year, and to reach Santerre, a narrow bridge over this obstacle had to be passed. Just where the chaussée leaves the marsh to climb towards the town was a long knoll, completely commanding the road. On this Rainier had placed a battery with infantry supports. This force must be driven in by the British, and the only practicable way to reach it was by forcing a passage along the causeway, for the marsh between the road and the Tagus turned out, when explored, to be practically inaccessible to formed troops, though individuals might wade through it in a few places. Behind the advanced French knoll were the foothills of the lofty ridge on which Santerre lies. The enemy were visible upon it, working hard at the construction of a line of abatis from the olive trees which cover its slopes. Behind this, again, was the town itself, hastily prepared for defense. On the morning of November 19th, the British advanced guard was on the edge of the swampy plain. Crawford's light division occupied the near end of the long bridge over the Rio Maya and skirmished with the French outposts, who refused to retire from the further side. Spencer came up more to the left, and further inland, Pack's Portuguese reached the upper course of the Rio Maya. Neither Leith nor Cole had yet arrived at the front, so that the force available for an attack was no more than 16,000 men. Nevertheless, Wellington, still hoping that he had only a rearguard in front of him, made dispositions for a demonstration against the enemy's front, which was to be turned into a real attack if he showed want of strength. Crawford was directed to advance across the swamp near the Tagus if he found it practicable. Pack was to cross the upper Rio Maya and turn the hostile right. Spencer was formed at the entrance of the bridge and causeway and ordered to charge up the chaussee at the French center and the battery commanding the road, so soon as he should see that the flanking divisions were making good progress. Fortunately for Wellington, the attack was never delivered. More rain during the night had made the marsh so waterlogged that Crawford, who had crossed the Rio Maya by a narrow wooden bridge near Val, came to a stand in the slush, though a few of his skirmishers pushed far enough forward to engage the enemy's pickets on the other side. Pack's Portuguese on the left flank got across the river with much difficulty, but their guns were absolutely stuck in the mud far to the rear, and the brigadier sent back word to Wellington that he should advance no further without special orders. The 1st Division had not yet begun to move. Thereupon, the commander-in-chief called back both Crawford and Pack and gave up his plan. It is clear that he had nourished some intention of attacking in earnest, for he wrote to Hill that afternoon, "I did not attack Santem this morning, as the artillery of the left wing Pack had lost its way, and I am rather glad that I did not attack, as the enemy have there undoubtedly a very strong post, and we must endeavor to turn it. And if they have not retired across the Zezer or towards the Alva, they must be too strong for us here." It is obvious that both Wellington's and Massena's strategy on the 18th November is exposed to criticism. Why had the British general only 16,000 men to the front on these days when he was risking a general action with the French? One of two courses must have been adopted by the enemy. Either he must be marching hard for the Zezer and intending to retire into Spain, or he must be merely changing his ground and proposing to fight at Santem or in front of Abrantes or elsewhere. In either case, it was strange tactics for Wellington to take the field with 16,000 men, deducting Hill on the other side of the Tagus, while he left Leith and Cole 2 or 3 marches behind, and still kept the divisions of Picton, Campbell, and Lacour, and the unattached Portuguese brigade of Coleman and Alex. Campbell, 20,000 men, unmoved within the lines. For if the enemy was flying, there was no need to leave such a force of regulars to guard positions which the French could not be intending to attack. While if the other hypothesis was correct, and Massena, with an army which Wellington still reckoned at 50,000 men, was in a fighting mood, and ready to give battle if he saw an advantageous opportunity, it was still more inexcusable to leave behind 0 men who would be wanted for the decisive struggle. On the other hand, the French marshal was taking a terrible risk also. Supposing Wellington had been leading his whole force, deducting Hill, for a resolute attack on the Santem positions, which was the most probable course for him to adopt, he might have had not only the 16,000 men that he had actually brought forward, but Leith and Cole with 11,000 more, and Picton and the other 20,000 men left in the lines. A force, if the cavalry be thrown in, of 0 sabres and bayonets. If Wellington had left Crawford and Pack to block the marshy southern exit from Santem, which was as difficult for Rainier as for his adversaries, he might have thrown 40,000 men into the empty space of 12 miles between Rainier and Junot, have driven away the latter's 11,000 men and surrounded Rainier's 13,000 in Santem. Ney could not have got up in time to prevent this. The Second Corps would either have had to surrender, for it had hardly any food, or to cut its way out with disastrous losses. Rainier saw this perfectly and was in an agony of mind on the 18th. He wrote urgent appeals to Massena for permission to abandon Santem on the former day, pointing out that if his front was practically inaccessible because of the swamps, his right might be turned by the upper Rio Maya, where he had only a single regiment in observation, to face what might be an overwhelming strength of British troops, who might be preparing to cut in between him and Junot. He sent all his train, sick, and wounded to Galgau, and besought leave to follow them. When he received a peremptory reply to the effect that he was to hold Santem to the last, he came to the conclusion that he was to be sacrificed in order to allow the other 2 corps to escape unmolested. When Pack advanced on the 19th, he sent the report that he was turned by 10,000 British troops. Pack had but 3,000 Portuguese, and that Clausel with Junot's nearest division was too far off to succor him. He prepared to suffer a disaster and to die fighting. He ordered his troops to surround Santem in rear as well as in front, with a double line of abatis, and continued to strengthen and repair its old walls. Nothing, therefore, could exceed Rainier's relief when Pack and Crawford halted, and Spencer did not move at all, after the firing had begun upon the 19th. On the next morning the British army was still stationary, save that a cavalry reconnaissance, pushed northward from Pack's position on the upper Rio Maya, discovered Junot's outposts in the direction of Alkenhead and Pernes, and reported to Wellington that the enemy was in strength, with all arms, in this direction. Leith's division came up this morning, raising the British force to 21,000 men, but this, as the commander-in-chief now saw, was not sufficient to enable him to deal with two corps d'armée, of which one was in an inaccessible position and now stockaded up to the eyes. He halted and sent, very tardily, orders for Cole to join in haste, and for Campbell's division to come up from the lines. But even thus he was too weak to strike. Hill was now at Olmerim, halfway to Abrantes on the other side of the Tagus. Fane had actually entered Abrantes and sent news that the enemy was making no forward movement from the Zezer. Thus, at last, Wellington discovered that he must have practically the whole French army in his front, while his own forces were in a state of terrible dispersion. On the 21st, he wrote a dispatch to Lord Liverpool, which shows that he had given up all intention of pushing Massena further. Although the enemy have moved large bodies of troops eastward from Santerre, I have not heard that any large body has crossed the Zezer. Their army being collected between Santerre and the Zezer, they are in a situation to be able to maintain themselves in their strong position till the reinforcements, which I know are on the frontier, can join them. For this reason, and because I am unwilling to expose to the inclemencies of the weather a larger body of troops than is absolutely necessary to press upon the enemy's rear, and to support my advanced guard, I have kept in reserve a considerable proportion of the Allied army, some of them still in their cantonments in the lines, our fortified position. I have ordered General Hill to halt the head of his corps at Chamusca on the other side of the Tagus, 15 miles south of Abrantes, till the enemy's movements have been decided. The rain, which has been very heavy since the 15th, has so completely filled the rivulets and destroyed the roads, that I have hitherto found it impossible to dislodge the enemy from his position at Santerre by movements through the hills on his right flank. Possibly the bad state of the roads has also been the cause of his remaining at Santerre so long. The enemy's army may be reinforced, and they may again induce me to think it expedient, in the existing state of affairs in the Peninsula, to resume my positions. But I do not believe that they have it in their power to bring such a force against us as to render the contest a matter of doubt. In a supplementary dispatch, dated the same day, Wellington adds, "At first I thought the enemy were off, and I am not quite certain yet that they are not going. I am convinced that there is no man in his senses who has ever passed a winter in Portugal who would not recommend them to go now, rather than to endeavor to maintain themselves upon the Zezer during the winter, or than attack our position, whatever may be the strength of their reinforcements." There were, indeed, men in the French camp who advised Massena to continue his retreat, but he had no intention of taking up a timid policy after braving so many past dangers. He had resolved to maintain himself between Santerre and the Zezer, and to call down Drouet and other reinforcements, in the hope that, ere the winter was over, the Emperor might find means to strengthen him to a force which, with the co-operation of Soult from Andalusia, would enable him finally to resume the offensive and make a second and more formidable attack upon the lines. In adopting this resolve he was, though as yet he knew it not, carrying out the instructions which the Emperor was, at this very moment, November 22, dictating to Foy at Paris. But Wellington had not written at random when he reminded Lord Liverpool of the terrors of a Portuguese winter, and in the end, the Prince of Essling was forced to begin on the 1st of March, with under 40,000 men of his original force, the retreat which he might have commenced on November 20 with over 50,000. The scheme for starving out the French, which Wellington had devised early in 1810 and begun to execute in September, was now transferred to a different area. Massena had been able to endure for a month in front of the Lisbon lines. The question now was whether he would be able to live so long in the land between the Rio Maya and the Zezer. Wellington could not be sure of his data, in calculating the day when exhaustion would once more compel the French to shift their ground. It was only certain that the plain of Galgao and the Tamartoras Novas country had not been devastated by the Portuguese government even with the same energy that they had displayed in the Lisbon Peninsula. And there, as the British commander-in-chief complained, not half the necessary work had been done. Yet something had certainly been accomplished. The population had nearly all been withdrawn, the mills destroyed, the corn buried or sent over the Tagus. Trusting to these facts and to the rains and frosts of the oncoming winter, Wellington hoped that Massena would finally be reduced to a disastrous retreat by sheer privation. Though it is certainly astonishing that the enemy have been able to remain in this country so long, and it is an extraordinary instance of what a French army can do. Resolved to take no further offensive action and to let famine do its work, Wellington, on November 24, gave orders for the army to draw back and go into winter quarters, leaving only Crawford and Pack in touch with the enemy in front of Santarem, and Spencer in support of them at Cartaxo. Of the other divisions, Hill remained behind the Tagus at Chamusca and Olmerim with his own troops and Hamilton's Portuguese. Picton and the 3rd Division retained their old post at Torres Vedras with Coleman and Alex, Campbell's Portuguese near them. Cole remained at Azambuja in rear of Spencer. Leith was sent back to Alconta. Campbell's 6th Division was placed at Alemca, behind Leith. Lacour's Portuguese stayed at Alhandra, within the lines. The army thus placed, writes 500 Urban, the quartermaster general on this day, at once takes care of Abrantes, by means of Hill, observes the enemy at Santarem, with Crawford and Packy, has a division on the higher Rio Maya road to turn the enemy's right, if this become expedient, Leith's to wit, and still appuys itself on the lines, its retreat into which is secured by its echelon position. Means are ready to pass General Hill back to the right bank of the Tagus, with such celerity that his divisions can be counted upon for the order of march or battle on this side of the river as certainly as if he were already there. Massena, on the other hand, also remained nearly quiescent for many days, the only important change which he made in the cantonments of his army being that he moved in Clausel's division closer to Santarem to fill the dangerous gap between the 2nd Anth Corps, which had existed on November 18. On the 22nd Anad, he pushed forward, against Pack's Portuguese and Anson's light cavalry, a considerable force, consisting of Clausel's whole division and 6 squadrons from the 8th Corps, and General Pierre Soult with 2 cavalry regiments and 3 battalions from the 2nd Corps. After some lively but bloodless skirmishing, the Allied troops retired behind the Rio Maya, evacuating the village of Callers beyond the stream and drawing in their cavalry pickets, which had hitherto held some ground on the further bank. This affair confirmed Wellington in his conclusion that nearly the whole French army was now concentrated on the Santarem-Pernes line, and made him more reluctant than ever to take the offensive. Meanwhile, Montbrun's cavalry, supported by small detachments from the infantry of Ney's corps, had pressed somewhat further to the north, in order to occupy a broader tract of land from which the army might feed itself, a task that grew harder every day. From his headquarters at Arrem and from Cabassos on the Tamar-Coimbra road, he continued to send out strong reconnaissances in every direction, of which some occasionally pushed as far as Leiria on the road towards Coimbra, and others scoured the left bank of the lower Zezer and the Nabao. The limit of their excursions was fixed by the fact that Wilson's brigade of Portuguese militia still lay at Espinhole, and though it was reduced by desertion and sickness to 1,500 men, was reported to Montbrun as a serious force, with which he had better not meddle. Trant's troops at Coimbra, a weak militia division, were also estimated at much over their real strength. It was not till later that sheer starvation drove the French further afield and revealed to them the weakness of the cordon of inferior troops which hemmed them in upon the northern side. The blockade of the French army, therefore, remained still unbroken, and its communication with the north was as absolutely interrupted in the end of November as in the beginning of October. One attempt to break through the screen of Portuguese irregulars had been made in November, but of its failure Massena had as yet no knowledge. When Foy reached Rodrigo, on his way to Paris, he had handed over his escort of 1 battalion of infantry and horsemen to General Gardan, who was ordered to strengthen them with all the convalescents of the army of Portugal, and with the garrisons of Almeida and Rodrigo also, if these last had now been relieved by troops of Drouet's 9th Corps. At the head of 6,000 men, as Massena calculated, he could cut his way to join the main army, escorting a great train of munitions, of which both the artillery and the infantry at the front were lamentably in need. Gardan could not gather in the Almeida garrison, as that place was still blockaded by Silveira's Portuguese, but with the 2 battalions from Rodrigo added to Foy's late escort and a mass of convalescents, he had collected some 5,000 men by November 20, the day on which he marched by the Sabugal-Belmont-Fundão route towards Punheat and the lower Zezer. He was cursed with dreadful weather, followed and harassed by all the ordinanza of the Castelo Branco country, hampered by his heavy convoy, and much troubled by the disorderly convalescents, who were largely professional malingerers. But he got as far as Cardigos on the Sabrera-Formosa road, only 15 miles from Punheat, where Loyson was awaiting him on the Zezer. Here he was brought to a stand, November 27, by the flooded and bridgeless stream of the Codes. No news had reached him from Massena, while he was assured by Portuguese deserters, who probably were sent out to deceive him by the governor of Abrantes, that the marshal had not only evacuated his position before the lines, but was retreating on Spain via the Mondego. They added that Hill had just reached Abrantes with 10,000 men and was about to march against him. Thereupon Gardan hastily turned back, reached Penamaca by forced marches on November 29, and from thence retired to Rodrigo, having lost 400 men and horses by disease and fatigue during his ill-conducted expedition. If he had pushed forward 15 miles further on the 28th, he would have got into touch with Loyson and reached Massena's headquarters in safety. Wellington, not without reason, professed himself unable to comprehend this strange march and countermarch. I do not exactly understand this movement, and if this march was ordered by superior authority and was connected with any other arrangements, it had every appearance of, and was attended by all the consequences of, a precipitate and forced retreat. Here then we leave Massena and his army, cantoned in the space between the Rio Maya and the Zezer, still destitute of news from France, and still entirely ignorant whether or no any endeavor was being made to relieve them. Of their further doings during the 3 months that ended on March 1, 1811, we shall tell elsewhere. Suffice it to say that, despite many dangers and risks, Wellington's scheme of starvation was played out to the end and achieved complete success. Of the privation and losses that the French suffered and the atrocities that they committed, of the difficulties of the British commander-in-chief, with an obstinate enemy still in front of him, a factious regency, and a half-starved population behind him in Lisbon, and a disquieting prospect that Soult might take a hand in the game. The 4th volume of this work will give full details. Section 22. End of the year 1810. Chapter 1. Operations in the north and east of Spain, July, December 1810. While tracing the all-important campaign of Portugal down to the deadlock in front of Santarém, which began about the 20th of November, 1810, and was to endure till the 1st of March in the succeeding year, we have been obliged to leave untouched events, civil and military, in many other parts of the peninsula during the autumn. Only the Andalusian campaigns have been carried down to November. In northern Spain, we have traced the course of affairs no further than September. In eastern Spain, no further than August. Moreover, little has been said of the general effect on the French occupation caused by the division of supreme authority which Napoleon sanctioned in the spring, or of the importance of the long-deferred meeting of the Spanish Cortes, which assembled at Cadiz in the autumn. With these points, we must deal before proceeding to narrate the campaigns of 1811. The survey of the military operations, none of which were particularly important, must precede the summary of the political situation, with regard to King Joseph on the one side and the Cortes on the other. For the acts of the king and the Cortes had an influence extending far beyond the months in which they began, and were, indeed, main factors in the peninsular struggle for years to come. But the doings of the armies in Galicia and Asturias on the one flank, in Catalonia and Valencia on the other, can easily be dismissed in a few pages. They were but preliminaries to the greater operations in the spring of 1811. We may first turn to the northwest. When Massena plunged into Portugal in September 1810 and was lost to the sight of his colleagues and subordinates for nearly 3 months, the situation left behind him was as follows. Leon and Old Castile, as far as the Galician foothills and the Cantabrian Sierras, were held down by Serres and Kellerman with some 12,000 men, a force none too great for the task that lay before them. The latter general had charge of the provinces of Valladolid, Toro, and Palencia, as one of the military governors recently appointed by the emperor. He gave himself absurd airs of independent authority and took little more heed of the orders of Massena than of those of King Joseph, for whom he showed a supreme contempt. General Serres's troops were more definitely part of the army of Portugal. They were in charge of the provinces of Zamora, Leon, and Salamanca, thus covering Kellerman's government on the outer flank and taking care of the borders both of Galicia on the Spanish and of Trás-os-Montes on the Portuguese side. To cover this long front, Serres had only 11 battalions and 2 provisional regiments of dragoons, some 9,000 men. Out of this force, he had to find garrisons for Astorga, Leon, Benevent, Zamora, and several smaller places. Kellerman, who was intended to serve as a reserve for Serres, as well as to guard the central depots at Valladolid, had only 2 regiments of dragoons, part of his original division, and 3 infantry battalions, making 3,000 men in all. Both of them were directed to keep in close touch with Bonnet, who, at the head of his old troops, the 4 regiments which never came south of the Cantabrian hills till the Salamanca campaign, kept a precarious hold on central and eastern Asturias with 9,000 men. They were also present in the circumscription of Serres's and Kellerman's command the garrison of Ciudad Rodrigo, 2 battalions, and Gardens 5 squadrons of dragoons, which Massena had left behind, in the vain hope that they would keep the line clear between Almeida and Salamanca. This force add 500 men to the total of the French troops in Leon. If the French were left rather weak in this direction, the same was not the case in the region further east. From Burgos to the Bidasoa, the countryside was full of troops in the latter half of September, when the army of Portugal had gone westward. In the government of Burgos were the 2 infantry divisions of the Young Guard, under Roget and Dumoustier, with their 2 cavalry regiments, making 11,464 sabres and bayonets. Navarre was occupied by 8,733 men, Biscay by 8,085. The little province of Santander was held by 3 provisional battalions, 3,500 strong. But this permanent garrison, making over 31,000 men, was at the moment supplemented by Drouet's 9th Corps, for whose arrival at the front Massena had waited so long and so vainly. On September 15, its commander, its headquarters, and Claparède's division were at Vitoria. Curui's division and the cavalry brigade of Fournier were echeloned between Vitoria and Bayonne. The whole corps mustered over 18,000 sabres and bayonets. 50,000 men, therefore, adding the permanent garrisons to the advancing corps of Drouet, were between Burgos and Bayonne, and there were yet a few more troops to come forward from the interior of France, for Caffarelli was bringing up another division, which had the official title of the Division of Reserve of the Army of Spain, and consisted of 4 provisional regiments of infantry and 2 cavalry regiments, with a strength of 8,000 men. It was ordered to be at Bayonne by October 20, and formed the nucleus of the force, which in the next year was styled the Army of the North. Without counting this last unit, which was only in process of formation in September, Napoleon had between the Galician frontier and Bayonne no less than 72,000 men. What had his enemies to oppose to this formidable host, whose strength was considerably greater than that of the force with which Massena invaded Portugal? Of regularly organized troops, the number of Spaniards and Portuguese opposed to them was absolutely insignificant. Silveira in the Trás-os-Montes had 6 regiments of militia and 1 of the line, this last being the 24th, the absconding garrison of Almeida. The whole made under 7,000 men, including an incomplete cavalry regiment. Mahy in Galicia had recruited up the depleted divisions which La Romana had left with him in the spring to a strength of 12,000 men, mostly raw and untrustworthy, for the best regiments had been destroyed at the siege of Astorga. The remains of the army of Asturias, which had suffered so many defeats at the hands of Bonnet during the spring and summer, consisted of about 6,000 men, of whom half, under Barcina and Losada, were holding the western end of the province, behind the Navia River, with headquarters at Castropol, while the rest lurked in the higher valleys of the Cantabrian Sierra, rendering Bonnet's communication with Serres in Leon insecure, and sometimes descending the coast to make a sudden attack on one of the small garrisons which linked the French garrison in Oviedo with that at Santander. Of these roving bands, the chief leader was the adventurous Porlia, the Marquesito, as the Asturians called him, who won a well-deserved reputation for his perseverance and never-failing courage. The 25,000 men of Silvera, Mahy, and the Asturian army were the only regular troops opposed to the 75,000 French in northern Spain. How came it, then, that the enemy was held in check, and never succeeded in pushing on to the support of Massena any force save the 2 divisions of Drouet? The answer is simple. The French garrisons were fixed down to their positions, partly because of Napoleon's entire lack of naval power, partly because of the unceasing activity of the guerrilleros, who were far more busy in 1810 than at any preceding time. As to the first-named cause, it may be said that the 20,000 French in Asturias, Santander, and Biscay were paralyzed by the existence of a small Anglo-Spanish squadron based on Corunna and Ferrol. As long as this existed, every small port along the whole northern coast of Spain had to be garrisoned, under penalty of a possible descent from the sea, which might cut the road from Oviedo to San Sebastian at any one of 100 points, and provide arms and stores for the guerrilla bands of the mountains. Many such expeditions were carried out with more or less success in 1810. The first and most prosperous of them took place in July, when Porlia, putting his free corps of some 1,000 men on transports, and convoyed by the British Commodore Menz, with a couple of frigates, came ashore near the important harbor of Santona, drove out the small garrison, and then coasted along in the direction of Biscay, destroying shore batteries and capturing as many as 200 men at one point and another. Of the peasantry of the coast, some enlisted in Porlia's band, others took to the hills on their own account, when they had been furnished with muskets from the ships. The Marquesito repeated his raid in August, but this time stopped on shore and put himself at the head of the local insurgents, who made so strong a head in the country about Pats and the upper Pisuerga that Serres marched against him with almost the whole of his division, and spent September in hunting him along the sides of the Sierras. But though aided by troops lent by Bonnet and by detachments from Burgos, the French general could never catch the adroit partisan, who, when too hard pressed, returned to the central mountains of the Asturias. Pleased with the exploits of Porlia, the Cadiz Regency resolved to keep up the game, and sent up to Corunna Colonel Renouvails, the officer who had for so long made head against Suchet in the mountains of Aragon. He was authorized to requisition a brigade from Mahy's army and the more seaworthy ships from the arsenal of Ferrol. Applications for naval assistance had also been made to the British Admiralty, and Sir Home Popham came, with 4 frigates and a battalion of marines, to assist in a systematic raid along the coasts of Asturias and Biscay. The joint expedition started from Corunna on October 14, with a landing force of 1,200 Spanish and British bayonets on board. On the 16th, it drew in to land near the important harbor of Gijan, where Bonnet kept a force of 700 men, who depended for their succor on the main body of his division at Oviedo. But the French general chanced to be hunting Porlia further to the east, and had left the Asturian capital almost ungarrisoned. Hence, when Porlia unexpectedly appeared before Gijan on the inland side, having eluded his pursuer, and the ships threw the landing force ashore, the French battalion had to fly. Several ships, both privateers and merchantmen, with a considerable amount of military stores, fell into the hands of Porlia and Renouvails. This exploit drew down on them the whole French force in the Asturias, for Bonnet concentrated every man and musket on Gijan. But the Anglo-Spanish squadron, having thus drawn him westward, sailed in the opposite direction, and after threatening Santona, was about to touch at Vivero, when it was scattered by a hurricane from the Bay of Biscay. A Spanish frigate and brig, an English brig, and several gunboats and transports were dashed on the rocky coast and lost with all hands. This disaster, which cost 800 lives, compelled Renouvel's to return to Corunna, November 2. But the raid had not been useless. It had compelled Bonnet to evacuate many posts, distracted the garrisons of Santander and Biscay, and even induced Caffarelli to march down to the coast with his newly arrived division, the reserve of the Army of Spain. Serres, too, had drawn up the greater part of his scattered division to the northwest, thus leaving the borders of Galicia and the Trás-os-Montes hardly watched. This enabled Mahy to send down troops into the plain of Leon and to establish something like a blockade around Astorga. But all the operations of the Captain General of Galicia were feeble and tentative. He passed among his countrymen as an easygoing man, destitute of energy or initiative. Silvera, in the Trás-os-Montes, a more active but a more dangerous man to entrust with troops, took advantage of Serres's absence to cross the Douro, invest Olmedo, and cut the communication between that place and Ciudad Rodrigo. Such was the effect of the sea power, even when it was used sparingly and by unskillful hands. The raids along the northern coast had kept Bonnet and the troops in Santander and Biscay fully employed. They had distracted Serres, Caffarelli, and even the garrisons of the province of Burgos. They had saved Mahy and Silvera from attack, and had lighted up a blaze of insurrection in the western hills of Cantabria, which, thanks to the energy of Porlia and his colleague Lauga, was never extinguished. Meanwhile, the mass of French troops between Burgos and Pampeluna, the 9th Corps, the Young Guard divisions, and the garrison in Navarre, had been contained by an enemy of a different sort. Here the influence of the British naval supremacy was little felt. It was due to the energy of Spaniards alone that the 38,000 men under Drouet, Roget, and Dumoustier and Ryle were prevented during the months of September, October, and November from doing anything to help Massena. Old Castile, Navarre, and the lands of the Upper Ebro were kept in a constant turmoil by a score of guerrillero chiefs, of whom the elder Mina was the leading figure. We have already had occasion to speak of the exploits of his relative, the student, as he was called, to distinguish him from his uncle, and have noted his final capture by Suchet. Francisco Espaz, why Mina had rallied the relics of his nephew's band, and began his long career of raids and countermarches in Apra, his central place of refuge, was the rough country on the borders of Navarre and Aragon, where he kept his main depot at the head of the valley of Roncal. But he often ranged as far afield as Biscay and the provinces of Soria and Burgos. Almost from his first appearance, he obtained a mastery over the other chiefs who operated on both sides of the Upper Ebro, having won his place by the summary process of seizing and shooting one Echeverria, who, as he writes, was the terror of the villages of Navarre, which he oppressed and plundered in 1,000 ways, till they complained to me concerning him. I arrested him at Estella on June 13, 1810, caused him to be shot with 3 of his principal accomplices, and incorporated his band, 600 foot and horse, with my own men. Mina was the special enemy of Ryle, then commanding in Navarre, but he also attracted the attention of Drouet, one of whose divisions was entirely absorbed in hunting him during the autumn of 1810. This was the main cause of the non-appearance of the 9th Corps at Rodrigo and Salamanca, when Massena was so anxiously awaiting its arrival. Mina's lot during this period was no enviable one. He was beset on all sides by flying columns, and was often forced to bid his band disperse and lurk in small parties in the mountains, till the enemy should have passed on. Sometimes he was lurking, with 7 companions only, in a cave or a gorge. At another he would be found with 3,000 men, attacking large convoys, or even surprising one of the blockhouses with which the French tried to cover his whole sphere of activity. The Regency, admiring his perseverance, gave him, in September, the title of Colonel and Commandant General of all the guerrilleros of Navarre. He asserts with pride in his memoir that he was at one and the same time being hunted by Dorsen, commanding at Burgos, Ryle from Navarre, Caffarelli, and his division of reserve of the Army of Spain, by 500 Agault, governor of Pampeluna, Roget, commanding the Young Guard, and Paris, one of Suchet's brigadiers from the Army of Aragon. Yet none of the 6 generals, though they 0 men marching through his special district succeeded in catching him or destroying any appreciable fraction of his band. There is no exaggeration in this. His services were invaluable during the campaign of Portugal, since he was wearing out a French force of 5 times his own strength in fruitless marches, under winter rains, and over roads that had become all but impassable. The archives of the French War Office show lists of officers by the dozen killed or wounded dans une reconnaissance en Navarre, or dans une rencontre avec les bandes de Mina, or en combat prise de Pampelune, during the later months of 1810. Wellington owed him no small gratitude, and expressed it to him in 1813, when he entrusted him with much responsible work during the campaign of the Pyrenees. The suffering inflicted on the provinces of the Upper Ebro by Mina's activity was of course terrible. The French destroyed every village that sheltered him or furnished him with recruits, and were wont to shoot every prisoner from his band that they caught, till he began to retaliate by corresponding or greater numbers of executions from the considerable number of prisoners in his hands. In 1811, this barbarous system was in full swing on both sides, but it was put to an end by mutual agreement in 1812. In addition to the woes that Navarre and its neighbors suffered under the French martial law, and by the monstrous requisitions imposed upon them to feed the mass of troops forming the flying columns, they had also to maintain the patriotic bands. Mina declares that he always took rations for his men, but avoided levying money contributions on the peasantry, depending on his booty, the rents of national and ecclesiastical property, on which he laid hands, on fines inflicted on bad Spaniards, i.e., those who had done anything to help his pursuers, and on the custom houses which I established upon the very frontier of France. For I laid under contribution even the French custom house at Uran, on the Bidasoa, which engaged to deliver, and actually paid to my delegates 100 gold ounces, about £320 per month. By this strange secret agreement, private goods passing Uran and the other frontier posts were guaranteed against capture in the district which Mina's bands infested. Eastward of Mina's sphere of activity, the guerrilleros were more numerous but less powerful. Among the chief of them was Julian Sanchez, who, with a mounted band of 300 to 500 lancers, infantry would have been easily caught in the plain of Leon, busied himself in cutting the communication between Salamanca, Ciudad Rodrigo, Zamora, and Valladolid, and was Kellerman's chief tormentor. He was in regular communication with Wellington and sent him many captured dispatches and useful pieces of information. In Old Castile, the priest Geronimo Marino, generally known as El Cura, was the most famous and most active among many leaders. It was his band, aided by that of Tapia, also a cleric, which on July 10, 1810, fought a most daring and desperate action at Olmazan near Soria with 2 French battalions of Marines, who were marching, the one to join Massena, the other to join Soult. It cost the enemy no less than 13 officers hors de combat, as the Paris archives show, and over 200 men, though the guerrilleros were finally beaten off. In October, he surprised and captured an enormous convoy of corn and munitions of war, whose loss put the French garrison of Burgos in considerable straits for some weeks. He waged with Dorsen the same horrible contest of retaliation in the shooting of prisoners, which Mina was at the same time carrying on with the generals in Navarre. There were many other bands in Old Castile, those of Abril, Tenderin, Sayornil, Principe, and others, of whom some are accused by their own colleagues of being more harmful to the countryside than to the French, from their reckless and miscellaneous plundering, and their refusal to combine for any systematic action. Yet even the worst of them contributed to distract the activity of the French garrisons, and to retard the communication of dispatches and the march of isolated detachments. Under the easy excuse that it was dangerous to move any small body of men along the high roads, the French commanders of every small town or blockhouse detained for weeks, and even months, drafts on their way to the south or the west, with the result that the number of recruits received at Madrid, Seville, or Salamanca never bore any proper proportion to the total that had crossed the Bidasoa. Northward from Old Castile, on the skirts of the mountains of Santander and Biscay, the dominating personality among the guerrilleros was Lauga, who afterwards rose to some distinction as a commander of regular troops. His special task was the cutting of the communications between Burgos and Bilbao and Santander, but he often cooperated with Porlia when that restless partisan made one of his descents from the Asturian mountains, either on to the coast region or on the southern skirts of the Cantabrian Sierras. On the whole, there were probably never more than 20,000 guerrilleros in arms at once, in the whole region between the Sierra de Guadarrama and the shore of the Bay of Biscay. They never succeeded in beating any French force more than 2 or 3 battalions strong, and were being continually hunted from corner to corner. Yet despite their weakness in the open field, their intestine quarrels, their frequent oppression of the countryside, and their ferocity, they rendered good service to Spain, and incidentally to Great Britain and to all Europe, by pinning down to the soil twice their own numbers of good French troops. Anyone who has read the dispatches of the commandants of Napoleon's military governments, or the diaries of the officers who served in Riles or Dorsen's or Caffarelli's flying columns, will recognize a remarkable likeness between the situation of affairs in northern Spain during 1810 and in that in South Africa during 1900, and lightly moving guerrilla bands, unhampered by a base to defend or a train to weigh them down, and well served as to intelligence by the residents of the countryside, can paralyze the action of an infinitely larger number of regular troops. In the northeast of Spain, where the French were engaged not with mere scattered bands of guerrilleros, but with 2 regular armies, O'Donnell's Catalans and Caro's Valencians, the fortune of war took no decisive turn during the autumn of 1810, though one dreadful blow to the Spanish cause, the loss of Tortosa, was to fall in the winter which followed. We left Suchet in August 1810, established in his newly conquered positions at Lerida and Mequinenza, master of all the plain land of Aragon, as well as of a strip of western Catalonia, and only waiting for the co-operation of MacDonald and the 7th Corps to recommence his operations. That co-operation, however, was long denied him. The Emperor's last general orders, which had reached Suchet in June, briefly prescribed to him that the conquest of the city and kingdom of Valencia was his final object, but that he must first break the Spanish line by capturing Tortosa, the great fortress of the Lower Ebro, and Tarragona, the main stronghold of southern Catalonia. For both these latter operations, he was to count on the aid of MacDonald and the army of Catalonia. Relying on this support, Suchet, after less than a month had elapsed since the capture of Mequinenza, had pushed his advanced guard down the Ebro till it was at the very gates of Tortosa. One detachment even passed the town and seized the ferry of Amposta, the only passage of the Ebro near its mouth, actually cutting the great road from Tarragona to Valencia and only leaving the bridge of Tortosa itself open for the linking of the operations of Caro and O'Donnell. Meanwhile, Suchet was preparing his siege train at Mequinenza and waiting for a rise in the Ebro, which would commence to become navigable with the arrival of the autumn rains, in order to ship his guns downstream to their destined goal. He was at the same time making the land route to Tortosa passable by repairing the old military road from Casp to Mora and Tivissa, which had been constructed during the wars of the Spanish Succession, but had long ago fallen into ruin. Suchet was quite aware that by thrusting a comparatively small force, he had only brought up 12,000 men into the near neighborhood of Tortosa. He was risking the danger of being attacked at once by the army of Valencia from the south and O'Donnell's Catalans from the north. But he trusted that MacDonald and the 7th Corps would keep the latter, the more formidable enemy, employed, while he had a well-founded contempt for the generalship of Caro, who had always proved himself the most incompetent and timid of commanders. But MacDonald arrived late, having been forced to spend the whole summer, as has been already related, in his triple revictualling of Barcelona, and meanwhile the Valencian army came to the front. Its leading division, under Bassecourt, threatened Morla on Suchet's flank early in August, hoping to draw him away to defend this outpost. But a single brigade under Montgomery sufficed to turn back the Valencian detachment, and Suchet kept his positions. O'Donnell, meanwhile, vainly hoping for solid help from Caro, had joined the division of his army which was kept at Falset, and after threatening Suchet's headquarters at Mora on July 30, so as to distract his attention, suddenly turned aside and entered Tortosa with 2,500 men. Calling out all the troops available for a sortie, he issued from the town on August 3 and beat up the outposts of the division under Laval, which was in observation before his gates. But though the Catalans fought fiercely and drove in the first French line, they were not strong enough to push the enemy away from Tortosa. O'Donnell should have brought a heavier force if he intended to accomplish his end. Shortly after, he returned to Tarragona, whither he was called by the movements of MacDonald. Some days later than he had covenanted, Caro came up to Venaros, on the coast road from Valencia, and to San Mateo, on the parallel inland road, with his whole army, including the force which Bassicourt had been commanding. It consisted of no more than 10,000 ill-organized troops of the line, who had been joined by nearly as many unregimented peasants in loose guerrilla bands. The whole mass was far from being formidable, as such it knew. Wherefore the French general, cutting down to the smallest possible figure the containing troops left before Tortosa, and at his headquarters at Mora, marched with 11 battalions and a cavalry regiment, only 6,000 men in all, to meet the Valencians. He drove their advanced cavalry from Venaros and advanced against their positions at Calig and Cervera del Meister. Caro at once ordered a precipitate retreat and did not stop till he had placed 30 miles between himself and the enemy. His obvious terror and dismay at the approach of the French roused such anger that he was summoned to give up the command by his own officers and obeyed without hesitation. He fled by sea to Majorca, knowing, it is said, that he would have been torn to pieces if he had shown his face before the populace at Valencia, over which he had exercised a sort of dictatorship for more than a year. Suchet, unable to catch such an evasive enemy, and regarding the routed army as a negligible quantity, returned to Mora, where he received the news that the long-expected MacDonald was at last about to appear, August 20. The Duke of Tarentum had thrown the third and last of his great convoys into Barcelona on the 18th of August, having brought with him as its escort the French division of his army, which was now commanded by Freire, and the Italian divisions of Severali and Pignatelli. He had left behind him General Barangay de Hilliers, in the position which Ryle had been wont to hold, as the defender of the Ampurdum and northern Catalonia as far as Hostelrich. 18,000 men were told off for this task, including all the German brigades. But after garrisoning Girona, Roses, Figueras, and Hostelrich, de Hilliers had no great field force left, and found full employment in warding off the raids of Manso, Rivera, and the other Miquelite leaders upon the communication between Girona and Perpignan. Nearly 10,000 men had also been left in Barcelona, including many sick, and the 3 divisions with which MacDonald marched to join Suchet did not exceed 0 sabres and bayonets, though the whole force of the 7th Corps was reckoned at over 50,000 men. On August 13, MacDonald forced the pass of Ordal, after some skirmishing with the Sarmatines, and entered the plain of Tarragona. It was the news of his approach to the Catalan capital which brought O'Donnell back in haste from Tortosa. He concentrated the greater part of his troops on the hypothesis that the 7th Corps might be intending to lay siege to the place. He brought down Camphovard's division from the north to join those of Ibarola, Sarsfield, and the Baron de Eroles, which were already on the spot. It soon became known, however, to the Spaniards that MacDonald could not be bent on siege operations, for he was bringing with him neither the heavy artillery nor the enormous train of provisions that would be required in such a case. He marched past Roos and Vals to Montblanche, skirmishing all the way with O'Donnell's detachments, and thence to Lerida, which he reached on August 29. There he found Suchet awaiting him for a conference. The orders from Paris, on which both were acting, seemed to prescribe that Tortosa and Tarragona should both be attacked, but the general and the marshal agreed that their joint strength was not more than enough for one siege at a time. They agreed that the 3rd Corps should undertake the leaguer of Tortosa and the containing of the Valencian army, while the 7th should cover these operations by keeping O'Donnell and the Catalans fully employed. Suchet therefore drew his detachments southward from Lerida and the plains of the Segre, handing over all that tract to MacDonald. From this fertile region alone could the marshal have fed his corps, central Catalonia being barren, and so overrun by O'Donnell's detachments that it was impossible to forage freely within its bounds. Suchet undertook to provide for his own corps during the siege of Tortosa by bringing up stores from Saragossa and the valley of the Ebro via Mequinenza. MacDonald lent him, meanwhile, the weakest of his 3 divisions, 2,500 Neapolitans under Pignatelli, who were to escort the siege train for Tortosa along the Ebro, when the autumn rains made the river navigable from Mequinenza to the sea. Coins current in 1808-14. In large coins current in Spain and Portugal in 1808-14. While Suchet was moving southward and making ready for the siege, the Duke of Tarentum established himself with headquarters at Cervera on the Barcelona-Lerida road, and brigades at Lerida, Agramunt, and Tàrrega, all in the plain. He was ready to fall upon O'Donnell's flank if the Catalans should make any attempt to succor Tortosa, by marching from Tarragona along the roads parallel to the sea-coast. Meanwhile, he had completely lost touch both with the garrison of Barcelona and with Barangay de Hilliers in the Ampurdum. This was the regular state of things during the Catalan War, for if the French left detachments to guard a line of communication, they were invariably cut off by the enemy, while if they did not, the roads were blocked and no information came through. So vigorous were the Sarmatines at this moment that small parties moving from Tàrrega to Cervera, places only 12 miles apart, and in the middle of the cantonments of the 7th Corps, were not unfrequently waylaid and destroyed. MacDonald, despite his well-known humanity, was forced to burn villages and shoot roadside assassins caught red-handed. He lay in the position which he had taken up on September 4-6 for the greater part of that month and the succeeding October, concentrating at intervals a part of his forces for an expedition into the hills, when the Catalans pressed him too closely. At the commencement of his sojourn in the plains, he sent Severoli with an Italian brigade to collect provisions in the valley of the Nogara Palaresa. This raid led to dreadful ravaging of the countryside, but Severoli returned with no spoil and many wounded. He had pushed his advance as far as Tallern, skirmishing the whole way and driving the Sarmatines before him, but could accomplish nothing save the burning of poor villages evacuated by their inhabitants. A week later, other expeditions scoured the mountainsides eastward, with little more success. Meanwhile, though MacDonald imagined that he was not only protecting Suchet's northern flank, but also attracting the attention of O'Donnell to himself, the enterprising Spanish general had contrived an unwelcome surprise for him. He knew that he was not strong enough to fight the 7th Corps in the open field, nor even to face Suchet by making another attempt to relieve Tortosa, which place, for the moment, was in no immediate danger. He therefore resolved to draw MacDonald from his present position by a blow at the corner of Catalonia, where the French were weakest. The Marshal considered that Barangay de Hilliers was perfectly safe in the northern region which he garrisoned, since no regular Spanish force was now in arms in that direction. O'Donnell resolved to undeceive him, leaving the 2 divisions of Obispo and Eroles to block the road from MacDonald's post at Cervera to Barcelona, with orders to retire into Tarragona if hard-pressed. He ordered a 3rd division, that of Campoverd, to prepare for a forced march to the north. At the same time, a force, consisting of the British frigate Cambrian and the Spanish frigate Diana, convoying a few transports with 500 men on board for disembarkation, sailed from Tarragona for a destination which was kept secret to the last moment. The troops were under Doyle, the British commissioner in Catalonia. Captain Fane of the Cambrian was senior naval officer. O'Donnell's march was perilous. He had to pass close to the front of the garrisons of Barcelona, Hostelrich, and Girona, through a most difficult and mountainous country without giving any signs of his presence, for if his movement were discovered, Barangay de Hilliers might concentrate his scattered brigades and crush him by force of numbers. The march, however, was carried out with complete success, and on September 13 O'Donnell lay with 6,000 infantry and horse at Vidreres, south of Girona, while the naval force was hovering off Palamos, the nearest point on the coast. The rough region between Girona and the sea was at this moment occupied by Half-Rauer's division of troops of the Confederation of the Rhine, under Schwartz, the ever-unlucky general whose name was connected with the disasters of Bruch and Manresa. He had with him 4 weak battalions of the 5th Anhalt-Lippe, Anth, Schwarzburg-Waldeck regiments, and a squadron of cuirassiers, a force which, owing to the sickliness of the autumn season, did not amount to much more than 1,500 men in all. But he was so close to Gerona, where lay Raucher's other 2 regiments and some French troops, that he was not considered in any danger by his superiors. Schwarz's main duty was to prevent any communication between the Sarmatines of the inland and the cruisers which were always passing up and down the coast, provoked by a recent raid at Baga on September 10, where an English landing party had stormed one of his coast batteries and captured the garrison of 50 men. Schwarz had just strengthened all his posts along the shore. He had only 700 men at his headquarters at La Bispel. The rest were dispersed between Baga, San Feliu, Palamos, and the connecting post at Calange. On the morning of the 14th, he was stricken with horror when his outposts informed him that they had been driven in by Spanish infantry and cavalry in overwhelming force. He sent orders too late for his troops on the coast to concentrate and prepared to fall back on Gerona with his whole force. But his messenger had hardly gone when he was attacked by O'Donnell, who drove him into the indefensible castle of La Bispel, which was commanded by a neighboring hill and the church tower of the village. After losing some men shot down from these points of vantage, Schwarz surrendered at nightfall, when the Spaniards were preparing to storm his refuge. His defense cannot have been very desperate, as he had lost only 1 officer and 4 men killed, and 3 officers and 16 men wounded. But this was only part of the disaster which befell the German brigade that day. By a careful timing of the attacks, Doyle and Fane stormed Palamos with the landing force at the same moment that La Bispel was being attacked, while Colonel Flares, with a detachment of O'Donnell's land troops, surprised San Feliu, and Colonel Aldia with another cut off the companies at Calange. In all, the Spaniards captured on that day 1 general, 2 colonels, 56 officers, and 183 rank and file, with 17 guns. Schwarz's brigade was absolutely destroyed. Only a few stragglers reached Gerona, from which no help had been sent, because O'Donnell had turned loose all the Sarmatines of the region to demonstrate against the place. Without waiting for Rauer and Barangay de Hilliers to assemble their forces, O'Donnell departed from the scene of his exploits without delay. He himself, having received a severe wound in the foot, embarked with the prisoners on board Fane's ships and returned to Tarragona. Campaverd, with the land force, retired hastily past Gerona to the mountains of the north, retook Paycerda, beat up the outposts of the French garrison of Montlouis on the frontier of Cerdagne, and raised some contributions on the other side of the Pyrenees. From thence, he descended the Segre and established himself at Cardona and Calaf, facing MacDonald's northern flank. So thoroughly had the main body of the 7th Corps lost touch with the troops left behind at Gerona and in the Ampurdam that the news of the disaster of La Bispel only reached MacDonald via France and Saragossa more than a fortnight after it had happened. It alarmed him for the safety of the north, but did not suffice to draw him away from Suchet, as O'Donnell had hoped. The news that the Spanish raiding division had disappeared from the neighborhood of Gerona encouraged him to remain in his present position, which alone made the siege of Tortosa possible. Presently he was informed that a considerable force had appeared in his own sphere of operations, this being the same division of Campaverd which had done all the mischief in the north. He therefore marched on October 18 with 2 French and 2 Italian brigades to attack this new enemy. On the next day he occupied Solsona, where the junta of Upper Catalonia had hitherto been sitting. The place was found deserted by its inhabitants and was plundered. Its great cathedral was burnt, either by accident or design. On the 21st, however, when the marshal came in front of Cardona, he found the town, the inaccessible castle above it, and the neighboring heights, manned by Campaverd's division, strengthened by several thousand Sarmatines of the district. The Italian General Eugenio marched straight at the position, with Salme's French brigade in support, despising his enemy and not waiting for the commander-in-chief and the reserves. He met with a sharp repulse, for the Spaniards charged his columns just as they drew near the crest and hurled them down with loss. MacDonald refused to throw in all his troops and contented himself with bringing off the routed brigade. He then returned to Solsona and Cervera, much harassed in his retreat by the Sarmatines. It is curious that he did not press the combat further, as he had a large superiority of numbers over the Catalan division, and had not lost much more than 100 men in the first clash. But the position was formidable, and the marshal more than once in this campaign showed himself averse to taking risks. Perhaps, also, he may have already made up his mind to return to the east and abandon Suchet, since it was at about this time that more disquieting information from Barangay de Hilliers reached him by way of France. This new budget of troubles contained two main items. The first was that the August supplies thrown into Barcelona were nearly exhausted, and that the town urgently required revictualling. The second was that it was impossible to send on the necessary convoys because of the extreme activity of the Sarmatines and the inadequate number of troops left in northern Catalonia. One considerable train of wagons had been captured and destroyed near La Junquera, on the very frontier of France, by the Baron de Eroles, who had now taken up the command of the northern insurgents. Another was standing fast at Gerona for want of sufficient escort. A third had been collected at Perpignan, but dared not start. So pressing was the need for the relief of Barcelona that MacDonald made up his mind that he must break up from his present cantonments, even at the risk of making the siege of Tortosa impossible, and transfer himself to the northeast. Accordingly, on November 4, he commenced a toilsome march by way of Calaf, Manresa, and Hostelrich to Gerona, where he arrived in safety on the 10th. Campoverd followed him for some way by parallel paths along the mountains, but never dared to strike, the strength of the 7th Corps when it marched in a mass being too great for him. It is probable that the Marshal would have had more trouble if O'Donnell had been in the field, but that enterprising general was not yet healed of the wound which he had received at La Bispal. It had gangrened, and he had been sent to Majorca by his physicians, who declared that a complete cessation from military work was the only chance of saving his life. The interim command was turned over in November to the senior lieutenant general in Catalonia, Miguel Iranzo, a very poor substitute for the hard-fighting Spanish-Irish general. MacDonald, having joined Barangay de Hilliers, had now an imposing mass of troops under his hand. Moreover, he got back the services of his old divisional generals Souham and Pino, who arrived from sick leave, and took over charge of the divisions lately in the charge of Freire and Severali. A great draft from France and Italy had rejoined in their company. The Marshal was therefore able to collect the fractions of the great convoy destined for Barcelona, and to conduct it to that city after a slow and cautious march on November 25. He then changed the battalions in the garrison of Barcelona, where he left both Pino and Souham, sent back to the Amsterdam the troops he had borrowed from Barangay de Hilliers as escort for the returning convoy, and marched for the second time to join Suchet. Moving by way of Montblanch, he got once more into touch with the army of Aragon at Falset, near Mora, on December 12. Thus the campaign came back, at midwinter, to the same aspect that it had shown in the first days of September. It has been the wont of military critics to throw the blame for the lost 3 months on MacDonald, but this seems unfair. It is true that he was absent from the post which he had promised to hold, for the protection of Suchet's rear, from November 4 to December 13. But why had so little been done to forward the siege of Tortosa during the time from September 4 to November 4, 2 whole months, while the Marshal was in the covenanted position, and actually carrying out his promise to contain the Catalans and leave Suchet's hands free for the actual prosecution of the projected siege? Commander of the army of Aragon had been given 2 of the best campaigning months of the year, September and October, and had no enemy about him save the ever-unlucky Valencian army, the local Sarmatines of the lower Ebro, and the scattered bands of Villacampa in the hills of Upper Aragon. It was only 60 miles from his base at Mequinenza, where his siege train had been collected months before, to the walls of Tortosa, and he had brought up his field army before that place as early as August. No doubt the country between Mequinenza and Tortosa is rough, and its roads execrable, while water transport along the Ebro was rendered more difficult than usual by a rather dry autumn, which kept the river low. But 26 heavy siege guns were got down to Zerta, only 10 miles from Tortosa, as early as September 5, during a lucky flood, while a considerable number more were pushed to the front during the same month by the land route formed by Suchet's new military road from Casp to Mora. It seems, therefore, that Suchet's inactivity in September and October can be explained neither by laying blame on MacDonald nor by exaggerating the difficulties of transport. If, as he wrote himself, Notre corps d'armée s'y trouvait enchaîné sur la base ebe, sans pouvoir agir, et son chef n'avait d'espoir que dans une crudo et dans les secours des circonstances, he was himself responsible for his failure, either from overcaution or because he had undertaken a task beyond his means. The real cause of his 2 months' delay was the vigorous action of the enemy. There was no danger from the disorganized Valencian army, which only made a feeble attempt on November 26-27 to beat up the small force under General Musnier, which lay at Ulldecona to cover the blockade of Tortosa from the south. The attack, led by Bassicourt, was driven off with ease. The real opponents of Suchet were the irregular forces of the Catalans and the Aragonese insurgents in his rear. The former, though few in numbers, since MacDonald was attracting their main attention, attacked every convoy that tried to float down the gorge of the Ebro, and sometimes with success. On the 15th of September, they captured a whole battalion of Pignatelli's Neapolitans, which was acting as guard to some boats. On other occasions, they took or destroyed smaller or greater portions of flotillas carrying guns or stores to Zerta, where the siege park was being collected. But Villacampa's Aragonese gave even greater trouble. From his lair in the Sierra de Albarracin, that enterprising partisan made countless descents upon Suchet's rear, and so molested the garrisons of Upper Aragon that the French general had repeatedly to send back troops from his main body to clear the roads behind him. Villacampa was beaten whenever he tried to fight large bodies, even though he was aided by a General Carbajal, whom the Regency had sent from Cadiz with money and arms to stir up a general revolt in the Terol-Montalban region. The Polish General Klepiski, detached in haste from the blockade of Tortosa, broke the forces of Carbajal and Villacampa in 2 successive engagements at Alventosa, on the borders of Valencia, October 31, and Fuensanta, near Terol, November 11. The insurrection died down, Villacampa retired into his mountains, and Klepiski returned to the main army. But only a few days later Suchet had to cope with a new danger. MacDonald having taken himself off to Gerona, the Catalans were at last able to detach regular troops to reinforce the Sarmatines of the lower Ebro. A brigade under General Garcia Navarro came up to Falset, opposite Mora, and formed the nucleus of a raiding force, which beset the whole left bank of the Ebro and made its navigation almost impossible. Suchet had to detach against its 7 battalions under Abbe and Habert, who attacked Navarro's entrenched camp at Falset on November 12 and stormed it. The Spanish general, who showed distinguished personal courage and charged valiantly at the head of his reserves, was taken prisoner with some 300 men. The Sarmatines fled to the hills again, and the regulars retired to Ruse, near Tarragona, where they were out of Suchet's sphere of operations. It was just after this combat that the unfortunate army of Valencia made the useless diversion of which we have already spoken. It at least kept Suchet busy for a few days. By the time that it was over, the greater part of the remaining siege material was ready at Zerta, the water carriage down the Ebro having become easy since Garcia Navarro's defeat. When therefore MacDonald's arrival at Montblanch was reported at Suchet's headquarters, and an adequate covering force was once more placed between him and the Catalan army in the direction of Tarragona, the actual leaguer of Tortosa could at length begin. It lasted, short though it was, till the new year of 1811 had come, and must therefore be described not here, but in the 4th volume of this work. Thus 6 months had elapsed between the fall of Lerida and the commencement of the next stage of the French advance in eastern Spain. If it is asked why the delay was so long, the answer is easy. It was due not, as some have maintained, to Suchet's slowness or to MacDonald's caution, but solely to the splendid activity displayed by Henry O'Donnell, a general often beaten but never dismayed, and to the tenacity of the Catalans, who never gave up hope, and were still to hold their own after 100 disasters, till the tide of success in the Peninsula at last turned back in 1812-13. Section 22, Chapter 2. King Joseph and the Cortes at Cadiz, General summary. It only remains that we should deal shortly with the higher politics of Spain during the last months of 1810, the troubles of King Joseph, and the complications caused by the meeting of the Cortes at Cadiz. Of the growing friction between the king and the commanders of the military governments created by the emperor in February, we have already spoken. Joseph did well to be angry when his dispatches to Saragossa or Barcelona were deliberately disregarded by his brother's special orders. But things became worse when he was not merely ignored, but openly contemned. A few examples may suffice. In the early summer, a brigade sent out by Marshal Ney raided the province of Avila, which was not included in any of the military governments, raised requisitions there, and what was still more insulting, seized and carried off the treasure in the offices of the civil intendant general of the province. Joseph wrote to Paris that the emperor cannot be desirous that his own brother, however unworthy, should be openly humiliated and insulted, that he asked for justice and abstained from any further comment. Napoleon replied by placing Avila in the block of provinces allotted to the army of Portugal and withdrew it for the time from the king's authority. It was soon after that he created Kellermann's new military government of Valladolid, thus taking another region from under the direct authority of Joseph. Some months later, Kellermann asserted the complete independence of his viceroyalty by causing the judges of the High Court of Old Castile, which sat at Valladolid, to take a new oath of allegiance to the Emperor of the French, as if they had ceased to be subjects of the Kingdom of Spain. Soult, too, continued, as has been shown before, to cut off all revenues which the king might have received from Andalusia, and Joseph's financial position became even worse than it had been in 1809. The summary of his complaints, containing a declaration that he wished to surrender his crown to the emperor, was drawn up as the autumn drew near. It deserves a record. It is absolutely reasonable and confines itself to hard facts. Since your majesty withdraws Andalusia from my sphere of command and orders that the revenues of that province should be devoted exclusively to military expenses, I have no choice left but to throw up the game. In the actual state of affairs, in Spain the general who commands each province is a king therein. The whole revenues of the province will never suffice to keep him, for what he calls his absolute necessities have never been formally stated, and as the revenues rise, he augments his necessities. Hence it results that any province under the command of a general is useless for my budget. From Andalusia alone, I hope to get a certain surplus after all military expenses had been paid, but its command is given over to a general who would never recognize my authority, and with the command, he gets the administrative and governmental rights. Thus, I have been stripped of the only region which could have given me a sufficient maintenance. I am reduced to Madrid, i.e. New Castile, which yields 800,000 francs per mensem, while the indispensable expenses of the central government amount to 4 million francs per mensem. I have around me the wrecks of what was once a great national administration, with a guard, the depots and hospital of the army, a garrison, a royal household, a ministry, a council of state, and the refugees from the rebel provinces. This state of affairs could not endure for 2 months longer, even if my honor and the consciousness of what is due to me would allow me to remain in this humiliating position. Since the army of Andalusia has been taken from me, what am I? The manager of the hospitals and magazines of Madrid, the head jailer of the central depot of prisoners. Joseph then states his conditions. If he is allowed, 1. to have a real control over the whole army, 2. to send back to France officers of whatever rank notoriously guilty of maladministration, 3. to reassure his Spanish partisans as to rumors current concerning his own forced abdication and the dismemberment of the monarchy, 4. to issue what proclamations he pleases to his subjects, without being placed under a sort of censorship. He will retain his crown and pledge himself to reduce all Spain and make the country as profitable to the interests of France as it is now detrimental. If not, he must consider the question of retiring across the Pyrenees and surrendering his crown. Napoleon could not give any such promises, and for good reasons. He rightly distrusted his brother's military ability and knew that, whatever was the title given to Joseph, men like Soult or Massena would disregard his orders. Apparently, he considered that a conflict of authorities in Spain, such as had been existing for the last 6 months, was at least better than the concentration of power in the hands of one indifferent commander-in-chief. It is doubtful whether he did not err in his conclusion. Almost anything was better than the existing anarchy, tempered by orders 6 weeks late from Paris. But a second, and a more fatal, objection to granting Joseph's conditions was that the rumors current concerning the dismemberment of the Spanish monarchy were absolutely true. Napoleon was at this moment at the very height of his wild craze for adding alien and heterogeneous provinces to the French Empire in the supposed interest of the continental system. It was in 1810 that he declared Holland and the Valais, Hamburg and Bremen, Oldenburg and Dalmatia integral parts of his dominions, and northern Spain was destined to suffer the same fate. Mina and Riviera, Eroles and Manso were to wake some morning to find themselves French subjects. On October 12, the emperor wrote to Berthier, "You will inform General Caffarelli in strict confidence that my intention is that Biscay shall be united to France. He must not speak of this intention, but he must act with full knowledge of it. Make the same private communication to General Reil about Navarre. Aragon, or at least the portion of it north of the Ebro, and Catalonia were to suffer the same fate. Already justice was administered there in the name of the emperor, not in that of the King of Spain, and a coinage was being struck at Barcelona which no longer bore the name of Joseph Napoleon, King of Spain and the Indies." The line of argument which Napoleon adopted with regard to this proposed annexation is very curious. His directions to his foreign minister, Champagny, run as follows: "Herewith I send you back the Spanish documents with 6 observations, which are to serve as the base for negotiation. But it is important that you should broach the matter gently. You must first state clearly what are my opinions on the Convention of Bayonne, viz., that the Emperor regards his guarantee of the integrity of Spain as out of date and cancelled. Then speak of Portugal, and next of the expense that this country costs me. Then let the Spanish envoys have time to reflect, and only after an interval of some days tell them that I must have the left bank of the Ebro as an indemnity for the money and all else that Spain has cost me down to this hour. I think that, as in all negotiations, we must not show ourselves too much in a hurry." The mention of Portugal means that the emperor contemplated making his brother a present of the Lusitanian realm, where Spain was hated only 1 degree less than France, as a compensation for Catalonia and the rest. On the same morning that Mina found himself a Frenchman, all the ordonnancer of the Beira Hills were to discover that they were Castilians. Mad disregard of national feeling could go no further. A letter to the French ambassador at Madrid explained at much greater length the emperor's reasons for breaking the oath that he had sworn to his brother at Bayonne when he named him King of Spain. When the promise was made, His Majesty had supposed that he had rallied to his cause the majority of the Spanish nation. This has proved not to be the case. The whole people took arms, the new king had to fly from Madrid, and was only restored by French bayonets. Since then he has hardly rallied a recruit to his cause. It is not the king's own levies that have fought the rebels. It is the 400,000 French sent across the Pyrenees who have conquered every province. Therefore all these regions belong not to the king, but to the emperor by plain right of conquest. He intends, for this reason, to regard the Treaty of Bayonne as null. It has never been ratified by the Spanish nation. One only chance remains to the king. Let him prevail upon the newly assembled Cortes at Cadiz to acknowledge him as their sovereign and to break with England. If that can be done, the emperor may revert to his first intentions and ratify the Treaty of Bayonne, except that he must insist on a rectification of frontiers sufficient to give him certain indispensable positions, presumably San Sebastian, Pampeluna, Figueras, Rosas, and C. The mere first rumor of his brother's intentions, transmitted by Almanara and the Duke of Santa Fe, his ambassadors ordinary and extraordinary at Paris, drove Joseph to despair. "The Spanish nation," he wrote, "is more compact in its opinions, its prejudices, its national egotism, than any other people of Europe. There are no Catholics and Protestants here, no new and old Spaniards, and they will all suffer themselves to be hewn in pieces rather than allow the realm to be dismembered. What would the inhabitants of the counties round London say if they were menaced with being declared no longer English? What would Provençals or Languedocians say if they were told that they were to cease to be Frenchmen? My only chance here is to be authorized to announce that the promise that Spain should not be dismembered will be kept. If that is granted, and the generals who have misbehaved are recalled to France, all may be repaired. If not, the only honorable course for me is to retire into private life, as my conscience bids me and honor demands. On November 18, after having received more formal news of the emperor's intentions from his envoys, Joseph declared that the die was cast. He would return to his castle of Mortefontaine or to any other provincial abode in France that he could afford to purchase, as soon as his brother's resolve was made public. Yet the crisis never came to a head. The annexation of the Ebro provinces was never published, though private assurances of their impending fate were laid before the Spanish ministers and the king. What caused the emperor to hesitate when all was prepared? The answer may be found in his dispatch to La Force on November 7. "I need hardly warn you," he writes, "that these insinuations, the ultimatum to the king, are to be made only on condition that the French army has entered Lisbon and that the English have taken to their ships." And again, the emperor is acting in sincerity. If in reality the capture of Lisbon and an offer from the cabinet of Madrid might possibly decide the rebels to treat, His Majesty might consent, and see, it was the lines of Torres Vedras which saved King Joseph from abdication and Spain from dismemberment. The evacuation of Portugal by Wellington was the indispensable preliminary to the carrying out of the great annexation scheme. Its completion was deferred till the ominous silence of Massena should be ended by a triumphant dispatch proclaiming the capture of Lisbon. Since that dispatch never came, Napoleon kept postponing his ultimatum. Then followed the news, delivered at Paris by Foy on November 21, showing that Massena had been brought to a standstill. Even then the emperor's plan was kept back, not abandoned. It was not till the army of Portugal had recoiled in despair and disarray to the banks of the Coa that Napoleon abandoned his cherished scheme and consented to treat with his brother on reasonable terms. But Joseph's visit to Paris in the spring of 1811 and its consequences belong to another chapter of this history. It must suffice here to point out that he spent all the winter of 1810–11 in a state of mental anguish, expecting every day to be forced to publish his abdication, and meanwhile living a life of shifts and worries, selling his last silver plate to feed his courtiers, and exchanging an endless correspondence of remonstrances and insinuations with Soult and the commanders of the military governments of the North. Even from the military point of view, he did not consider himself safe. The Empecinado and other guerrillero chiefs carried their incursions up to the very gates of Madrid, and La Mancha, from which, by the emperor's orders, much cavalry had been withdrawn for the benefit of Soult, was frequently raided by detachments from Blake's army of Murcia. "A chaque instant du jour et de la nuit," wrote the unhappy sovereign, "je suis exposé à monter à cheval pour défendre ma vie contre les bandes exaspérées des insurgés, qui entourent Madrid. Cette ville est aux avant-postes." Meanwhile, the other government, which claimed to be the legal representative of Spanish nationality, was even more truly aux avant-postes. The Cortes had assembled at Cadiz, where the booming of the French cannon was perpetually heard, and where an occasional shell from Villeneuve's celebrated mortars would plump harmlessly into the sand of the peninsula or the outskirts of the town itself. The Cortes had opened its sessions on September 24, though less than half its members had assembled. The difficulty of collecting them had been very great, since all had to arrive by sea, and many had to come from regions very remote, such as Asturias, Galicia, or Catalonia. The assembly could not be called satisfactory or representative. The scheme drawn up for its election by the commission that had sat in the preceding winter was complicated. There was to be a deputy for every 50,000 souls throughout Spain, but the form of selection was indirect. The villages chose each one primary elector. The primary electors met at the chief town of the district to choose a second body of secondary electors. The secondary electors chose a final committee for the whole province, Junta Provincial Electoral, and these last, aided by the governor, archbishop, and intendant of the province, nominated the deputies. But this complicated system could only work in the regions which were in the hands of the patriots, Only Valencia, Murcia, Estremadura, the Balearic Isles, and Galicia were wholly free at the moment. In Catalonia, the capital, Barcelona, and large tracts of the country were occupied by the French. In the Asturias, 3/4 of the province were held down by Bonnet. The two Castiles, Andalusia, excepting Cadiz, Biscay, Navarre, Leon, and Aragon, were entirely or almost entirely in the hands of the enemy. The delegates supposed to represent them were either chosen in hole-and-corner meetings of insurgent juntas lurking in some remote fastness, or where even this semblance of local election was not possible, by nomination by the Regency, or in wholly casual assemblies of the natives of those districts who chanced to be in Cadiz at the time. The representatives of Madrid, for example, were chosen in this fashion by the body of exiles from that city meeting in the spacious courtyard of a large public building. The result of this informal and irregular method of choice was that many provinces purported to be represented by deputies who had no real local influence therein, but had chanced to commend themselves to the insurgent juntas, or to the persons, in some cases a mere handful, who happened to have fled from that particular region to Cadiz. It is said that the very names, and much more the persons, of a good many of the deputies were absolutely unknown to their supposed constituents. Most of all was this the case with the members of the Cortes who were supposed to represent Spanish America. It had been decreed by the late Central Junta that the colonies formed an integral part of the Spanish monarchy and were therefore entitled to representation. But the modest number of 26 members allotted to them were elected at Cadiz by a committee of Americans nominated by the Regency from those who happened to be resident in that town. Most of the deputies were out of touch with the people beyond the seas, of whom they were theoretically the delegates. This fact was specially unfortunate when the first symptoms of discontent and sedition in Buenos Aires, Mexico, and the Caracas had begun to show themselves. Though few realized it as yet, the insurrection of Spanish America was just about to break forth. The least foreseen of all the results of Napoleon's aggressions in Old Spain was that the colonies, which had been called upon to take their part in the national war against the French, and had been promised a share in the administration of the empire, should accept the show of freedom and equality that was offered in a serious spirit. The Americans demanded that they should no longer be treated as subjects and tributaries of the mother country, but recognized as possessing rights and interests of their own, which must be taken into consideration when the general governance of the dominions of Ferdinand VII was in question. And these rights and interests included not only a claim to such self-government as other Spanish provinces possessed, but a demand that their commercial and economic needs should no longer be subordinated to the convenience of the mother country. The colonies could not see why the monopoly of all their trade should be left in the hands of the merchants of Old Spain. They wished to traffic on their own account with Great Britain and the United States. This claim was one which no inhabitant of Old Spain could view with equanimity. The monopoly of South American commerce had always been believed to be the most essential item in the greatness of the realm. It had been preserved almost as strictly in the 18th century as in the 17th or 16th. The old asiento, which gave Great Britain a minute share in that commerce, had been conceived to be a humiliation and a disgrace to the king who granted it. Spain had fought more than once to preserve the American monopoly. It is only necessary to allude to the War of Jenkins's Ear to show what she was prepared to face in its defense. Now, when the mother country was in such desperate straits, the questions of American self-government and American trade were raised in the crudest form. Great Britain had provoked the distrust of her Spanish allies by many of her acts, even when they were done in good faith and with no ulterior motive. But the most irritating of all was the request, which had been already made more than once in a tentative fashion, for a measure of free trade with South America. Wellington had recommended that the point should not be pressed when Spain was in her extremity, but it was inevitable that since nearly all British subjects and nearly all Americans were desirous to see the old barriers removed, the question should crop up again and again. The opening of the American trade was the only return that Spain could make for the aid that Great Britain had now been giving her for more than 2 years of war. When Canning in 1809 wrote that, in questions of commerce, any proper occasion must be used to recommend a more enlarged and liberal policy than has hitherto been acted upon in Spain. It is easy to see what was in his mind. The ministers in power in 1810 were mostly of the same opinion. But to ask for free trade with America in the year when Hidalgo was making his first rising in Mexico, and the cabildos on the Rio de la Plata were quietly substituting municipal self-government for the ancient autocratic rule of their viceroys, was to provoke acute suspicion. In 1806-7, Great Britain had backed Miranda and other colonial separatists, either with the hope of getting a footing for herself in South America, or at least with that of establishing republics which would grant her all the commercial privileges that she asked. The successive Spanish governments of 1808-10 could never convince themselves that the scheme had been completely dropped, and mistook British demands for open trade with America for a desire to sever the discontented colonies from their mother country. The most unpopular act of the Regency of 1810 was their decree of May 7, issued, as all Spaniards held, in base subservience to their allies, which had granted England and Portugal a certain limited right of exchanging their products with the colonies, on paying the heavy customs due of 10.5 or 15.5%. So great was the cry raised against it in Cadiz that the Regency was cowardly enough to cancel it on June 22, under the pretext that it had not been ratified in a session at which all its members were present. But it was not the American question alone which lay as a source of danger before the newly assembled Cortes, nor was it the American deputies alone who misrepresented their constituents. Speaking in general, it may be said that the whole assembly showed a disproportionate number of liberals, when the relative numbers of the Democratic and the Conservative parties throughout Spain were taken into consideration. The events of the next 10 years were to show that the Serviles, as their opponents called them, were really in a majority in the whole countryside and in many towns. If that had not been so, Ferdinand VII could not have restored autocratic government with such ease when the Peninsular War was over. Reactionaries of the blackest dye, who would have liked to restore the Inquisition, and would have put back the press into the shackles which it had endured before 1807, were probably in a clear majority in the nation. The clerical interest was in many ways the mainstay of the War of Independence, and the clergy, with very few exceptions, would gladly have gone back to the system of the 18th century. The majority of the old official class sympathized with them, and the peasantry were almost everywhere under their control. On the other hand, the liberals, if all shades of them were reckoned together, had a clear majority in the Cortes, both because the regions which were properly represented in that assembly chanced to be those in which they were most numerous, and because they had secured a disproportionate number of the seats belonging to the lost provinces, which had been filled up by more or less fictitious elections within the walls of Cadiz. That town itself was the least conservative place in Spain, and the refugees who had served as electors because they happened to be on the spot were not drawn from the bulk of the population, were neither priests nor peasants, but mainly came from those sections of the upper and middle classes where liberal opinions had made more progress. The Cortes on the whole was a democratic body. Spain, on the whole, was reactionary. The number of those who hated Napoleon because they regarded him as the enemy of the Church, the jailer of the Pope, and the breaker-up of old laws, was much greater than that of those who hated him because he was the embodiment of autocracy and the foe of all free self-government. Intense national pride was common to both parties, and all could unite against a foe whose aim was the dismemberment of Spain. But the union was made difficult by the fact that men who had imbibed, more or less consciously, some of the principles of 1789 had to cooperate with men who looked back on the regime of Philip II as a golden age. I can see no prospect of liberty behind the crowd of priests who everywhere stand foremost to take the lead of our patriots. I cannot look for any direct advantage from the feeling which prompts the present resistance to Napoleon, as it arises chiefly from an inveterate attachment to the religious system whence our present degradation takes source. If the course of events enables us to attempt a political reform, it will be by grafting the feeble shoots of liberty upon the stock of Catholicism, an experiment which has hitherto, and must ever, prove abortive, wrote a desponding liberal. How could the writer of such words and his friends work cordially in company with such fanatics as the Extremaduran deputy who, in one of the earlier sessions of the Cortes, proposed the astonishing motion that, in spite of all that had happened since 1807, the Inquisition remains in full possession of its ancient authority and can make free use of all the powers which it has ever enjoyed in the past. There were others who objected to the use of the dangerous word constitution and even to the phrase las leyes de España as implying an authority independent of the crown. When it is remembered that the form in which the Cortes had been summoned was new and experimental, that the elections had been, even according to that form, irregular, that no single member was accustomed to parliamentary usages, that the parties represented in it held views of the most divergent kinds, the wonder is not that the Assembly displayed many weaknesses, but that it did no worse. Observers of a pessimistic frame of mind had feared that it would break up altogether after a few stormy sittings. It was too full, wrote the Regent Lardizabal, of youths and of men who yesterday were mere adventurers, without any practice in command, knowledge of business, or experience of the world. Whole provinces were represented by deputies whom they had not chosen, and were expected to conform to a constitution, and to accept sweeping reforms made by men to whom they had given no mandate, faculty, or authority to take such changes into consideration. For neither the Regency, nor even the King, had the legal right to nominate deputies. No one could choose them save the provinces or cities which were integral parts of the nation, and no one could claim to represent a province save the men to whom that same province had given powers and instructions to act in conformity with its wishes. This motley assembly, so many of whose members were of doubtful legitimacy, held its opening session on September 24, 1810. The meeting place was not within the walls of Cadiz itself, but in the large suburban town of La Isla, in the center of the great island of Leon, which forms the outwork of the city. It was hoped that the 6 miles which separated its sitting place from Cadiz would prevent interruption by popular demonstrations, such as had been so pernicious to the French chamber during the Revolution. The Cortes had as their home the large but bare theater of San Fernando, which had been roughly fitted up with benches and tribunes. After High Mass had been celebrated by the old Cardinal Bourbon, the only male member of the royal family who was not in captivity, the Regency declared the session opened, and then withdrew after a brief speech by the senior regent, the Bishop of Orense, who bade the Assembly constitute itself in due form and elect its president and secretaries. This was done with no delay. The president chosen was a Catalan, Ramon Lazaro de Du, while the 2 secretaries were Evaristo Perez de Castro and Manuel Lujan. Both of them were well known to entertain liberal opinions, and their choice marked the predominance of their party in the Cortes. Sitting till midnight was long past, the Assembly passed 6 decrees drawn up by Muñoz Torrero, one of the few clerical deputies who held liberal views, and Manuel Lujan. By these the Cortes declared itself in possession of supreme power in the state, but resolved that, of the 3 branches of authority, the legislative, the executive, and the judicial, it intended to take only the first named under its own charge, handing over the executive to the late Regency and the judicial to the ordinary courts of law. The Regency should be responsible to the Cortes for all its acts of administration and liable to be called to account. It was ordered to make an instant oath of obedience to the Assembly, recognizing the sovereignty of the nation represented by the deputies of this general and extraordinary Cortes. This Castaños and the other regents did with an ill grace, all save the Bishop of Orense, who misliked the oath, contending that its terms spoke of the nation as being sovereign in its own right, without consideration of the king's indefeasible majesty. He would not swear, and so vacated his place. He did not lose much by his early dismissal, for on October 28 the Cortes abruptly deposed his 4 colleagues, Castaños, Lardizabal, Saavedra, and Escaño, and replaced them by a new regency of 3 members. These were Joaquim Blake, that most unlucky of generals, Admiral Siscar, then commanding the Cartagena squadron, who passed as an able administrator, and an obscure naval captain, Pedro Agar, of whom little was known save that he was American-born and might, therefore, theoretically represent the colonies. The change in regents was decidedly for the worse as far as character and ability went. Apparently, the Cortes were jealous of an administration whose power was older than their own and had not originally been created by them. They wished to have an executive more entirely dependent on themselves. Some of the liberals pretended that the old regents were plotting to hold a sort of pride's purge of the Cortes and to restore themselves to power. But of this, no proof was ever given. Considering the difficult times which they had passed through and their well-intentioned, if rather feeble, attempt to serve the state, Castaños and his colleagues deserved a better fate than arbitrary dismissal, without thanks, and with a tacit accusation of treason laid to their charge. Between the time of the first assembly of the Cortes and the change in the regency, an infinite number of subjects had been dealt with. The liberal majority, led by Agustin Arguelles, had decreed liberty of the press in all political discussions, but very illogically refused it for discussions on matters of religion. They had abolished all feudal rights and privileges of nobility. They passed a decree of amnesty for all rebels in America who should lay down their arms, and proposed many projects for improving the position of the colonies, few of which, unfortunately, happened to bear any relation to the chief grievances under which the South Americans conceived themselves to be laboring. The insurrection still went on, and though the mother country was placed in such a desperate condition, troops were actually withdrawn from the Murcian army to sail with General Elio, who was directed to restore order at Buenos Aires and in the provinces of the Rio de la Plata. Discussions continued, with much heat and a considerable amount of eloquence, on many other points during the early days of the junta. The subjects of debate were generally constitutional, occasionally financial. It was worthy to be observed that the two topics on which all the deputies rallied together were the question of opposition to the French and the question of the defense of their own sovereign rights. Even the majority of the serviles would join with the liberals whenever any doubt was raised with regard to the right of the Cortes to arrogate to itself the title of majesty or the attributes of supreme power. When, for example, the Bishop of Orense refused to take the oath of obedience, several clericals of most reactionary views took part against him. And when a few weeks later, the Marqués del Palacio, named as a deputy regent during the absence of Blake, also displayed reluctance to swear to the same form on similar grounds, he did not receive the report that he had expected from the reactionaries. Indeed, he was put under arrest for some time, without, as it seems, any attempt to protect him being made by the serviles. Like the Bishop of Orense, he ended by swallowing his scruples and accepting the prescribed formula. A similar desire to assert its own absolute supremacy impelled the Cortes to refuse to countenance two dynastic intrigues which came from different quarters. The eldest daughter of Charles IV, Carlotta, Princess of the Brazils and wife of the Regent Joe of Portugal, was the nearest of kin to Ferdinand VII, who had escaped Napoleon's claws in 1808. She was of opinion that she had a good right to expect the regency during her brother's captivity at Valence, and her agents repeatedly urged her claims, both during the days of the first regency and after the Cortes had assembled. Sousa-Hallstein, the Portuguese ambassador, naturally lent them his aid, and she had Spanish partisans, though few of them were persons of good reputation. Yet by constant persuasion and promises, Carlotta's representatives actually succeeded in inducing great numbers of the deputies to pledge themselves to push her interests. It is said that, at one time or another, a full half of the members had given the intriguers encouragement. But to do this, and to make a formal attempt to pass a decree conferring the regency on her, were very different things. When overt action was urged by her agents or their partisans in the Cortes, nothing came of the attempt. The Assembly was naturally unwilling to surrender its own sovereignty and to introduce a court and its intrigues into Cadiz. It must be added that Joe of Portugal had no liking for his wife's scheme, that Wellington saw its disadvantages, and that the great bulk of the Spaniards would have resented the whole affair as a Portuguese intrigue if it had ever been laid before the nation as a definite proposal. The second dynastic scheme, which was running its course at this time, was engineered by another branch of the Spanish royal house. The restless and unscrupulous Queen Caroline of Sicily could not forget that if Carlotta of Portugal was the nearest relative of the captive king, yet her husband Ferdinand was his nearest male kinsman, save the princes in Napoleon's hands. She availed herself of this fact to urge that one of her children would be a very suitable person to be entrusted with power in Spain, and thought of her younger son Prince Leopold as a possible candidate for the regency. But since he had not the necessary reputation or age, the queen soon fell back upon her son-in-law Louis Philippe, Duke of Orleans, the exiled son of the infamous Philippe Égalité. He had not only a good military record for his services at Jemappes and elsewhere in the early Belgian campaigns, but was universally known as a man of ability. Unfortunately, he had fought on the Republican side in 1792, a thing hard to forget and certain to cause suspicion, and his ability was always displayed for purposes of self-interest and savored of unscrupulousness. Nevertheless, Orleans had already made overtures to the old regency in the spring of 1810 and had been promised by them a command on the borders of Catalonia. They had failed to keep the pledge, and he now appeared at Cadiz and wished to present himself before the Cortes and plead his cause. He took small profit thereby, for the assembly regarded him and his relatives as suspicious persons, refused to give him an audience when he presented himself before its doors, and politely but firmly insisted that he should return to Sicily in a few days, an order which he was forced to obey. Whether it was that he was a Frenchman, though a Bourbon, or whether it was that he had once been a Republican, though he had ceased to be one, or whether it was that he was a prince of the royal house, and therefore distasteful to the newly assembled Cortes, who were secretly inclined to democratic views, the majority viewed him with disfavor. On October 3, he set sail for Palermo. At the end of 1810, we leave the Cortes still indulging in fiery constitutional debates, still busy in asserting its own supreme power, and curbing many attempts at self-assertion in the new regency which it had created. With the English government, it was not on the best of terms, though it decreed the erection of a statue to George III as the friend and deliverer of Spain, a monument which, it need hardly be said, was never erected. It was very slow to seek or follow the advice of the Allied power. It clamored for subsidies, but refused the opening of the South American trade, the only return that could be given for them. Money in hard gold or silver Great Britain could no longer supply, for the years 1810-11 were those when the paper issues of the bank were our sole currency. Cash had almost disappeared, and could only be procured by offering £6 or more in notes for 5 guineas. But the Spaniards did not want paper, but gifts or loans in gold or silver. They got no more of the precious metals. Great Britain had none to spare, and found it almost impossible even to procure dollars to pay Wellington's army in Portugal. All that was given after 1809 was arms and munitions of war. English observers in the Peninsula were not well pleased with the first months of the rule of the Cortes. The natural course of all popular assemblies, wrote Wellington to his brother, Henry Wellesley, now minister at Cadiz, and of the Spanish Cortes among others, is to adopt democratic principles, and to vest all the powers of the state in their own body. This assembly must take care that they do not run in that tempting course, as the wishes of the nation are decidedly for monarchy. Inclination to any other form of government would immediately deprive them of the confidence of the people, and they would become a worse government, and more impotent, because more numerous than the old central junta. A few weeks later, he doubted whether even a regency under Carlotta of Portugal, with all its disadvantages, would not be better than mere democracy. Vaughan, on the spot at Cadiz, gave quite a different view of the situation, but one equally unfavorable to the Cortes as a governing power. It is full of priests, who, united with the Catalans, are for preserving the old routine, and adverse to everything that can give energy and vigor to the operation of government. Fanaticism and personal interest direct their opinions. Be assured that the Cortes is, as at present constituted, anything but revolutionary or Jacobinical. If there is not soon some new spirit infused into it, it will become an overgrown junta, meddling with every paltry detail of police, and neglecting the safety of the country, and the regency will be content to reign very badly over Cadiz and the Isla. There was much truth in both these verdicts, though Vaughan underrated the force of self-interest in driving a popular assembly to claim all power for itself, while Wellington underrated the dead weight of clerical conservatism, which was the restraint upon that tendency. Both were right in asserting that, whatever the Cortes might be, the mass of the nation had no wish to set out on the path of Jacobinism. They both perceived the danger that the Cortes might turn itself into a constitutional debating society, and at the same time prevent any really efficient executive from being established. Such was its actual fate. Except that Spain now possessed a governing authority which, with all its faults, had infinitely more pretension to claim a legal mandate from the people than any of its predecessors. The situation was not greatly changed. From the military point of view, as we shall see in the next volume, the aspect of the peninsula was in no degree improved. The same blunders that had marked the administration of the old provincial juntas, of the Supreme Central Junta, and of the First Regency continued to exhibit themselves under the rule of the Cortes. After having thus wrecked Blake's second attempt to succor Gerona and driven him from the neighborhood, St. Cyr betook himself to Perpignan in order, as he explained to the Minister of War, to hurry up provisions to the army at the front, and to compel the officers at the base to send forward some 3,000 or 4,000 convalescents fit to march, whose services had been persistently denied him. Arrived there, he heard that Augereau, whose gout had long disappeared, was perfectly fit to take the field, and could have done so long before if he had not preferred to shift on to other shoulders the responsibility for the siege of Gerona. He was, on October 1, at the baths of Mollet, destroying the germs of his malady, as he gravely wrote to Paris, amusing himself, as St. Cyr maintains in his memoirs. Convinced that the siege had still a long time to run, and eager to do an ill turn to the officer who had intrigued to get his place, St. Cyr played on the marshal precisely the same trick that Verdier had played on himself a fortnight before. He announced that he was indisposed, wrote to congratulate Augereau on his convalescence, and to resign the command to his hands, and departed to his home, without waiting for an answer or obtaining leave from Paris, a daring act, as Napoleon was enraged, and might have treated him hardly. He was indeed put under arrest for a short time. From the 1st to the 11th of October, Souham remained in charge of the army, but on the 12th Augereau appeared and took command, bringing with him the mass of convalescents who had been lingering at Perpignan. Among them was Verdier, whose health became all that could be desired when St. Cyr had disappeared. The night following the marshal's arrival was disturbed by an exciting incident. Henry O'Donnell, from his refuge on the Capuchin Heights, had been watching for a fortnight for a good chance of escape. There was a dense fog on the night of the 12th-13th. Taking advantage of it, O'Donnell came down with his brigade, made a circuit round the town, crossed the Onia, and struck straight away into the plain of Salt, which, being the most open and exposed, was also the least guarded section of the French lines of investment. He broke through the chain of vedettes almost without firing, and came rushing before dawn into Souham's headquarters camp on the heights of Aiguaviva. The battalion sleeping there was scattered, and the general forced to fly in his shirt. O'Donnell swept off his riding horses and baggage, as also some prisoners, and was out of reach in half an hour, before the rallying fractions of the French division came up to the rescue of their chief. By 6 o'clock, the escaping column was in safety in the mountains by Santa Coloma, where it joined the Miquelites of Milans. For this daring exploit, O'Donnell was made a major general by the Supreme Junta. His departure was a great relief to Alvarez, who had to husband every mouthful of food, and had already put both the garrison and the townsfolk on half rations of flour and horseflesh. Augereau was in every way inferior as an officer to St. Cyr. An old soldier of fortune risen from the ranks, he had little education or military science. His one virtue was headlong courage on the battlefield, yet when placed in supreme command, he often hesitated and showed hopeless indecision. He had been lucky enough to earn a great reputation as Napoleon's second-in-command in the old campaigns of Italy in 1796-7. Since then, he had made his fortune by becoming one of the emperor's most zealous tools and flatterers. He was reckoned a blind and reckless Bonapartist, ready to risk anything for his master, but spoilt his reputation for sincerity by deserting him at the first opportunity in 1814. He was inclined to a harsh interpretation of the laws of war and enjoyed a doubtful reputation for financial integrity. Yet he was prone to ridiculous self-laudatory proclamations and manifestos, written in a bombastic strain which he vainly imagined to resemble his master's thunders of the bulletins. Scraps of his address to the citizens of Gerona may serve to display his fatuity. Unhappy inhabitants, wretched victims immolated to the caprice and madness of ambitious men greedy for your blood, return to your senses, open your eyes, consider the ills which surround you. With what tranquility do your leaders look upon the graves crammed with your corpses? Are you not horror-struck at these cannibals, whose mirth bursts out in the midst of the human hecatomb, and who yet dare to lift their gory hands in prayer towards the throne of a God of peace? They call themselves the apostles of Jesus Christ. Tremble, cruel and infamous men. The God who judges the actions of mortals is slow to condemn, but his vengeance is terrible. I warn you for the last time, inhabitants of Gerona, reflect while you still may. If you force me to throw aside my usual mildness, your ruin is inevitable. I shall be the first to groan at it, but the laws of war impose on me the dire necessity. I am severe but just. Unhappy Gerona, if thy defenders persist in their obstinacy, thou shalt perish in blood and flame. Signed, Augereau. Stuff of this sort was not likely to have much effect on fanatics like Alvarez and his crusaders. If it is so wrong to cause the deaths of men, they had only to answer, why has Bonaparte sent his legions into Spain? On the Marshal's line of argument, that it is wrong to resist overwhelming force, it is apparently a sin before God for any man to attempt to defend his house and family against any bandit. There is much odious and hypocritical nonsense in some of Napoleon's bulletins, where he grows tender on the miseries of the people he has conquered, but nothing to approach the maunderings of his copyist. Augereau found the army about Gerona showing not more than 12,000 bayonets fit for the field, gunners and sappers excluded. The men were sick of the siege, and it would seem that the Marshal was forced, after inspecting the regiments and conferring with the generals, to acquiesce in St. Cyr's decision that any further assaults would probably lead to more repulses. He gave out that he was resolved to change the system on which the operations had hitherto been conducted, but the change amounted to nothing more than that he ordered a slow but steady bombardment to be kept up, and occasionally vexed the Spaniards by demonstrations against the more exposed points of the wall. It does not appear that either of these expedients had the least effect in shaking the morale of the garrison. It is true that during October and November the hearts of the Geronese were commencing to grow sick, but this was solely the result of starvation and dwindling numbers. As to the bombardment, they were now hardened to any amount of dropping fire. On October 28, they celebrated the feast of San Narciso, their patron, by a procession all round the town, which was under fire for the whole time of its progress, and paid no attention to the casualties which it cost them. Meanwhile, when the second half of October had begun, Blake made the third and last of his attempts to throw succors into Gerona. It was even more feebly carried out than that of September 26, for the army employed was less numerous. Blake's force had not received any reinforcement to make up for the men lost in the last affair, a fact that seems surprising, since Valencia ought now to have been able to send him the remainder of the regiments which had been reorganized since the disasters of June. But it would seem that José Caro, who was in command in that province, and the local junta, made excuses for retaining as many men as possible and cared little for the danger of Gerona, so long as the war was kept far from their own frontier. It was, at any rate, with no more than 10,000 or 12,000 men, the remains of his original force, that Blake once more came forward on October 18, and threatened the blockading army by demonstrations both from the side of La Bisbal and that of Santa Coloma. He had again collected a considerable amount of food at Hostelrich, but had not yet formed a convoy. Apparently, he was waiting to discover the weakest point in the French lines before risking his mules and his stores, both of which were by now very hard to procure. There followed a fortnight of confused skirmishing, without any battle, though Augereau tried with all his might to force on a general engagement. One of his Italian brigades was roughly handled near La Bispal on the 21st, and another repulsed near Santa Coloma on the 26th. But on each occasion, when the French reinforcements came up, Blake gave back and refused to fight. On November 1, the whole of Sougham's division marched on Santa Coloma and forced Loiguri and Henry O'Donnell to evacuate it and retire to the mountains. Sougham reported that he had inflicted a loss of 2,000 men on the Spaniards, at the cost of 11 killed and 43 wounded on his own side. The real casualty list of the two Spanish divisions seems to have been somewhat over 100 men. Nothing decisive had taken place up to November 7, when Augereau conceived the idea that he might make an end of Blake's fruitless but vexatious demonstrations by dealing a sudden blow at his magazines in Hostelrich. If these were destroyed, it would cost the Spaniards much time to collect another store of provisions for Gerona. Accordingly, Pino marched with 3 brigades to storm the town, which was protected only by a dilapidated medieval wall unfurnished with guns, though the castle which dominated it was a place of considerable strength and proof against a coup de main. Only one of Blake's divisions, that of Cuadrado, less than 2,000 strong, was in this quarter, and Augereau found employment for the others by sending some of Sougham's troops against them. The expedition succeeded. While Mazzucchelli's brigade occupied the attention of Cuadrado, the rest of the Italians stormed Hostelrich, which was defended only by its own inhabitants and the small garrison of the castle. The Spaniards were driven up into that stronghold after a lively fight, and all the magazines fell into Pino's hands and were burnt. At a cost of only 35 killed and 64 wounded, the food, which Blake had collected with so much difficulty, was destroyed. Thereupon, the Spanish general gave up the attempt to succor Gerona and withdrew to the plain of Vich to recommence the Sisyphean task of getting together one more convoy. It was not destined to be of any use to Alvarez and his gallant garrison, for by the time that it was collected, the siege had arrived at its final stage. The Geronese were now reaching the end of their strength. For the first time since the investment began in May, some of the defenders began to show signs of slackening. The heavy rains of October and the commencement of the cold season were reducing alike troops and inhabitants to a desperate condition. They had long used up all their fuel and found the chill of winter intolerable in their cellars and casemates. Alvarez, though reduced to a state of physical prostration by dysentery and fever, was still steadfast in heart. But there was discontent brewing among some of his subordinates. It is notable, as showing the spirit of the time, that the malcontents were found among the professional soldiers, not among the citizens. Early in November, several officers were found holding secret conferences and drawing up an address to the local junta, setting forth the desperate state of the city and the necessity for deposing the governor, who was represented as incapacitated for command by reason of his illness. It was apparently hinted that he was going mad or was intermittently delirious. Some of the wild sayings attributed to Alvarez during the later days of the siege might be quoted as a support for their representations. To a captain who asked to what point he was expected to retire if he were driven from his post, it is said that he answered, "To the cemetery." To another officer, the first who dared to say that capitulation was inevitable because of the exhaustion of the magazines, he replied, "When the last food is gone, we will start eating the cowards, and we will begin with you." Though aware that their conspiracies were known, the malcontents did not desist from their efforts, and Alvarez made preparations for seizing and shooting the chiefs. But on the night of November 19, 8 of them, including 3 lieutenant colonels, warned by a traitor of their approaching fate, fled to Augereau's camp. Their arrival was the most encouraging event for the French that had occurred since the commencement of the siege. They spoke freely of the exhaustion of the garrison and said that Alvarez was mad and moribund. It was apparently this information concerning the desperate state of the garrison which induced Augereau to recommence active siege operations. He ordered up ammunition from Perpignan to fill the empty magazines, and when it arrived began to batter a new breach in the curtain of Santa Lucia. On December 2, Pino's Italians stormed the suburb of La Marina, outside the southern end of the town, a quarter hitherto unassailed, and made a lodgment therein, as if to open a new point of attack. But this was only done to distract the enemy from the real design of the marshal, which was nothing less than to cut off the forts on the Capuchin heights from Gerona by seizing the redoubts, those of the chapter and the city, which covered the steep upward path from the walls to the group of works on the hilltop. At midnight on December 6, the Voltigeur and Grenadier companies of Pinault's division climbed the rough southern face of the Capuchin heights and surprised and escaladed the redoubt of the city, putting the garrison to the sword. Next morning, the batteries of the forts above and the city below opened a furious fire upon the lost redoubt, and Alvarez directed his last sally, sending out every man that he could collect to recover the work. This led to a long and bloody fight on the slopes, which ended most disastrously for the garrison. Not only was the sortie repulsed, but in the confusion the French carried the cavalry and chapter redoubts, the other works which guarded the access from Gerona to the upper forts. On the afternoon of December 7, the communication with them was completely cut off, and as their garrisons possessed no separate magazines and had been wont to receive their daily dole from the city, it was clear that they must be starved out. They had only food for 48 hours at the moment. The excitement of the sally had drained away the governor's last strength. He took to his bed that evening, was in delirium next day, and on the morning of the 9th received the last sacraments of the church, the doctors having declared that his hours were numbered. His last conscious act was to protest against any proposal to surrender before he handed over the command to the senior officer present, General Juliano Bolivar. Had Alvarez retained his senses, it is certain that an attempt would have been made to hold the town, even when the starving garrisons of the forts should have surrendered. But the moment that his stern hand was removed, his successor, Bolivar, called together a council of war, to which the members of the junta, no less than the officers commanding corps, were invited. They voted that further resistance was impossible and sent out Brigadier General Fornes, the man who had so well defended Montjuich, to obtain terms from Augereau. On the morning of the 10th, the marshal received him and dictated a simple surrender, without any of the favorable conditions which Fornes at first demanded. His only concession was that he offered to exchange the garrison for an equal number of the unhappy prisoners from Dupont's army, now lying in misery on the pontoons at Cadiz, if the Supreme Junta concurred. But the bargain was never ratified, as the authorities at Seville were obdurate. On the morning of December 11, the survivors of the garrison marched out and laid down their arms on the glacis of the Mercadal. Only 3,000 men came forth. These looked like living specters, so pale, weak, and tattered that the besiegers, as eyewitnesses observed, felt ashamed to have been held at bay so long by dying men. There were 1,200 more lying in the hospitals. The rest of the 9,000 who had defended the place from May or had entered with Garcia Conde in September, were dead. A detailed inspection of figures shows that of the 57-23 men of Alvarez's original command, only 2,008 survived, while of the 36-48 who had come later there were sent 240 left, i.e. 2/3 of the old garrison, and 1/3 of the succors had perished. The mortality by famine and disease far exceeded that by the sword. 800 men had died in the hospitals in October, and 300 in November, from mere exhaustion. The town was in a dreadful state. About 6,000 of the 14,000 inhabitants had perished, including nearly all the very young and the very old. 0 bombs and 0 shells had been thrown into the unhappy city. It presented a melancholy vista of houses roofless, or with 1 or 2 of the side walls knocked in, of streets blocked by the fallen masonry of churches or towers, under which half-decayed corpses were partially buried. The open spaces were strewn with broken muskets, bloody rags, wheels of disabled guns and carts, fragments of shells, and the bones of horses and mules whose flesh had been eaten. The stench was so dreadful that Augereau had to keep his troops out of the place, lest infection should be bred among them. In the magazines nothing was found save a little unground corn. All the other provisions had been exhausted. There were also 168 cannon, mostly disabled, about 10,000 lb. Of powder, and 1,000,000 musket cartridges. The military chest handed over contained reals, about 6 sterling. Augereau behaved very harshly to the garrison. Many feeble or diseased men were made to march to Perpignan and perished by the way. The priests and monks of the crusade were informed that they were combatants and sent off with the soldiery, but the fate of the gallant governor provokes a special indignation. Alvarez did not die of his fever. When he was somewhat recovered, he was forwarded to Perpignan, and from thence to Narbonne, where he was kept for some time and seemed convalescent. Orders then came from Paris that he was to be sent back to Spain, apparently to be tried as a traitor, for it was alleged that in the spring of 1808 he had accepted the provisional government installed by Murat. He was separated from his aide-de-camp and servants and passed on from dungeon to dungeon till he reached Figueras. The day after his arrival at that place, he was found dead, on a barrow, the only bed granted him, in the dirty cellar where he had been placed. It is probable that he perished from natural causes, but many Spaniards believed that he had been murdered. Great as the losses of the garrison of Gerona had been, they were far exceeded, both positively and proportionately, by those of the besieging army. The French official returns show that on June 15, the three divisions charged with the attack, those of Verdier, Morio, and Lecce, 456 bayonets, and the two divisions of the covering army, those of Sauhem and Pino, 15,732. There were 2637 artillerymen and engineers over and above these figures. On December 31, 20 days after the surrender, and when the regiments had been joined by most of their convalescents, the three siege divisions count 343 men, the covering divisions 11,666, and the artillery and engineers 2,390. This shows a loss of over 13,000 men, but on examination the deficit is seen to be even larger, for two new battalions from France had just joined Verdier's division in December, and their 1,000 bayonets should be deducted from his total. It would seem, then, that the capture of Gerona cost the 7th Corps about 14,000 men, as well as a whole campaigning season from April to December. The attack on Catalonia had been brought to a complete standstill, and when Gerona fell, the French occupied nothing but the ruined city, the fortresses of Roses and Figueras hard by the frontier, and the isolated Barcelona, where Duhesme, with the 6,000 men of his division, had been lying quiescent all the summer and autumn. Such a force was too weak to make detachments to aid St. Cyr or Augereau, since 4,000 men at least were needed for the garrison of the citadel and the outlying forts, and it would have been hopeless for the small remainder to take the field. Duhesme only conducted one short incursion to Villafranca during the siege of Gerona. In the last months of the year, Barcelona was again in a state of partial starvation. The food brought in by Cosmo's convoy in the spring had been exhausted, while a second provision fleet from Toulon, escorted by 5 men of war, had been completely destroyed in October. Admiral Martin surprised it off Cape Cruz, drove ashore and burnt 2 line-of-battle ships and a frigate, and captured most of the convoy. The rest took refuge in the harbor of Roses, where Captain Halliwell attacked them with the boats of the squadron and burnt them all. While Gerona was enduring its last month of starvation, those whose care it should have been to succor the place at all costs were indulging in a fruitless exchange of recriminations and making preparations when it was all too late. Blake, after retiring to Vich on November 10, informed the junta of Catalonia that he was helpless unless more men could be found and that they must find them. Why he did not rather insist that the Valencian reserves should be brought up and risk stripping Tarragona and Lerida of their regular garrisons, it is hard to say. This at any rate would have been in his power. The Catalan junta replied by summoning a congress at Manresa on November 20, to which representatives of every district of the Principality were invited. The Congress voted that a levy en masse of all the able-bodied men from 17 to 45 years of age should be called out, and authorized a loan of 10 million reals for equipping them. They also wrote to Seville, not for the first time, to demand reinforcements from the central junta. But the Battle of Ocaña had just been fought and lost, and Andalusia could not have spared a man, even if there had been time to transport troops to Tarragona. All that the Catalans received was honorary votes of approval for the gallant behavior of the Gironese. The levy en masse was actually begun, but there was an insuperable difficulty in collecting and equipping the men in winter time, when days were short and roads were bad. The weeks passed by, and Girona fell long before enough men had been got together to induce Blake to try a new offensive movement. Why was the Congress not called in September rather than in November? Blake had always declared that he was too weak to risk a battle with the French for the raising of the siege, but till the last moment, the Catalans contented themselves with arguing with him and writing remonstrances to the central junta, instead of lending him the aid of their last levies. One or two points connected with this famous siege require a word of comment. It is quite clear that St. Cyr, during its early stages, did not try his honest best to help Verdier. During June and July, his covering army was doing no good whatever at Vich. He pretended that he had placed it there in order to ward off possible attacks by Blake. But it was matter of public knowledge that Blake was far away in Aragon, engaged in his unhappy campaign against Suchet, and that Coupigny, left at Tarragona with a few thousand men, was not a serious danger. St. Cyr could have spared a whole division more for the siege operations without risking anything. If he had done so, Girona could have been approached on two sides instead of one, the Mercadal front might have been attacked, and the loose blockade, which was all that Verdier could keep up, for want of more men, might have been made effective. But St. Cyr, all through his military career, earned a reputation for callous selfishness and habitual leaving of his colleagues in the lurch. On this occasion, he was bitterly offended with Verdier for giving himself the airs of an equal and corresponding directly with the emperor. There can be no doubt that he took a malicious pleasure in seeing his failures. It is hardly disguised in his clever and plausible Journal des Opérations de l'Armée de Catalogne, N1808-1809. Verdier, on the other hand, seems to have felt all through that he was being asked to perform a task almost impossible, when he was set to take Girona with his own 14,000 men, unaided by the covering army. His only receipt for success was to try to hurry on the matter by delivering desperate blows. Both the assault on Montjuich on July 8 and that on the city on September 19 were premature. There was some excuse for the former. Verdier had not yet realized how well Alvarez could fight, but the second seems unpardonable after the warning received at Montjuich. If the general, as he declared before delivering his assault, mistrusted his own troops, he had no right to order a storm at all, considering his experience of the way in which the Spaniards had behaved in July. He acted on the fallacious theory that a practicable breach implies a town that can be taken, which is far from being the case if the garrison are both desperate and ingenious in defending themselves. The only way to deal with such a resolute and capable adversary was to proceed by the slow and regular methods of siegecraft, to sap right up to the ditch before delivering an assault, and batter everything to pieces before risking a man. This was how Montjuich was actually taken after the storm had failed. Having neither established himself close under the walls, nor subdued the flanking fires from the cavalry and chapter redoubts, nor ascertained how far the Spaniards had prepared inner defenses for themselves, he had no right to attack at all. As to Blake, even after making all possible allowances for the fact that he could not trust his troops, the half-rallied wrecks of Maria and Belchite, for a battle in the field, he must yet be pronounced guilty of feebleness and want of ingenuity. If he could never bring up enough regulars to give him a chance of facing St. Cyr, the fault was largely his own. A more forcible general would have insisted that the Valencian reserves should march, and would have stripped Lerida and Tarragona of men. It could safely have been done, for neither Suchet nor Duhesme was showing any signs of threatening those points. He might have insisted that the Catalan junta should call out the full levy of Sarmatines in September instead of in November. He might also have made a better use of the irregulars already in the field, the bands of Rivera, Milans, and Claros. These Miquelites did admirable service all through the siege, by harassing Verdier's rear and cutting off his convoys, but they were not employed, as they should have been in combination with the regulars, but allowed, as a rule, to go off on excursions of their own, which had no relation to the main objects of Blake's strategy. The only occasion on which proper use was made of them was when, on September 1, they were set to threaten Verdier's lines, while Garcia Conde's convoy was approaching Girona. It may be pleaded in the Spanish general's defense that it was difficult to exact obedience from the chiefs. There was a distinct coolness between the regulars and the irregulars, which sometimes led to actual quarrels and conflicts when they met. But here again, the reply is that more forcible captain generals were able to control the meticulous, and if Blake failed to do so, it was only one more sign of his inadequacy. It is impossible to avoid the conclusion that he mismanaged matters, and that if in his second and third attempts to relieve Girona he had repeated the tactics of his first, he would have had a far better chance of success. On September 1, only did he make any scientific attempt to distract the enemy's attention and forces, and on that occasion he was successful. Summing things up, it may be said that he was not wrong to refuse battle with the troops that he had actually brought up to Girona. They would undoubtedly have been routed if he had risked a general engagement. His fault was that he did not bring up larger forces when it was in his power to do so, by the exercise of compulsion on the Catalan and Valencian juntas. But these bodies must share Blake's responsibilities. They undoubtedly behaved in a slack and selfish fashion and let Girona perish, though it was keeping the war from their doors for a long 8 months. All the more credit is due to Alvarez, considering the way in which he was left unsuccored and fed with vain promises. A less constant soul would have abandoned the defense long before. The last 2 months of resistance were his sole work. If he had fallen sick in October instead of December, his subordinates would have yielded long before. But it is not merely for heroic obstinacy that he must be praised. Every detail of the defense shows that he was a most ingenious and provident general. Nothing was left undone to make the work of the besiegers hard. Moreover, as Napier has observed, it is not the least of his titles to merit that he preserved a strict discipline and exacted the possible maximum of work from soldier and civilian alike, without the use of any of those wholesale executions which disgraced the defense of Saragossa. His words were sometimes truculent, but his acts were just and moderate. He never countenanced mob law, as did Palafox, yet he was far better obeyed by the citizens and got as good service from them as did the Aragonese commander. He showed that good organization is not incompatible with patriotic enthusiasm and is far more effective in the hour of danger than reckless courage and blind self-sacrifice. Section 17, Chapter IV. The Autumn Campaign of 1809, TAMAMES, Ocaña, and Alba de Tormes. As early as August 30, when Wellington had not fully completed his retreat from Almaraz and Jericillo to Badajoz and Merida, the central junta had already begun to pester him and his brother, the ambassador at Seville, with plans for a resumption of the offensive in the valley of the Tagus. On that day, Martin de Garay, the Secretary of State, wrote to represent to Wellesley that he had good reason to believe that the troops of Victor, Mortier, and Soult were making a general movement to the rear, and that the moment had arrived when the Allied armies in Estremadura and La Mancha should move forward with the greatest activity, either to observe more closely the movements of the enemy or to attack him when circumstances may render it expedient. The French movement of retreat was wholly imaginary, and it is astonishing that the Spanish government should have been so mad as to believe it possible that their retrograde movement may have originated in accounts received from the north, which compel the enemy either to retire into the interior of France or to take up a position nearer to the Pyrenees. On a groundless rumor of the highest intrinsic improbability, they were ready to hurl the newly rallied troops of Eguia and Venegas upon the French, and to invite Wellington to join in the advance. Irresponsible frivolity could go no further. But the junta, as has been already said, were eager for a military success, which should cause their unpopularity to be forgotten, and were ready to seize on any excuse for ordering their troops forward. This particular rumor died away. The French were still in force on the Tagus, and as a matter of fact, the only movement northwards on their part had been the return of Ney's corps to Salamanca. But though the truth was soon discovered, the junta only began to look out for new excuses for recommencing active operations. Wellington, when these schemes were laid before him, reiterated his refusal to join in any offensive campaign, pointed out that the Allied forces were not strong enough to embark on any such hazardous undertaking, and bluntly expressed his opinion that he was much afraid, from what he had seen of the proceedings of the Central Junta, that in the distribution of their forces they do not consider military defense and military operations so much as political intrigue and the attainment of petty political objects. He then proceeded to make an estimate of the French armies to show their numerical superiority to the Allies. In this, he very much underestimated the enemy's resources, calculating the whole force of the 8 corps in Spain at 125,000 men, exclusive of sick and garrisons not available for active service. As a matter of fact, there were 180,000 men, not 125,000, with the Eagles at that moment, after all deductions had been made, so that his reasoning was far more cogent than he supposed. But this only makes more culpable the obstinate determination of the junta to resume operations with the much inferior force which they had at their disposal. Undismayed by their first repulse, the Spanish ministers were soon making new representations to Wellesley and Wellington in order to induce them to commit the English army to a forward policy. They sent in repeated schemes for supplying Wellington with food and transport on a lavish scale, but he merely expressed his doubts as to whether orders that looked admirable on paper would ever be carried out in practice. He consented for the present to remain at Badajoz as long as he could subsist his army in its environs, but warned the junta that it was more probable that he would retire within the Portuguese border for reasons of supply than that he would join in another campaign on the Tagus. Despite of all, the government at Seville went on with its plans for a general advance, even after they recognized that Wellington was not to be moved. A grand plan of operations was gradually devised by the War Minister Cornwall and his advisors. Stated shortly, it was as follows. The army in La Mancha, which Venegas had rallied after the disaster of Almanacid, was to be raised to a strength of over 50,000 men by the drafting into it of a full two-thirds of Cuesta's old army of Estremadura. On September 21, Eguia marched eastwards up the Guadiana with 3 divisions of infantry and 12 or 13 regiments of cavalry to join Venegas. The remaining force, amounting to 2 divisions of infantry and 500 cavalry, was left in Estremadura under the Duke of Albuquerque, the officer to whom the government was obliged to assign this army, because the junta of Badajoz pressed for his appointment and would not hear of any other commander. He was considered an Anglophile and a friend of some of the Andalusian malcontents, so the force left with him was cut down to the minimum. All the old regular regiments were withdrawn from him, save 1 single battalion, and he was left with nothing save the newly raised volunteer units, some of which had behaved so badly at Talavera. His cavalry was soon after reduced by the order to send a brigade to join the Army of the North, so that he was finally left with only 5 regiments of that arm, or about 1,500 sabres. Of his infantry, about 12,000 strong, over 4,000 were absorbed by the garrison of Badajoz, so that he had only 8,000 men available for service in the field. Eguia, on the other hand, carried with him to La Mancha some 25,000 men, the picked corps of the Estremaduran army, and, as the remains of Venegas's divisions rallied and recruited after Almanacid amounted to rather more than that number, the united force exceed 0 sabres and bayonets. With this army, the junta intended to make a direct stroke at Madrid, while Albuquerque was directed to show himself on the Tagus, in front of Almaraz and Talavera, with the object of detaining at least one of the French corps in that direction. It was hoped, even yet, that Wellington might be induced to join in this demonstration. If once the redcoats reappeared at the front, neither Soult nor Mortier could be moved to oppose the army of La Mancha. Meanwhile, Ney and the French corps in Leon and Old Castile were to be distracted by the use of a new force from the north, whose composition must be explained. The junta held that the last campaign had failed only because the Allies had possessed no force ready to detain Soult and Ney. If they had not appeared at Plasencia, Wellington, Cuesta, and Venegas would have been able to drive King Joseph out of his capital. 2 months later, the whole position was changed, in their estimation, by the fact that Spain once more possessed a large army of the left, which would be able to occupy at least 2 French corps, while the rest of the Allies marched again on Madrid. That such a force existed did indeed modify the aspect of affairs. La Romana had been moved to Seville to become a member of the junta, but his successor, the Duc del Parc, was collecting a host very formidable as far as numbers went. The old army of Galicia had been reformed into 4 divisions under Martin de la Carrera, Losada, Mahi, and the Conde de Belvedere, the general whose name was so unfortunately connected with the ill-fought combat of Gamonal. These 4 divisions now comprise 0 men, of whom more than half were newly raised Galician recruits, whom La Romana had embodied in the depleted cadres of his original battalions, after Ney and Soult had evacuated the province in July. A few of the ancient regiments that had made the campaign of Espinosa had died out completely, their small remnants having been drafted into other corps. On the other hand, there were a few new regiments of Galician volunteers, but La Romana had set his face against the creation of such units, wisely preferring to place his new levies in the ranks of the old battalions of the regular army. In the main, therefore, the new army of the left represented, as far as names and cadres went, Blake's original army of Galicia. It had the same cardinal fault as that army in that it had practically no cavalry whatever, the single dragoon regiment that Blake had owned, La Rienay, having been almost completely destroyed in 1808. Each division had a battery, the guns, of which La Romana's army had been almost destitute in the spring, had been supplied from England and landed at Corunna during the summer. But the Galician divisions, though the most numerous, were not the only units which were told off to the new army of the left. Asturias had been free of invaders since Ney and Bonnet retired from its borders in June 1809. The Central Junta ordered Ballesteros to join the main army with the few regular troops in the Principality and 10 battalions of the local volunteers, a force of over 9,000 men. The Asturian junta, always very selfish and particularist in its aims, made some protests but obeyed. 9 of its less efficient regiments were left behind to watch Bonnet. Finally, the Duc del Parc himself had been collecting fresh levies about Ciudad Rodrigo, while the plains of Leon lay abandoned by the French during the absence of Ney's corps in the valley of the Tagus. Including the garrison of Rodrigo he had 0 men, all in new units save 1 old line battalion and 1 old militia regiment. Deducting the 3,500 men which held the fortress, there were 7 battalions, nearly 6,000 bayonets, and a squadron or 2 of horse available for the strengthening of the field army. These were now told off as the 5th division of the army of the left. That of Ballesteros was numbered the 3rd division. The Galician, Asturian, and Leonese divisions had between them less than 500 horsemen. To make up for this destitution, the Central Junta directed the Duke of Albuquerque to send off to Ciudad Rodrigo, via the Portuguese frontier, a brigade of his cavalry. Accordingly, the Prince of Anglona marched north with 3 regiments, only 1,000 sabres in all, and joined Del Parc on September 25. Thus, at the end of that month, the army of the left numbered nearly 50,000 men, all infantry save 1,500 horse and 200 gunners. But they were scattered all over northwestern Spain, from Oviedo to Astorga, and from Astorga to Ciudad Rodrigo, and had to be concentrated before they could act. Nor was the concentration devoid of danger, for the French might fall upon the Asturians or the Leonese before they had joined the Galician main body. As a matter of fact, the 50,000 never took the field in one mass, for Del Parc left a division under Mahi to protect Galicia, and when these regiments and the garrison of Rodrigo were deducted, he had but 40,000 in all, including sick and men on detachment. This, nevertheless, constituted a formidable force. If it had been in existence in July, Soult and Ney could never have marched against Wellington with their whole strength, and the Talavera campaign might have had another end. But the troops were of varying quality. The Leonese division was absolutely raw. The Galicians had far too many recruits with only 2 months' training in their ranks. The Extremaduran cavalry had a bad record of disasters. A general of genius might have accomplished something with the army of the left, but Del Parc, though more cautious than many of his compeers, was no genius. The junta had a deeply rooted notion that if sufficient pressure were applied to Wellesley and Wellington, they would permit Beresford's Portuguese army, now some 20,000 strong, to join Del Parc for the advance into the plains of Leon. They had mistaken their men. Wellington returned as peremptory, a refusal to their request for the aid of the Portuguese troops, as to their demand that his own British army should advance with Albuquerque to the Tagus. Nothing could be more hazardous than the plan finally formulated at the Civil War Office for the simultaneous advance of the armies of La Mancha, the North, and Estremadura. Even if it had been energetically supported by Wellington and Beresford, it would have been rash. Converging operations by several armies starting from distant bases against an enemy concentrated in their midst are proverbially disastrous. In this particular plan, three forces, numbering in all about 110,000 men, and starting from points so far apart as Ciudad Rodrigo, Truxillo, and the passes by La Carolina, were to fall upon some 120,000 men, placed in a comparatively compact body in their center. A single mistake in the timing of operations, the chance that one Spanish army might outmarch another, or that one of the three might fail to detain any hostile force in its front, as had happened with Venegas during the Talavera campaign, was bound to be ruinous. The French had it in their power to deal with their enemies in detail if the least mischance should occur, and with Spanish generals and Spanish armies, it was almost certain that some error would be made. Meanwhile, the junta made their last preparation for the grand stroke by deposing Venegas from the command of the United Army in La Mancha. Eguia held the interim command for a few days, but was to be replaced by Arizaga, an elderly general who had never commanded more than a single division, and had to his credit only courage shown in a subordinate position at the Battle of Alcañiz. He was summoned from Lerida and came hastily to take up his charge. The sole advantage which the Spaniards possessed in October 1809 was that their enemy did not expect to be attacked. A month after Talavera, matters had apparently settled down for the whole autumn as far as the French generals could calculate. With the knowledge that the Austrian war was over and that unlimited reinforcements could now be poured into Spain by his brother, King Joseph was content to wait. He had refused to allow Soult to make his favorite move of invading Portugal in the end of August, because he wished the emperor to take up the responsibility of settling the next plan of campaign and of determining the number of new troops that would be required to carry it out. The French corps, therefore, were in a semicircle round Madrid, Soult and Mortier in the central Tagus Valley at Plasencia and Talavera, Victor in La Mancha, with Sebastiani supporting him at Toledo and Aranjuez, nay at Salamanca, de Sales, and the Royal Guard as a central reserve in the capital. This was a purely defensive position, and Joseph intended to retain it till the masses of troops from Germany, with the emperor himself perchance at their head, should come up to his aid. It does not seem to have entered into his head that the enemy would again take the offensive after the fiasco of the Talavera campaign and the bloody lesson of Almonacid. In September and the early days of October, the French hardly moved at all. Ney left his corps at Salamanca and went on a short leave to Paris on September 25. So little was any danger expected in the plains of Leon. The charge of the 6th Corps was handed over to Marchand, his senior divisional general. There was an even more important change of command pending. Jourdan had been soliciting permission to return to France ever since July. He had been on excellent terms with King Joseph, but found it hard to exact obedience from the marshals. Indeed, he was generally engaged in a controversy either with Victor or with Soult. The emperor was not inclined to allow him to quit Spain, but Jourdan kept sending in applications to be superseded, backed by medical certificates as to his dangerous state of health. Finally, he was granted leave to return by a letter which reached him on October 25, just as the new campaign was beginning to develop into an acute phase. But he gladly handed over his duties to Soult, who thus became Major General or Chief of the Staff to King Joseph, and departed without lingering or reluctance for France, glad to be quit of a most invidious office. Before Jourdan's departure, there had been some small movements of the French troops. Hearing vague rumors of the passage eastward of Eguia's army, King Joseph ordered a corresponding shift of his own troops towards that quarter. Soult and the 2nd Corps were ordered from Plasencia to Oropesa and Talavera, there relieving Mortier and the 5th Corps, who were to push up the Tagus toward Toledo. This would enable Victor to call up Sebastiani's cavalry and 2 of his infantry divisions from Toledo into La Mancha. Having thus got together some 25,000 men, Victor advanced to Daimiel and pressed in the advanced posts of the main Spanish army on October 15. Eguia, who was still in temporary command since Arizaga had not yet arrived, made no attempt to stand, but retired into the passes of the Sierra Morena. This apparent timidity of the enemy convinced the marshal that nothing dangerous was on hand in this quarter. He drew back his army into cantonments, in a semicircle from Toledo to Tarancon, leaving the cavalry of Milhaud and Paris out in his front. Nothing more happened in La Mancha for a fortnight, but on the other wing, in the Kingdom of Leon, matters came to a head sooner. About the middle of September, the bulk of the Galician army, the divisions of Losada, Belvedere, and La Carrera, had moved down the Portuguese frontier via Alcanizes and joined Del Parque at Ciudad Rodrigo. On the 25th of the same month, the Prince of Anglona, with the cavalry brigade from Estremadura, also came in to unite himself to the army of the left. Del Parque had thus 25,000 infantry and 500 horse concentrated. He had still to be joined by Ballesteros and the Asturians, who had to pick their way with caution through the plains of Leon. Mahi and the 4th Division of the Galicians had been left in the passes above Astorga to cover the high road into Galicia. He had a vanguard in Astorga under Santasildas, and the town, whose walls had been repaired by the order of La Romana, was now capable of making some defense. Facing Del Parque and his lieutenants, there were two distinct forces. The 6th Corps, now under Marchand, was concentrated at Salamanca. Having received few or no drafts since its return from Galicia, it was rather weak. Its 21 battalions and 4 cavalry regiments only counted at the end of September some 13,000 bayonets and 200 sabres effective, the sick being numerous. In the north of Leon and in Old Castile, Kellerman was in charge, with an independent force of no great strength. His own division of dragoons, nearly 3,000 sabres, was its only formidable unit. The infantry was composed of 3 Swiss battalions and 4 or 5 French battalions, which had been left in garrisons in Old Castile when the regiments to which they belonged went southward in the preceding winter. The whole did not amount to more than 3,500 bayonets. The dragoons were very serviceable in the vast plains of Leon, but it was with difficulty, and only by cutting down garrisons to a dangerous extent, that Kellerman could assemble a weak infantry brigade of 2,000 men to back the horsemen. It was nevertheless on Kellerman's side, and by the initiative of the French, that the first clash took place in northwestern Spain. Hearing vague reports of the movement of the Galician divisions towards Ciudad Rodrigo, Kellerman sent General Carrier, with 2 regiments of dragoons and 200 infantry, to occupy Astorga, being ignorant apparently that it was now garrisoned and more or less fortified. Carrier found the place occupied, made a weak attack upon it on October 9, and was beaten off. He was able to report to his chief that the Spaniards, i.e. Mahi's division, were in some force in the passes beyond. At much the same moment that this fact was ascertained, Del Parque began to move. He had been lying since September 24 at Fuente Guinaldo in the highland above Ciudad Rodrigo. On October 5, he made an advance as far as Tamames, on the byroad from Rodrigo to Salamanca, which skirts the mountains, wisely avoiding the high road in the more level ground by San Martin del Rio and Castrejon. He had with him his 3 Galician divisions and his 1,500 horse, but he had not brought forward his raw Leonese division under Castrafuerte, which still lay by Rodrigo. On hearing of the Duke's advance, Marchand sent out reconnaissances, and having discovered the position of the Spaniards, resolved at once to attack them. On October 17, he started out from Salamanca, taking with him his whole corps, except the 2 battalions of the 50th Regiment, which were left to garrison the town. On the afternoon of the next day, Marchand came in sight of the enemy, who was drawn up ready to receive him on the heights above Tamames. The French general had with him 19 battalions, some 12,000 bayonets, his 1,200 horse and 14 guns. Del Parque had 0 Galician infantry, Anglona's cavalry, and 18 guns. His position was so strong, and his superiority in infantry so marked, that he was probably justified in risking a battle on the defensive. Tamames, an unwalled village of moderate size, lies at the foot of a range of swelling hills. Its strategical importance lies in the fact that it is the meeting place of the 2 country roads from Ciudad Rodrigo to Salamanca via Matilla, and from Ciudad Rodrigo to Bejar and the pass of Baños via Nava Redonda. Placed there, Del Parque's army threatened Salamanca and had a choice of lines of retreat, the roads to Rodrigo and to the passes into Estremadura being both open. But retreat was not the Duke's intention. He had drawn up his army on the heights above Tamames, occupying the village below with a battalion or two. On the right, where the hillside was steeper, he had placed Losada and the 2nd Division. On the left, where the ridge sinks down gently into the plain, was Martin de la Carrera with the vanguard division. The Conde de Belvedere's division, the 3rd, formed the reserve and was drawn up on the reverse slope behind La Carrera. The Prince of Anglona's cavalry brigade was out on the extreme left, partly hidden by woods, in the low ground beyond the flank of the vanguard. Marchand, arriving on the ground in the afternoon after a march of 14 miles from Matilla, was overjoyed to see the enemy offering battle and attacked without a moment's hesitation. His arrangements much resembled those of Victor at Uccle, though his luck was to be very different. It was clear that the Spanish left was the weak point, and that the heights could be turned and ascended on that side with ease. Accordingly, Maucun's brigade, 6 battalions in all, and the light cavalry, strengthened by 1 regiment of dragoons, were ordered to march off to the right, to form in a line perpendicular to that of Del Parque and break down his flank. When this movement was well developed, Marcognet's brigade, 6 battalions, was to attack the Spanish center, to the east of the village of Tamames, while the 25th Leger, 2 battalions, was to contain the hostile right by a demonstration against the high and difficult ground in that direction. Marchand kept in reserve, behind his center, the 27th Anth of the line, 6 battalions, and his remaining regiment of dragoons. The vice of this formation was that the striking force, Maucun's column, was too weak. It would have been wise to have strengthened it at the expense of the center, and to have made a mere demonstration against the heights above the village of Tamames, as well as on the extreme French left. Maucun accomplished his flank march undisturbed, deployed in front of La Carrera's left, and advanced against it. The Spanish general threw back his wing to protect himself and ordered his cavalry to threaten the flank of the advancing force. But he was nearly swept away. When the skirmishing lines were in contact, the French brigadier ordered his cavalry to charge the center of the Spanish division. Striking in diagonally, Lorset's hussars and chasseurs broke La Carrera's line and captured the 6 guns of his divisional artillery. Almost at the same moment, Anglona's cavalry came in upon Maucun's flank, but being opposed by 2 battalions of the 69th in square, they received but 1 fire and fled hastily to the rear. Maucun then resumed his march up the hill, covering his flank with his horsemen and pushing La Carrera's broken line before him. But at the head of the slope, he met Belvedere's reserve, which let the broken troops pass through their intervals and took up the fight steadily enough. The French were now opposed by triple numbers, and the combat came to a standstill. Maucun's offensive power was exhausted, and he could no longer use his cavalry on the steep ground which he had reached. Map of the Battle of Tamames. Enlarged Battle of Tamames. Oct. 18, 1809. Meanwhile, on seeing their right brigade opening the combat with such success, the 2 other French columns went forward, Marcognet against the Spanish center, Anselmi of the 25th Leger against the extreme right. But the ground was here much steeper. Losada's Galician division stood its ground very steadily, and Marcognet's 2 regiments made an involuntary halt 3/4 of the way up the heights, under the full fire of the 2 Spanish batteries there placed and the long line of infantry. The officers made several desperate attempts to induce the columns to resume their advance, but to no effect. They fell in great numbers, and at last the regiments recoiled and descended the hill in disorder. Losada's battalions pursued them to the foot of the slope, and the Spanish light troops in the village sallied out upon their flank and completed their rout. Marcognet's brigade poured down into the plain as a disordered mass of fugitives, and were only stayed when Marchand brought up the 27th Anth to their rescue. Del Parque wisely halted the pursuing force before it came into contact with the French reserves and took up again his post on the heights. Meanwhile, the 25th Leger, on the extreme French right, had not pressed its attack home and retreated when the central advance was repulsed. Maucun, too, seeing the rout to his left, withdrew from the heights under cover of his cavalry, carrying off only one of the Spanish guns that he had taken early in the fight, and leaving in return a disabled piece of his own on the hill. The battle was fairly lost, and Marchand retired under cover of his cavalry along the Salamanca road. The enemy made no serious attempt to pursue him in the plain, where his horsemen would have been able to act with advantage. The French had lost 1,300 or 1,400 men, including 18 officers killed and a General Lorset and officers wounded. Marcognet's brigade supplied the greater part of the casualties. The 76th lost its eagle, 7 officers killed and 15 wounded. The 39th almost as many. The cavalry and Maucun's brigade suffered little. The very moderate Spanish loss was 713 killed and wounded, mostly in La Carrera's division. This was the first general action since Bailén in which the Spaniards gained a complete victory. They had a superiority of about 7-4 in numbers and a good position. Nevertheless, the troops were so raw, and the past record of the Army of the Left was so disheartening, that the victory reflects considerable credit on the Galicians. The 6th Corps was reckoned the best of all the French units in Spain, being entirely composed of old regiments from the Army of Germany. It is not too much to say that Ney's absence was responsible for the defeat of his men. Marchand attacked at 3 points and was weak at each. The Marshal would certainly have massed a whole division against the Spanish left, and would not have been stopped by the stout resistance made by Belvedere's reserve. A demonstration by a few battalions would have contained Losada's troops on the left, where the ground was too unfavorable for a serious attack. On the 19th of October, the beaten army reached Salamanca by a forced march. Marchand feared that the enemy would now maneuver either by Ledesma, so as to cut him off from Kellerman and the troops in the north, or by Alba de Tormes, so as to intercept his communication with Madrid. In either case, he would have to retreat, for there was no good defensive ground on the Tormes to resist an army coming from the west. As a matter of fact, Delparc moved by Ledesma for 2 reasons. The first was that he wished to avoid the plains, fearing that Kellerman might have joined the 6th Corps with his cavalry division. The second was that, by moving in this direction, he hoped to make his junction with Ballesteros, who had started from the Asturias to join him, and had been reported to have moved from Astorga to Miranda del Duero, and to be feeling his way southeastward. The juncture took place. The Asturian division, after an unsuccessful attempt to cut off the garrison of Zamora on the 17th, had marched to Ledesma and met the main army there. Delparc had now 28,000 men, and though still very weak in cavalry, thought himself strong enough to march on Salamanca. He reached it on October 25 and found it evacuated. Marchand, learning that Kellerman was too far off to help him, and knowing that no reinforcements from Madrid could reach him for many days, had evacuated the town on the previous evening. He retired towards Toro, thus throwing up his communications with Madrid in order to make sure of joining Kellerman. This seems doubtful policy, for that general could only aid him with 4,000 or 5,000 men, and their joint force would be under 20,000 strong. On the other hand, by retiring on Peñaranda or Medina de Campo, and so approaching the king's army, he could have counted on picking up much larger reinforcements, and on resuming the struggle with a good prospect of success. As a matter of fact, Jourdan, on hearing of the disaster of Tamames, had dispatched, to aid the 6th Corps, Godinot's brigade of Dissal's division, some 3,500 bayonets, from Madrid, and Hudelit's division of the 2nd Corps, about 4,000 strong, from Oropsa, as well as a couple of regiments of cavalry. He made these detachments without scruple, because there was as yet no sign of any activity on the part of the Spanish armies of La Mancha and Estremadura. A week later, he would have found it much more hazardous to weaken his front in the valley of the Tagus. These were the last orders issued by Jourdan, who resigned his post on October 31, while Soult on November 5 arrived at Madrid and replaced him as chief of the staff to King Joseph. Delparc, not unnaturally elated by his victory, now nourished ambitious ideas of clearing the whole of Leon and Old Castile of the enemy, being aware that the armies of La Mancha and Estremadura ought now to be on the move, and that full occupation would be found ere long. For the French corps in the valley of the Tagus, he ordered up his 5th Division, the raw Leonese battalions of Castrafuerte, from Ciudad Rodrigo, and made vehement appeals to the Portuguese government to lend him the whole of Beresford's army for a great advance up the Douro. The Regency, though much pressed by the Spanish ambassador at Lisbon, gave a blank refusal, following Wellington's advice to have nothing to do with offensive operations in Spanish company. But part of Beresford's troops were ordered up to the frontier, not so much to lend a moral support to Del Parque's advance as to be ready to defend their own borders in the event of his defeat. Showing more prudence than Wellington had expected, Del Parque did not push forward from Salamanca when he became certain that he would have to depend on his own forces alone. Even after the arrival of his reserves from Rodrigo, he remained quiet, only pushing out reconnaissances to discover which way the enemy had gone. He had, in fact, carried out his part in the Central Junta's plan of campaign by calling the attention of the French to the north and distracting troops thither from the king's army. It was now the time for Albuquerque and Arizaga to take up the game and relieve him. Marchand, meanwhile, had retired across the Douro and taken up an extended line behind it from Zamora to Tordesillas, a front of over 40 miles, which it would have been impossible to hold with his 13,000 men against a heavy attack delivered at one point. But he was hardly in position when Kellerman arrived, took over the command, and changed the whole plan of campaign, November 1. He had left 2 battalions to guard Benevent, 2 to hold Valladolid, and had only brought up his 3,000 dragoons and 500 infantry. Seeing that it was absolutely necessary to recover the line of communication with Madrid, he ordered the 6th Corps to leave Zamora and Toro, mass at Tordesillas, and then cross the Douro to Medina del Campo, the junction point of the roads from Madrid, Segovia, Valladolid, and Toro. To this same place, he brought up his own small force, and having received Godinot's brigade from Madrid, had 34 battalions and 18 squadrons concentrated, about 23,000 men. Though not yet joined by the other troops from the south, Hudelit's division, he now marched straight upon Salamanca in 2 columns, one by Cantalapidra, the other by Fuente Sauco, intending to offer battle to Del Parque. But the Duke, much to the surprise of everyone, utterly refused to fight, holding the plain too dangerous for an army so weak in cavalry as his own, and overestimating the enemy's force at 36,000 men. He retired from Salamanca after having held it less than a fortnight on November 5, and took not the road to Ciudad Rodrigo, but that to Bijar and the pass of Baños, as if he were about to pass the mountains into Estremadura. This was an excellent move. The French could not pursue him in force without evacuating Old Castile and Leon, which it would have been impossible for them to contemplate. For when Kellerman had concentrated his troops to strike at Salamanca, there was nothing left behind him in the vast upland save a battalion or 2 at Benevent, Valladolid, and Burgos. Mahi, from Galicia, and the Asturians might have overrun the whole region unopposed. As it was, the whole of the provinces behind the Douro showed signs of bursting out into insurrection. Julian Sanchez, the Empecinado, and other guerrillero chiefs, whose names were soon to be famous, raised large bands during the absence of the normal garrisons and swept the countryside, capturing convoys and cutting the lines of communication between Vitoria, Burgos, and Valladolid. Porlia came down with a flying column from the Asturias, assaulted Palencia, and threatened Burgos. The French governors on every side kept reporting their perilous position when they could get a message through to Madrid. Realizing that he must cover his rear, or the whole of Old Castile would be lost to the insurgents, Kellerman, after occupying Salamanca on November 6, left the 6th Corps and Godinot's brigade distributed between Ledesma, Salamanca, and Alba de Tormes, watching Del Parque, and returned in haste with his own troops to the Douro. He commenced to send out flying columns from Valladolid to deal with the guerrilleros, but did not work too far afield, lest he might be called back by a new forward movement on the part of the army of the left. But in a few days he had to recast all his arrangements, for as Del Parque had calculated, the campaign in La Mancha had just opened, and the position of the French in Leon and Old Castile was profoundly affected by the new developments. In the south, as we have already explained, the junta designed Albuquerque's army of Estremadura to be a mere demonstrating force, while Arizaga's 55,000 men were to strike the real blow. The Estremaduran troops, as was proper, moved early to draw the attention of the enemy. Albuquerque's 1st Division under Basicourt, 6,000 infantry and horse, was on the Tagus from Almaraz to Mesa de Iba. His 2nd Division under St. Juan and the rest of his cavalry, some 4,000 in all, were moving up from Truxillo. Basicourt began by sending a small force of all arms across the river at Almaraz to drive in Soult's outposts and spread reports abroad in all directions that he was acting as the vanguard to Wellington's army, which was marching up from Badajoz. Unfortunately, the full effect that he desired was not produced, because deserters informed Soult that the British army was still quiescent on the Guadiana. The French made no movement and left the 2nd Corps alone to watch Albuquerque. Meanwhile, Arizaga, within a few days of assuming the command of the Army of La Mancha, commenced his forward movement. On November 3, having concentrated his 8 divisions of infantry and his 5,700 horse at Santa Cruz de Mudela at the foot of the passes, he gave the order to advance into the plains. The headquarters followed the high road, with the train and 3 divisions. The rest, to avoid encumbering the chaussee, marched by parallel side roads, but were never more than 10 miles from their commander-in-chief. At any rate, Arizaga avoided the sin of dispersion. His army was the best which had been seen under the Spanish banners since Tudela. The men had all been furnished with new clothes and equipment since August, mainly from English stores landed at Cadiz. There were 60 guns and such a body of cavalry as had never yet been collected during the war. The value of the troops was very unequal. If there were many old battalions of the regular army, there were also many new units composed of half-trained Andalusian levies. The cavalry included the old runaways of Medellin and many other regiments of doubtful value. The morale was on the whole not satisfactory. "I wish I had anything agreeable to communicate to you from this army," wrote Colonel Roch, a British officer attached to Arizaga's staff, to Wellington. "The corps which belonged to the original army of La Mancha are certainly in every respect superior to those from Estremadura, and from everything that I can learn none of those abuses which were to be lamented in the army of Estremadura existed here, or, at least, in a much less degree. But nothing can exceed the general discontent, dissatisfaction, and demoralization of the mass of the people and of the army. How can anybody who has the faculty of reason separate the inefficiency, intrigue, bad organization, and consequent disasters of the army from the source of all those evils in the junta? There is not a man of the least reflection who, as things now stand, has a hope of success. And this is the more melancholy, because the mass of the people are just as inveterate in their resentment and abhorrence of the French as at the first hour of the Revolution. The fact seems to have been that the superior officers doubted the wisdom of taking the offensive according to the junta's orders, and had no confidence in Arizaga, who was only known as a fighting general and had no reputation for skill. The rank and file, as Artek remarks, were disposed to do their duty, but had no confidence in their luck. Their government, and not their generals, must take the major part of the blame for the disaster that followed. Arizaga was well aware that his best chance was to strike with extreme boldness and vigor, and to dash into the midst of the French before they could concentrate. Hence his march was at first conducted with great rapidity and decision. Between the 3rd and the 8th of November, he made nearly 15 miles a day, though the roads were somewhat broken up by the autumn rains. On the 8th he reached La Guardia, 80 miles from his starting point, and his advanced cavalry under General Frere had its first skirmish with a brigade of Milhaud's dragoons at Costa de Madera near Dos Barrios. The Spanish horse deployed in such numbers that the French were compelled to move off in haste, and with some loss, though they had beaten off with ease the first 2 or 3 regiments which had gone forward against them. The Spanish advance had been so rapid and so unexpected that Soult and King Joseph had been taken completely by surprise. On November 6, the Marshal had reported to Paris that the troops on the Tagus and in La Mancha are up to the present unmolested, and as, from all I can learn, there is no prospect of the enemy making any offensive movement on that side, I intend to form from them a strong flying column to hunt the brigands in the direction of Burgos. Only 4 days later, he had to announce that an army of at least 40,000 men was close in front of Aranjuez, and not more than 35 miles from Madrid, and that he was hurrying together troops from all quarters to make head against them. At the moment, indeed, there was nothing directly between Arizaga's vanguard at La Guardia and the Spanish capital, save the Polish division of the 4th Corps stationed at Aranjuez, and Milhaud's 5 regiments of dragoons at Ocaña. If the Spaniard had pushed on for 3 days more at his starting pace, he might have crossed the Tagus and have forced King Joseph to fight, close in front of Madrid, with an imperfectly assembled army. On the 9th and 10th levels, Germans were in march from Toledo to Aranjuez to join Sebastiani's Poles. Mortier's 1st Division was hurrying from Talavera to Toledo, and his 2nd Division was making ready to follow. The 2nd Corps, despite Albuquerque's demonstration in front of Almaraz, was preparing to quit Oropesa in order to replace Mortier's men at Talavera. Victor, in the meanwhile, with the 1st Corps, was lying in front of Toledo at Ajafrin, with his cavalry at Mora and Yebines. He reported that no hostile force had come his way, but that he had ascertained that a large army had marched past his front along the Great Chaussee from Madrigos to Aranjuez. He was in a position to attack it in rear and flank if there was a sufficient force gathered in its front to justify him in closing. But on reaching La Guardia, Arizaga seemed suddenly to realize the dangers of his movement. No doubt, it was the news that Victor was almost in his rear that paralyzed him, but he halted on the 9th, when a bold advance would certainly have enabled him to seize Aranjuez by evicting the small force under Milhaud and Sebastiani. For 3 fatal days, the 9th, 10th, and 10th of November, the Spanish main body remained halted in a mass at La Guardia, as if for the special purpose of allowing the enemy to concentrate. On the 11th, Arizaga at last began to move again. He sent forward the whole of his cavalry, supported by Zayas and his vanguard division, to press back the force in his front. They found Milhaud's 5 regiments of dragoons ranged in line of battle before the small town of Ocaña and supported by Sebastiani's Polish infantry. Frere advanced, using his triple superiority of numbers to turn both flanks of the French cavalry. Milhaud, after some partial charges, retired behind the Poles, who formed a line of 6 battalion squares. The Spanish horse made a half-hearted attempt to attack them, but were repelled by their rolling fire before they came to close quarters and drew back. It was now 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Spanish infantry was only just beginning to come up. Zayas and Frere agreed that it was too late to begin a second attack and put off fighting till the next morning. But during the night, the French evacuated Ocaña and retired to Aranjuez, wisely judging that it would be insane to wait for the arrival of the Spanish main body. They had lost about 50 men, Frere's cavalry just over 200. Next day, Arizaga brought up the whole of his army to Ocaña, and his cavalry reconnoitered up to the gates of Aranjuez and the bridge of Puente la Reina. Sebastiani made ready to defend them, and having been joined by the German division from Toledo, wrote to Soult to say that he would resist to the last extremity in order to gain time for the arrival of Victor's corps and the other troops which were marching up from the west and north. The attack which he expected was never delivered. Arizaga, nervous about the presence of the 1st Corps on his flank, had resolved to shift his army eastward to get further away from it. Abandoning his line of communication by La Guardia and Madrigos, he marched his whole force by crossroads parallel to the Tagus up to La Zarza, and seized the fords of Villamanrique, 25 miles above Aranjuez, on the Madrid-Albacete road. If Victor, as he supposed, had been maneuvering on his flank, this movement would have cut him off from his base in Andalusia and have left him only the mountains of Murcia as a line of retreat. But, as a matter of fact, the 1st Corps was no longer at Ajafrin or Mora, but had been called behind the Tagus, so that his retreat was safer than he supposed. Soult and King Joseph, meanwhile, had been completing their concentration. They had written to Kellerman, ordering him to send back to Madrid without delay the brigade of Dissal's division under Godinot which had been lent him, and to spare them as well one infantry brigade of the 6th Corps. These troops were too far off to be available at once, but of the remainder of their units, the Royal Guard and Spanish battalions of King Joseph, with Dissal's remaining brigade, were moved out to support Sebastiani. Victor had been brought back across the Tagus and was also marching on Aranjuez. Mortier's corps was concentrated at Toledo, while the 2nd Corps was in motion from Oropesa to Talavera, having discovered no signs of a serious advance on the part of Albuquerque. The care of Madrid was handed over to the incomplete French division of the 4th Corps, some of whose battalions were dispersed at Guadalajara, Alcala, Segovia, and other garrisons. Paris's light cavalry of the same corps was also at this moment watching the roads to the east of Madrid. On the 12th, Arizaga threw Lacy's division across the Tagus and laid down 2 pontoon bridges near Villamanrique, so as to be able to bring over his whole army in the shortest possible time. But the 13th, 14th, and 15th were days of storm. The river rose high, and the artillery and trains stuck fast on the vile crossroads from Arcania over which they were being brought. In consequence, less than half the Spanish army was north of the Tagus on November 15, though the advance cavalry pushed on to the line of the Tadjuna and skirmished with Paris's chasseurs about Arganda. It seemed, nevertheless, that Arizaga was committed to an advance upon Madrid by the high road from Albacete, wherefore Soult blew up the bridges of Aranjuez and Puente la Reina and ordered Victor to march from Aranjuez on Arganda with the First Corps, nearly 20,000 men, purposing to join him with the king's reserves and to offer battle on the Tadjuna, while Mortier and Sebastiani's Poles and Germans should fall upon the enemy's flank. But this plan was foiled by a new move upon Arizaga's part. He now commenced a retreat as objectless as his late advance. Just as Victor's cavalry came in touch with his front, he withdrew his whole army across the Tagus, destroyed his bridges, and retired to La Zarza on the 17th, evidently with the intention of recovering his old line of communication with Andalusia via Ocaña and Madrigos. The moment that this new departure became evident, Soult reversed the marching orders of all his columns save Victor's, and bade them return hastily to Aranjuez, where the bridge was repaired in haste, and to cross the Tagus there with the intention of intercepting Arizaga's line of retreat and forcing a battle on him near Ocaña. Victor, however, had got so far to the east that it would have wasted time to bring him back to Aranjuez, wherefore he was directed to cross the river at Villamanrique and follow hard in Arizaga's rear. On the morning of the 18th, Milhaud's and Paris's cavalry, riding at the head of the French army, crossed the Tagus at Aranjuez, and pressing forward met, between Antigola and Ocaña, Frere's horsemen moving at the head of Arizaga's column, which on this day was strung out between La Zarza and Nobleges, marching hastily westward. Towards the high road, the collision of Milhaud and Frere brought about the largest cavalry fight which took place during the whole Peninsular War. For Milhaud and Paris had 8 regiments, nearly 3,000 men, while 3 of Frere's 4 divisions were present, to the number of over 4,000 sabres. On neither side was any infantry in hand. Sebastiani, who had come up with the light cavalry of his corps, was eager for a fight and engaged at once. Charging the Spanish front line with Paris's light horse, he broke it with ease, but Frere came on with his reserves, forming the greater part of them into a solid column, an odd formation for cavalry. Into this mass Milhaud charged with 4 regiments of dragoons. The heaviness of their formation did not suffice to enable the Spaniards to stand. They broke when attacked and went to the rear in disorder, leaving behind them 80 prisoners and some hundreds of killed and wounded. The French lost only a few scores, but among them was Paris, the not unworthy successor of the adventurous Lazel, in command of the light cavalry division attached to the 4th Corps. Moving forward in pursuit of the routed squadrons, Sebastiani approached Ocaña, but halted on discovering that there was already Spanish infantry in the town. The head of Arizaga's long column had reached it, while the cavalry combat was in progress. The rest was visible slowly moving up by crossroads from the east. Soult was at once surprised that the enemy's army was close in his front, so close that it could not get away without fighting, for its train and rearguard were still far behind, and would be cut off if the main body moved on without making a stand. Arizaga, though he had shown such timidity when faced by Sebastiani's 9,000 men at Aranjuez and by Victor's 20,000 on the Tadjuna, now offered battle to the much more formidable force which Soult was bringing up. He was indeed compelled to fight, partly because his men were too weary to move forward that night, partly because he wished to give time for his train to arrive and get on to the Chaussee. On the morning of the 19th, his army was discovered drawn up in 2 lines on each side of the town of Ocaña. There were still some 46,000 infantry and 500 cavalry under arms despite of the losses of the late week. The oncoming French army was smaller. Though at muster 0 horse it had only 27,000 foot. The Germans and Poles of Sebastiani, Mortier with nearly the whole of the 5th Corps, a brigade of de Saulles' division, the King's Guards, and the cavalry of Milhaud, Paris, and Beauregard. Victor was too far off to be available. Having found the flooded Tagus hard to cross, he was on this day barely in touch with the extreme rearguard of Arizaga's army, which was escorting the train. Being nearly 20 miles from Arcania, he could not hope to arrive in time for the general action if it was to be delivered next morn. If Arizaga stood firm for another day, Victor would be pressing him from the flank and rear while the main army was in his front. But it was highly probable that Arizaga would not stand, but would retreat at night. All his previous conduct argued a great disinclination to risk battle, wherefore Soult and the king, after a short discussion, agreed to attack at once, despite their great numerical inferiority. In the open plain of La Mancha, a difference of 16,000 or 17,000 infantry was not enough to outweigh the superior quality and training of the French army. There is, so to speak, no position whatever at Arcania. The little unwalled town lies in a level upland, where the only natural feature is a ravine which passes in front of the place. It is sufficiently deep and broad at its western end to constitute a military obstacle, but east of the town gradually grows slighter and becomes a mere dip in the ground. Arizaga had chosen this ravine to indicate the line of his left and center, but on his right, where it had become so shallow as to afford no cover, he extended his troops across and beyond it. The town was barricaded and occupied to form a central support to the line. There were olive groves in the rear of Arcania which might have served to hide a reserve, or to mark a position for a rally in case a retreat should become necessary. But Arizaga had made no preparation of this sort. His trains, with a small escort, had not arrived even on the morning of the 19th, but were still belated on the crossroads from Nobleges and La Zarza. The order of the Spanish army in line of battle is difficult to reconstruct, for Arizaga uses very vague language in the dispatch in which he explained his defeat, and the other documents available, though they give detailed accounts of some of the corps, say little or nothing of others. It seems, however, that Zayas, with the vanguard division, formed the extreme left, behind the deepest part of the ravine, with a cavalry brigade under Rivas on its flank and rear. He had the town of Arcania on his right. Then followed in the line, going from left to right, the divisions of Vigadit, Jaén, Castellón, and Lacy. Those of Capons, Jacome, and Zerain appear to have formed a second line in support of the other four. Vigadit's left was in the town of Arcania and strongly posted, but the other flank, where Lacy lay, was absolutely in the air, with no natural feature to cover it. For this reason Arizaga placed beyond it Frere, with the whole of the cavalry except the brigade on the extreme left under Rivas. Unfortunately, the Spanish horse, much shaken by the combat of the preceding day, was a weak protection for the flank, despite its formidable numbers. The 60 guns of the artillery were drawn out in the intervals of the infantry divisions of the first and second line. Soult's plan of attack was soon formed. The ravine made the Spanish left, beyond Arcania, inaccessible, but also prevented it from taking any offensive action. The Marshal therefore resolved to ignore it completely and to concentrate all his efforts against the hostile center and right in the open ground. The scheme adopted was a simple one. Sebastiani's Polish and German divisions were to attack the Spanish right wing, and when they were at close quarters with the enemy, the main mass of the French cavalry was to fall upon Frere's horse, drive it out of the field, and attack on the flank the divisions already engaged with the infantry. For this purpose, Milhaud's, Paris's, and Beauregard's regiments, more than 3,500 sabres, were massed behind the Poles and Germans. For a time their march would be masked by olive groves and undulations of the ground, so that they might come in quite suddenly upon the enemy. Mortier, with his 1st Division, that of Gerard, and a regiment of Gazan S, followed in the rear of the Polish and German infantry to support their frontal attack. De Saulles, with his own brigade and Gazan's remaining one, took post opposite Arcania, ready to fall upon the Spanish center, when the attack to his left should have begun to make way. He had in his front the massed artillery of the 4th Nth Corps, 30 guns under Senarmont, which took ground on a low knoll above the great ravine, from which they could both play upon the town of Arcania and also enfilade part of the Spanish line to its immediate right, Vigadit's division and half of Jaen's. Finally, the king, with his guards and other troops, horse and foot, were placed to the right rear of Dessalles to act as a general reserve or to move against Zayas if he should attempt to cross the ravine and turn the French right. The plan, despite of some checks at the commencement, worked in a satisfactory fashion. The German and Polish divisions of Level and Werle attacked Lacy's and Castejan's divisions, which gave back some little way, in order to align themselves with Vigadit, who was sheltered by the slight eastern end of the ravine. The enemy followed and brought up 6 guns to the point to play upon the new position which the Spaniards had taken up. The forward movement was continuing, when suddenly, to the surprise of the French, Lacy's, Castejan, and Jaen's men, leaving their places in the line, made a furious countercharge upon the Poles and Germans, drove them back for some distance, and threw them into disorder. This movement was no result of Arizaga's generalship. He had betaken himself to the summit of the church tower of Arcania, an inconvenient place from which to issue orders, and practically left his subordinates to fight their own battle. Mortier was forced to bring forward Gerard's division to support his broken first line. It was hotly engaged with Lacy and Jaen, when suddenly it felt the Spaniards slacken in their fire, waver, and break. This was the result of the intervention of a new force in the field. The great mass of French squadrons, which had been sent under Sebastiani to turn the Spanish right, had now come into action. Arriving close to Frere's cavalry before it was discovered, it fell on that untrustworthy corps and scattered it to the winds in a few minutes. Then, while 3 or 4 regiments followed the routed horsemen, the rest turned inwards upon the hostile infantry. The flanks of the first and second lines of Arizaga's right were charged simultaneously, and hardly a regiment had time to get into square. Brigade after brigade was rolled up and dispersed or captured. The mass of fugitives, running in upon the troops that were frontally engaged with Gerard, wrecked them completely. Of the 5 divisions of the Spanish left, a certain number of steady regiments got away, by closing their ranks and pushing ahead through the confusion, firing on friend and foe alike when they were hustled. But many corps were annihilated, and others captured wholesale. The last seems to have been the fate of nearly the whole of Jacomet's division of the second line, as hardly a single unit from it is reported as rallied a month later, and the French accounts speak of a whole column of 6,000 men which laid down its arms in a mass before the light cavalry of the 4th Corps. Just as the Spanish right broke up, Dessalles with his 2 brigades, followed by the King's Reserve, crossed the ravine and attacked the town of Arcania, and the 2 divisions, Vigadit and Capons, which lay in first and second line immediately to the east of it. These retired and got away in better order than their comrades to the right. Of all the Spanish army, only Zayas's vanguard division on the extreme left now remained intact. Arizaga had sent it an order to cross the ravine and attack the French right when he saw his army beginning to break up. Then, a few minutes later, he sent another order bidding it close to the right and cover the retreat. After this, the commander-in-chief descended from his tower, mounted his horse, and fled. Zayas carried out the second order, moved to the right, and found himself encompassed by masses of fugitives from Jaen's, Castejan, and Lacy's broken divisions, mixed with French cavalry. He sustained, with great credit to himself and his troops, a rearguard action for some miles, till near the village of Dos Barrios, where his line was broken and his men at last mixed with the rest of the fugitives. Map of the Battle of Arcania. Enlarged Battle of Arcania. No. 1809. The whole routed multitude now streamed wildly over the plain, with the French cavalry in hot pursuit. Thousands of prisoners were taken, and the chase only ended with nightfall. The fugitives headed straight for the Sierra Morna and reached it with a rapidity even greater than that which they had used in their outward march a fortnight before. Victor's cavalry arrived in time to take up the pursuit next morning. They had on their way to the field captured the whole of the trains of the Spanish army on the road from Nobleges to Arcania. The losses of Arizaga's army were appalling, about 4,000 killed and wounded and 0 prisoners. 30 flags and 50 out of the 60 guns had been captured. When the wrecks of the army had been rallied in the passes, 3 weeks after the battle, only some 21,000 infantry and 0 horse were reported as present. The divisions of Lacy, Jacquemet, and Zerain had practically disappeared, and the others had lost from a third to a half of their numbers. The condition of the cavalry was peculiarly disgraceful, as it had never stood to fight. Its losses represent not prisoners, for the most part, but mere runaways who never returned to their standards. The French had lost about 90 officers and 900 men, nearly all in the divisions of Level, Worlay, and Gerard. The cavalry, which had delivered the great stroke and won the battle, suffered very little. Mortier had been slightly wounded, Level and Gerard severely. Even allowing for the fact that Arizaga had been the victim of the junta's insensate resolve to make an offensive movement on Madrid, it is impossible to speak with patience of his generalship. For a combination of rashness and vacillation, it excels that of any other Spanish general during the whole war. His only chance was to catch the enemy before they could concentrate. He succeeded in doing this by his rapid march from the passes to La Guardia. Then he waited 3 days in deplorable indecision, though there were only 10,000 men between him and Madrid. Next, he resumed his advance, but by the circuitous route of Villamanrique, by taking which he lost 3 days more. Then he halted again, the moment that he found Victor with 20,000 men in his front, though he might still have fought at great advantage. Lastly, he retreated, yet so slowly and unskillfully that he was finally brought to action at Arcania by the 34,000 men of Mortier and Sebastiani. He was sent out to win a battle, since Madrid could not be delivered without one, and knew that he must fight sooner or later, but threw away his favorable opportunities, and then accepted an action when all the chances were against him. For he must have known by this time the miserable quality of his cavalry, yet gave battle in a vast plain, where everything depended on the mounted arm. In the actual moment of conflict, he seems to have remained in a hypnotized condition on his church tower, issuing hardly an order and allowing the fight to go as it pleased. Yet he was, by all accounts, possessed of personal courage, as he had proved at Alcañiz and elsewhere. Apparently, responsibility reduced him to a condition of vacillating idiocy. Perhaps the most surprising fact of the whole business is that the junta retained him in command after his fiasco, thanked him for his services, and sent him an honorary present, as it had done to Cuesta after Medellin, with somewhat better excuse. He was its own man, and it did not throw him over, even when he had proved his perfect incompetence. To complete the narrative of the deplorable autumn campaign of 1809, it only remains to tell of the doings of Albuquerque and Del Parque. The former played his part with reasonable success. He was ordered to distract the attention of the enemy from the army of La Mancha, and did what he could. Having got some 10,000 men concentrated at Almaraz, he sent one column over the Tagus to demonstrate against the Second Corps from beyond the river, and with another threatened the bridge of Talavera from the near side. But Houdelet, now in command of the Second Corps, soon found that there was no reality in his demonstration, and that he was not supported by the English, though he had given out that Wellington was close in his rear. After skirmishing around Talavera from the 17th to the 22nd of November, the Duke hastily recrossed the river on hearing the news of Arcania and resumed his old positions. Del Parque's campaign was more vigorous and more unfortunate. While he lay in the passes above Bijar and Baños, he got early news of the withdrawal of Godinot's and Marcognit's troops toward Madrid, when Soult summoned them off to reinforce the main army. He reasoned that since he had now only the 6th Corps, shorn of one of its brigades, in his front, he might repeat the success of Tamames, for Marchand was weaker than he had been in October, while he himself was far stronger. Accordingly, he disregarded an order from the junta to extend his operations southward and to join Albuquerque in the valley of the Tagus. Instead, he marched once more upon Salamanca on November 18, the day before the disaster of Arcania. He drove in an outlying brigade of Marchand's force from Alba de Tormes and pressed it vigorously back towards the main body. Conscious that with his 10,000 men he could not hope to face 30,000, Marchand promptly evacuated Salamanca on December 19 and retired, just as he had done in October, behind the Douro, concentrating his whole corps at Toro. He sent urgent demands for help both to Kellerman at Valladolid and to Soult at Madrid. By the time that they arrived, Arizaga had been dealt with, and the army in New Castile could spare as many reinforcements as were required. Marcognit's brigade, the one which had been borrowed from the 6th Corps, was first sent back from Segovia, the point which it had reached in its southward march, and Gazan's division of the 5th Corps was ordered by Soult to follow. Meanwhile, Del Parque, still ignorant of the disaster in the south, had occupied Salamanca on November 20, and on the following day moved out towards Cantalapiedra and Medina del Campo, with the object of throwing himself between Marchand and Kellerman and the capital. This was an excellent move, and but for what had happened at Ocaña, might have had considerable results, since the army of the left ought to have made an end of the small French force in Old Castile. Kellerman, however, had seen the danger of Marchand's retreat to Toro, and had directed him to close in towards the east, and to occupy Medina del Campo as the strategical point that must be held in order to maintain touch with Madrid. Thus it chanced that on November 23 Labasse's brigade and 4 regiments of cavalry, coming from Tordesillas, reached Medina del Campo just as Marcognit's brigade, returning from Segovia, came into the town from the other side. They had hardly met when the approach of Del Parque's army along the Salamanca road was reported. The 2 French brigadiers thought for a moment of fighting, and the cavalry was ordered to press back the Spanish advanced guard. They drove off with ease Anglona's horsemen, who rode at the head of the long column, but were repulsed by Ballesteros' infantry, which formed square in good style and drove them off with a rolling fire of musketry. Seeing that the whole Spanish army was coming up, Marcognit and Labasse then evacuated Medina del Campo and retired to Valdestillas. With one push more, the Spaniards could have cut the line between Valladolid and Madrid. On November 24, the whole 6th Corps and Kellerman's dragoons, with a battalion or 2 from the garrisons of Old Castile, were concentrated at Puente de Duero, with their van at Valdestillas. If attacked, they must have gone behind the Douro and abandoned all touch with Madrid, for there were not more than 16,000 men in line, and they were forced to take the defensive. But to their surprise, Del Parque made no advance. He had heard on that morning of the disaster of Ocaña, and guessed that reinforcements for Kellerman must already be on the march. Wherefore he resolved to regain the mountains without delay, and to give up Salamanca and his other conquests. With this prudent resolve, he broke up from Medina del Campo, and marched hastily away in retreat, making, not for Salamanca, which was too much in the plains to please him, but for Alba de Tormes. He had gained a day's start by his prompt action, but on the 26th Kellerman set off in pursuit, leaving orders for the troops that were expected from Madrid to follow him. On the 26th and 27th, the French cavalry failed even to get in touch with Del Parque's rearguard, and found nothing but a few stragglers on the road. But on the afternoon of the 28th, the leading squadrons reported that they had come upon the whole Spanish army encamped in a mass around the town of Alba de Tormes. The Duke had flattered himself that he had shaken off his pursuers, and was surprised in a most unfortunate position. 2 of his divisions, Ballesteros and Castrafuerte, were beyond the Tormes, preparing to bivouac on the upland above it. The other 3 were quartered in and about the town, while the cavalry was watching the road, but had fallen in so close to the main body that its vedettes gave very short notice of the approach of the enemy. Kellerman was riding with the leading brigade of his cavalry, Lorset's chasseurs and hussars. The 6 regiments of dragoons were close behind him, so that he had over 3,000 sabres in hand, but the infantry was 10 miles to the rear. If he waited for it, Del Parque would have time to cross the river and take up a defensive position behind it. The French general, therefore, resolved to risk a most hazardous experiment, an attack with unsupported cavalry upon a force of all arms, in the hope of detaining it till the infantry should come up. The Spaniards were getting into line of battle in a hurry, Losada's division on the right, Belvedere's and La Carrera's on the left, the cavalry, 1,200 sabres at most, in their front. The divisions beyond the river were only beginning to assemble, and would take some time to recross the narrow bridge, but 18,000 men were on the right bank prepared to fight. Without a moment's delay, Kellerman ordered Lorset's brigade to charge the Spanish right and center. It was followed by the 6 regiments of dragoons in 3 successive lines, and the whole mass came down like a whirlwind upon Delparc's front, scattering his cavalry to the winds and breaking the whole of Losada's and the right of Belvedere's divisions. A battery of artillery and nearly 2,000 prisoners were taken. The wrecks of the broken divisions fell back into Alba de Tormes and jammed the bridge, thus preventing the divisions on the further side from recrossing it. Kellerman then rallied his squadrons and led them against La Carrera's division and the remaining battalions of that of Belvedere. These troops, formed in brigade squares upon a rising ground, held out gallantly and repulsed the charge. But they were cut off from the bridge, which they could only reach by a dangerous flank movement over rough ground. By continually threatening to repeat his attacks, Kellerman kept them from moving off, till 2 hours and a half after the action had begun, the French infantry and guns commenced to come up. La Carrera saw that it would be fatal to await them, and bade his division retreat and reach the bridge as best it could. This was naturally done in disorder and with some loss, but it was already growing dusk, and the bulk of the Spanish left got away. While the Spaniards were defiling over the bridge, Marchand's leading brigade attacked Alba, out of which it drove some rallied troops of Losada's division, who held the town to cover La Carrera's retreat. This was done with ease, for Delparc had not brought over his 2 intact divisions, preferring to use them as a second line behind which the others could retire. Alba was stormed, and 2 guns, which had been placed behind a barricade at its main exit, were taken by the French. Here the fighting stopped. The Spaniards had lost 5 flags, 9 guns, most of their baggage, and about 3,000 killed or taken, no very ruinous deductions from an army of 32,000 men. The French casualties were less than 300 in all. Delparc was determined not to fight again next morning, and bade his army make off under cover of the night. The disorder that followed was frightful. The 3 divisions that had been in the battle dispersed, and went off in all directions, some towards Ciudad Rodrigo, others towards Tamames, others by the hill road that leads towards Tala and the pass of Baños. Many of the raw Leonese troops, though they had not been engaged, also left their colors in the dark. It was a full month before Delparc could collect his whole army, which, when it had been reorganized, was found to number 26,000 men, despite all its misfortunes. It would seem, therefore, that beside the losses in the battle, some 3,000 men must have gone off to their homes. The Duke fixed his headquarters at San Martin de Trebijos in the Sierra de Gata, and dispersed his infantry in cantonments about Bijar, Fuenteguinaldo, and Miranda de Castena. Having only the ruined region around Coria and Plasencia, and the small district about Ciudad Rodrigo to feed them, these troops suffered dreadful privations during the winter, living on half rations eked out with edible acorns. By the middle of January, they had lost 9,000 men from fever, dysentery, and starvation. Despite all this, it is fair to say that Delparc's campaign contrasts most favorably with that of Arizaga. He showed a laudable prudence when he twice evacuated Salamanca rather than fight a battle in the plain. His victory of Tamames was most creditable, showing that when prudently conducted and ranged in a well-chosen hill position, his army could give a good account of itself. But for the disaster of Alba de Tormes, his record might be considered excellent. There, it is true, he committed a grave mistake by separating his army into 2 halves by the river when his enemy was in pursuit. But in his defense, it may be urged that his cavalry ought to have had vedettes out for 10 or 15 miles to the rear, and to have given him long warning of the approach of the French. And when the enemy's horse did make its sudden appearance, it was contrary to the laws of probability that it would attack at once, without waiting for its infantry and guns. Kellerman's headlong charge was a violation of all rules, a stroke of inspiration which could not have been foreseen. If the Spanish cavalry had been of any use whatever, and if Losada's division had only known how to form square in a hurry, it ought to have been beaten off. But the resisting power of a Spanish army was always a doubtful quantity. Kellerman resolved to take the risk of attacking, and was rewarded by a victory on which he was not entitled to reckon. He would probably have justified his tactics by urging that failure could have no severe penalty, for the Spaniards could not pursue him if he were repulsed, while success would bring splendid results. This was true, and if his infantry had been 5 miles more to the front, he might have captured the whole of La Carrera's division. Section 18. The Conquest of Andalusia. Chapter 1. The Consequences of Ocaña, December 1809, January 1810. The news of the disaster of Ocaña gave a death blow to the central junta. Its attempt to win back its lost credit by an offensive campaign against Madrid having ended in such a lamentable fashion, there was nothing left for it but to acquiesce in its own supersession by the oft-discussed National Cortes. But that assembly was not to meet till March 1, 1810, a date still 4 months in the future, and even its form and constitution had not yet been settled. For it would have been absurd to have called it together in the ancient and unrepresentative shape, a legacy from the time of Charles V, in which it had been wont to meet under the Bourbon kings. Many regions had few or no members. Decayed medieval towns of Old Castile had more deputies than the most populous provinces. Moreover, it had yet to be settled how that larger half of the realm, which was now occupied by the French, was to elect its representatives. The commission was still sitting to determine these vital points, and in this moment of dismay, the day of the assembly of the Cortes seemed very far distant. The French might be following hard on the heels of Arizaga's broken host, and might enter Seville long before it had been decided what sort of a Cortes was to take over the power from the hands of the discredited central junta. That most unhappy government, therefore, had to face both an acute constitutional crisis and an acute military crisis. Something had to be done without delay to satisfy public opinion concerning the convocation of the Cortes, or the revolution which had been checked by Wellesley's aid in September would certainly burst forth again. But even more pressing was the necessity for rallying and reinforcing the army which had been crushed at Ocaña before the French should resume their advance. The actual administrative power was for the moment in the hand of the first of those temporary executive committees to which the junta had agreed to delegate its authority by the decree of September 19. This body, composed of 6 members, among whom La Romana was numbered, had come into office on November 1. The rest of the junta were only too eager to throw on their comrades the weight of the responsibility which should have fallen upon them all. The executive committee was accused on all sides of slow and feeble action. It published, as soon as possible, the details concerning the constitution of the forthcoming Cortes, which, in pursuance of the recommendation of the Commission of Inquiry, was to consist of 2 classes of members, elected representatives who were to be allotted in due proportion to all the provinces of the realm, and privilegiados, or chosen individuals from the nobility and the higher clergy. The American colonies were to be given members no less than the mother country, but their numbers were to be small. Such an arrangement seemed to foreshadow a double-chambered legislature, resembling that of Great Britain, and British precedents had no doubt been running in the minds of the framers of the Constitution. But as we shall see, the Cortes, when it actually met, took no such shape. The mandate for the election of the Assembly was duly published, and so far public opinion was to a certain extent satisfied, for it was clear that the central junta was at last about to abdicate. But though the majority of the Spanish people were contented to wait, provided that the executive committee should show signs of rising to the occasion and doing its best as an interim government, there were some politicians who saw in the crisis only an opportunity for pushing their private ambitions. Those veteran intriguers, the Conde de Montijo and Francisco Palafox, undismayed by the failure of the September plot, began to make arrangements with the Seville demagogues for a fresh attempt at a coup d'état. Their plots seemed to have distracted Romana and his colleagues from their obvious military duties. The conspirator at home is always the enemy who looms most large before the eyes of a weak government. But after some search, both were discovered, arrested, and imprisoned. Meanwhile, the executive committee, with the junta's approval, issued a long series of edicts concerning the reorganization of the army and the defense of Andalusia from the French attack, which might at any moment begin. The army of the center, of which Arizaga was still, strange to say, left in command, was to be raised to 100,000 men by a strenuous conscription. The press was to be all-embracing, married men, novices in monasteries, persons in minor orders, only sons of widows, all the classes hitherto exempt, were to be subject to it. To provide funds, the clergy were ordered to send in to the mint all church plates save such as was strictly necessary for the celebration of the sacraments, and all private citizens were bidden to contribute 1/2 of their table silver. In order to provide teams for the artillery, which had lost nearly all its horses and guns at Ocana, a strict requisition for draft animals was begun all over Andalusia. Engineers were sent out to fortify all the passes of the Sierra Morena, with permission to exact forced labor from the peasantry of the hill country. 3 members of the junta, Rabe, Riquelme, and Campo Sagrado, were sent to Arizaga's headquarters at La Carolina as field deputies to stir up or support the energy of the commander-in-chief. This was a device borrowed from the practice of the French Revolution and had no better effect than might have been expected. As in 1793, the representatives on mission were either useless or positively harmful. They either wished to thrust amateurish plans of their own upon the military men, or at least distracted them by constant inquisitorial supervision. On the whole, the effect of this volley of violent decrees was small. With 6 months to carry them out, they might, no doubt, have produced great results. But within 9 weeks after the disaster of Ocana, the French had commenced their attack, and in that space of time little had been accomplished. The money was beginning to come in, the recruits were being collected, but had not been armed or clothed, still less drilled. Of the fortifications in the passes, many had been sketched out, but only a few had begun to take tangible shape. To man them, there was still only the wrecks of Arizaga's old army, which had hardly begun to receive its drafts of conscripts. Its whole force at the new year did not exceed 0 men, and these were distributed over a front of more than 150 miles, for not only the main group of passes in front of La Carolina had to be watched, but also the eastern ingress into Andalusia by Baeza and Ubeda and the western defiles from Almaden and Benalcázar, which lead directly down on to Cordova. The whole countryside was in a state of desperate turmoil and excitement, yet very little in the way of practical defense had been completed by the middle of January. Meanwhile, in accordance with the ridiculous constitution of the Executive Committee, half of its members went out of office at the new year and were succeeded by other individuals of the junta. Among those superseded was La Romana, who was now directed to go off to Valencia as Captain General. The junta seems to have considered that he would be less dangerous in company with his brother José Caro in that province than when posted at the seat of government, with his brother to back him by threats of Valencian military interference. Yet La Romana did not depart, and was still lingering at Seville when the French crossed the Sierra Morena. There was a larger military problem before the junta and the new Executive Committee than the mere defense of Andalusia. The whole arrangement of the national armies had to be recast in consequence of the Black Day of Ocana. The corps of Del Parque and Albuquerque, as well as all the smaller outlying bodies of troops, had to receive new orders. Above all, it was necessary to discover what were the plans of Wellington, for the present position of the British Army at Badajoz was the most important factor in the whole situation. As long as it remained there, in support of the small force under Albuquerque, which was guarding the passages of the Tagus at Almaraz and Arzobispo, the western section of the front of Andalusia was secure. The defense of the eastern section, too, was in no small degree helped by the fact that Wellington's solid troops were in a position to march up the Guadiana and to threaten the flank of any French army which might intend to attack the Despeñaperros or any other of the passes which lead from La Mancha down to the Andalusian plains. It was a terribly disquieting fact for the junta that, even before Ocana had been fought and lost, Wellington had begun to announce his intention of leaving Badajoz and retiring within the boundaries of Portugal. He had paid a flying visit to Seville on the 2nd-4th of November, just as Arizaga's unhappy advance into La Mancha was commencing. The project had been concealed from him, and when he learnt of it, he had expressed his entire disapprobation of it and had refused to give any promise to support the Spanish armies in their offensive movements. For this reason, he had been bitterly provoked when Arizaga and Albuquerque both wrote him, a little later, to say that they had been promised the assistance of his army by the junta. He had consistently prophesied ill of the adventure and had recorded his opinion that both Del Parque and Arizaga would probably lose their armies. In a dispatch of November 20, 6 days before the news of Ocaña reached him, he had announced his definite intention of leaving Badajoz with the main body of his army and transferring himself to the north of the Tagus, where, by posting himself in the Portuguese province of Beira, he would cover the high roads to Lisbon from Old Castile. This decision was founded on his belief that when the French had made an end of Arizaga and Del Parque, a contingency which he regarded as almost certain, they would strike at Lisbon and not at Seville. He had good reasons for holding this view. It was exactly consonant with Napoleon's own plan, which was only abandoned by reason of King Joseph's pleadings with his brother. For from the French standpoint, it was far more profitable to conquer Portugal and to expel the British army from the peninsula than to overrun Andalusia. Wellington and his troops formed the one solid nucleus of resistance which still remained. It was clear that the dispersion of the miserable wrecks of Arizaga's host would present no difficulty. And not only was it advisable, from the emperor's point of view, to destroy the most formidable hostile force still surviving, but the balance of strategical advantage was all in favor of subduing Portugal before Andalusia should be invaded. For Portugal flanks the attack on southern Spain, and a good army based upon it could check the advance on Seville and Cadiz by demonstrations aimed at Valladolid or Madrid, which might wreck or delay the conquest of Andalusia. It may be objected that Andalusia also flanks the attack on Portugal, but the objection had no validity since the day of Ocaña, as the junta had now no longer any striking force in hand. It would be many months before Arizaga's host was in a proper condition for undertaking even cautious defensive operations. A French attack on Portugal, therefore, would be practically unmolested by external interference. At the present moment, the strength of the French troops in Spain was not sufficient to provide two armies for offensive purposes, the one destined to march on Seville, the other on Lisbon. The numbers at the front had not appreciably increased since the autumn, though already the reinforcements which the emperor had set upon the march, after concluding his peace with Austria, had begun to appear at Bayonne and to cross the Bidasoa. But in December and January the roads were bad, the days short, and provisions hard to procure. Hence Wellington reckoned that, till the spring should arrive, the Allies would have to face no more than the forces which were already opposed to them. When, however, the campaigning season should have come round, and the reinforcements from Germany should have been incorporated with the old army of Spain, he thought that Portugal would be the enemy's main objective. It was therefore his intention to withdraw his army, or at least the greater part of it, from Spanish Estremadura, and to arrange it so as to cover Lisbon, even though by making this movement he was weakening the left flank of the defense of Andalusia. If he had to choose between the interests of Portugal and those of Spain, he was prepared to sacrifice the latter. His reasons were simple. 1. He considered Portugal more important in the grand strategy of the defense of the peninsula than Andalusia. 2. He regarded it as more defensible, and he had already, as we shall presently see, sketched out and commenced the construction of his great lines of Torres Vedras, in which his trust as a final impregnable stronghold was already fixed. 3. He held that although Great Britain was pledged to assist both Spain and Portugal, yet her moral obligation to the latter was far more binding, since Portugal had placed herself entirely in the hands of her allies, had put her army at their disposal, and had contributed all her resources to the common cause, while the Spanish junta had shown a jealous and suspicious spirit, had refused to show confidence in Great Britain, and had persisted in carrying out a military policy of its own, which led to a consistent series of disasters. 4. The Portuguese army, though its fighting power was not as yet ascertained, could be at least relied upon for obedience. Experience had shown that the promises of the Spaniards could not be trusted, and that any campaign undertaken in their company might be wrecked by some incalculable piece of slackness or miscalculation. Accordingly, on November 20, Wellington declared his intention of withdrawing his army, save one single division, to the north of the Tagus, and of placing it at various points in the province of Beira, so as to cover all the practicable roads to Lisbon from the side of Old Castile. On the 26th, he sent formal notice of his intentions to Seville, well knowing the storm of indignation that would be roused thereby. At the same time, he advised the junta to reinforce Albuquerque's army of Estremadura with troops drawn from Del Parque, adding that to keep Albuquerque well to the front, in his present positions at Almaraz and Arzobispo, was the best means of protecting the western approaches of Andalusia. Del Parque's corps, whose reason for existence was the containing of the French troops in Old Castile, would be able to spare troops to strengthen the army of Estremadura, because the English host, in its new position, would be behind it, and opposed to the forces under Kellerman and Marchand, which had hitherto had nothing in their front but the army of the left. Moreover, it would be an appreciable relief to Del Parque, who was finding the greatest difficulty in feeding his army in the thinly peopled mountain region between Ciudad Rodrigo and Bejar, to be freed from the burden of maintaining one or two of his 5 divisions. The junta, as might have been expected, took Wellington's determination to remove from Badajoz with the worst of graces. They could hardly have failed to do so, when one of his main reasons for departing, barely concealed in his dispatches to them, was his fear of getting involved in their operations, and his reluctance to place his troops in line with the Spanish armies. Nor could they have been expected to agree with his strategical view that Lisbon, not Cadiz, would be the main objective of the grand advance of the French armies when the spring should come round. To every man or body of men, their own possible dangers naturally seem more imminent and more interesting than those of their neighbors. The departure of the English from Badajoz was formally announced to the junta on November 26 and began to be carried out on December 8, when the brigade of guards marched for Portelaga and was followed on successive days by the other brigades of the army. By the 24th of December, Wellington and his staff alone were left in the Estremaduran fortress, and next day his headquarters were at Elvas, across the frontier. The 2nd Division, under Hill, halted at Abrantes, where Wellington intended to leave it, as the nucleus of a covering force, which was to guard Lisbon from any possible attack from the south side of the Tagus. The rest of the army pursued its way across the mountains of Beira, and by January 3, 1810, headquarters were at Coimbra, and the main body of the British troops was beginning to take up billets in the small towns of the valley of the Mondego. Convinced that no more was to be hoped from Wellington, the Executive Committee issued their orders for a new arrangement of the line of defense of Andalusia. Albuquerque was ordered to leave no more than a small corps of observation on the Tagus in front of Almaraz, and to bring back the main body of the army of Estremadura to the line of the Guadiana, in order to link his right wing to the left of Arizaga's forces. On December 24, his new headquarters were at Don Benito, and he had some 8,000 men collected there, and at the neighboring town of Merida. The rest of his small army was furnishing the garrison of Badajoz and the detached force on the Tagus, whose duty was to watch the movements of the French Second Corps, which still lay in its old post at Talavera and remained entirely quiescent. From Albuquerque's post at Don Benito, there was a gap of 75 miles to the next force in the Spanish line. This consisted of the wrecks of the 2 old divisions of Capons and Zerain from the army of Arizaga, not more than 4,500 strong. They were encamped at Pozo Blanco and at Olmaden, the mining town on the Alcudia, where the frontiers of Estremadura, Andalusia, and La Mancha meet. This place lies near the northern exit of the 2 passes, the Puerto Blanco and Puerto Rubio, which lead down from La Mancha on to Cordova, the one by Villajarta, the other by Villanueva de la Jara and Adamas. Both are difficult, both pass through a desolate and uninhabited country, but either of them might conceivably serve for the passage of an army. 60 miles east of Olmaden was the main body of the rallied army of the center, occupying the group of passes which lie around the high road from Madrid to Andalusia. Headquarters were at La Carolina, the central point upon which the routes from most of these passes converge. About 13,000 men were disposed in front, covering the main chaussee through the Despeñaperros and the side defiles of the Puerto del Rey and the Puerto del Muradal. Here Arizaga had concentrated the remains of the divisions of Zayas, Castellan, Jaén, and Lacy, of which the last two were mere wrecks, while the two former counted about 4,000 bayonets apiece. Finally, some 15 miles off to the right, the remnants of the divisions of Vigadit and Jacome, perhaps 6,000 men in all, covered the two easternmost passes from La Mancha, those of Oldia Quemada and Villa Manrique, which descend not upon La Carolina, but on Ubeda and Linares, the towns at the headwaters of the Guadalquivir in the extreme northeastern angle of the Andalusian plain. Arizaga's artillery was all in the passes, placed in the various new entrenchments which were being thrown up. His cavalry had for the most part been sent back to recruit and reform itself in the interior of the province, being useless in the mountains. The mere description of this disposition of forces is sufficient to show the hopeless condition of the defense of Andalusia. Arizaga was trying to cover every possible line by which the French might advance, with the result that his army and that of Albuquerque were strung out on a front of 150 miles, and could not concentrate 15,000 men on any single point. The passes which they were trying to guard were not only numerous, but in several cases very practicable, where roads lay not between cliffs or precipices, but over slopes which could be ascended by infantry on each side of the pass. The fortifications and the troops holding them could be turned by enemies who took the trouble to climb the side acclivities. It was clear that if the French chose to attack the Sierra Morna with no more than the 60,000 men who had been concentrated after the Battle of Ocaña, they could bring an overwhelming force to bear on any one or two of the passes which they might select, while leaving the garrisons of the rest alone, or threatening them with trifling demonstrations. If the enemy should choose to strike by Almaden at Cordova, the Spanish center and right wing would be cut off from their retreat on Seville, and would have to take refuge in the kingdom of Murcia. If the Despeñaperros and its neighbors should turn out to be the selected objective, Arizaga's right wing must suffer the same fate. And if driven from the passes, the army would have to encounter, in the broad plain behind, the overpowering force of French cavalry which King Joseph could bring up. The problem set before the defense was a hopeless one, and most of the generals under Arizaga were aware of the fact, as indeed were the rank and file. Disaster was bound to follow if the enemy managed his business with ordinary prudence. Spanish Infantry, 1808. Enlarged Spanish Infantry, 1808. Showing the old Bourbon uniform. Note, this shows the old uniform of Charles IV. The line regiments had white, the foreign and light regiments blue coats. Both wore white breeches and black gaiters. The plume and facings varied in color for each regiment. Section 18, Chapter 2. The Conquest of Andalusia, King Joseph and his plans. When considering the action of the French after the victory of Ocaña, it is necessary to remember that King Joseph and Soult were not in the position of ordinary invaders, who have just succeeded in demolishing the last army of their enemy. In wars of a normal type, the victor knows that the vanquished will sue for terms when further resistance appears hopeless. He proceeds to dictate the cessions of territory or payments of indemnities that he thinks proper as the price of peace. But it was not a profitable treaty which Napoleon desired. He had put it out of his own power to end the war in such a fashion when he declared his brother King of Spain. For him, there was no Spanish government in existence save that which he had set up at Madrid. The Central Junta and the Cortes, when it should meet, were mere illegal assemblies with which he could not deign to enter into negotiations. It was now perfectly clear that the Spaniards would never submit of their own accord. Their position in December 1809, desperate as it might be, was no worse than it had been in the March of the same year. Arizaga's army had suffered no more at Ocaña than had those of Cuesta and Cartagena 9 months before, on the disastrous fields of Medellin and Ciudad Real. Indeed, there were probably more men actually in line to defend Andalusia in December than there had been in April. Moreover, in the early spring Soult had been in the full career of conquest in Portugal, and nothing save Craddock's insignificant force appeared to prevent his onward march to Lisbon. At midwinter, on the other hand, the flank of Andalusia was covered by Wellington's victorious army and by the reorganized Portuguese host of Beresford. If the junta had refused to listen to the insidious advances of Sotillo in April, there was no reason to suppose that it would lend a ready ear to any similar advocate of submission in December. Indeed, its every action showed a resolve to fight out the losing game to the end. Joseph Bonaparte would never be king of Spain till every province was held down by French bayonets. Not only must each corner of the land be conquered, but after conquest it must be garrisoned. For where there was no garrison, insurrection burst out at once, and the weary process of pacification had to be repeated. It was this last fact that restrained King Joseph from following up his pursuit of the wrecks of the Spanish army to the Sierra Morena and the gates of Seville on the morning after Ocaña, to make up the host that had defeated Arizaga and the other smaller force that was dealing with Del Parque in Leon. The king had been forced to concentrate all his divisions, and the consequence had been that the control of the broad tracts behind him had been lost. We have already had occasion to mention that throughout Old Castile and Leon, the open country was now in the hands of the guerrilleros, who had been growing in force and numbers ever since the time of Talavera, and had risen to the height of their confidence after the day of Tamames and Del Parque's repeated occupation of Salamanca. Navarre and many parts of New Castile were equally disturbed, and Aragon, which such it had tamed during the autumn, was beginning once more to move. There were no French troops in the disturbed regions save scanty garrisons at Burgos, Valladolid, Benavent, Avila, Segovia, Guadalajara, Palencia, Tudela, Tafalla, and a few other strategic points. These were cut off from each other, and from Madrid, save when a governor sent out his messenger with an escort many hundreds strong, and even such a force had often to fight its way through half a dozen bands before reaching its destination. The garrisons themselves were not always safe. So powerful were the bands of some of the guerrillero chiefs that they aspired to waging regular war, and did not confine themselves to blocking the roads or intercepting couriers and convoys. The empecinado, whose sphere of activity lay on the borders of Old and New Castile, got possession of Guadalajara for a day, though he retired when reinforcements from Madrid were reported to be approaching. Somewhat later, the younger Mina, the student, as he was called to distinguish him from his more celebrated uncle Espaz, stormed the town of Tafalla and shut up the remains of its garrison in its castle, while the flying columns of the governor of Navarre were seeking him in every other direction. He too, like the empecinado, had to seek safety in retreat and dispersion, when his exploit drew in upon him forces sent from Suchet's army of Aragon. The activity of the guerrilleros did not merely constitute a military danger for King Joseph. It affected him in another, and an equally vexatious, fashion by cutting off nearly all his sources of revenue. While the open country was in the hands of the insurgents, he could raise neither imposts nor requisitions from it. The only regular income that he could procure during the later months of 1809 was that which came in from the local taxes of Madrid and the few other large towns of which he was in secure possession. And save in the capital itself, his agents and intendants had to fight hard with the military governors to secure even this meager pittance. The king could not command a quarter of the sum which he required to pay the ordinary expenses of government. His courtiers and ministers, French and Spanish, failed to receive their salaries, and the Spanish army, which he was busily striving to form, could not be clothed or armed, much less paid. Nothing vexed Joseph more than this. He wished to make himself independent of his brother's generals by raising a large force of his own, which should be at his personal disposition. He formed the cadre of regiment after regiment, and filled them with deserters from the foreign troops of the junta, and with any prisoners who could be induced to enlist under his banners in order to avoid transportation to France. But the recruits, when sent to join the new regiments, disappeared for the most part within a few weeks. Joseph thought that it was from lack of pay and proper sustenance, and raged at the idea that, but for the want of money, he might have at his disposition a formidable army of his own. But he deceived himself. The juramentados had for the most part no desire save to desert and rejoin their old colors. The real renegades were few. In the ranks of the junta's army, the soldier was even worse clothed, fed, and paid than in that of Joseph. No amount of pampering would have turned the king's Spanish levies into loyal servants. Pending the reduction to order of the countryside of the two Castiles, which he vainly hoped to see accomplished during the next 6 months, Joseph found only one expedient for raising money. It was a ruinous one and could not be repeated. This was the confiscation of property belonging to all persons who were in the service of the junta and of all the religious orders. This would have given him vast sums if only he could have found buyers. But it was not easy to persuade anyone to pay ready cash for lands overrun by the guerrilleros, or for houses in towns which were practically in a state of siege, and were also subject to a grinding taxation. Property of immense value had to be alienated for wholly inadequate sums. The afrancesados, whom Joseph was most anxious to conciliate, got such payment as he could afford, mainly in the form of vain grants of property which they could not turn to account. The only ready money which was in circulation was that which came from the coining down, at the Madrid mint, of the considerable amount of plate belonging to the monasteries and the churches on which the king had laid hands. Naturally, he was regarded as a sacrilegious robber by his unwilling subjects, though few, or none, murmured when the central junta filled its exchequer by similar expedients. But the junta had not decreed the abolition of the religious orders. It only purported to be raising a patriotic loan from their resources. A minister of Joseph sums up the situation sufficiently well in 3 sentences. Spanish public opinion was inexorable. It rejected everything coming from us, even benefits. Thus the king and his counselors spent themselves in fruitless labors. Nothing answered their expectations, and the void in the treasury, the worst danger, showed no sign of diminution. On the contrary, the financial distress increased every day, and the unpleasant means which we were compelled to employ in order to supply the never-ceasing wants of the army completely alienated the nation from us. The orders issued by the king and Soult after the Battle of Ocaña show that they had no immediate intention of pursuing Arizaga's routed host and entering Andalusia at its heels, tempting though such a policy might be from the purely military point of view. After Victor and the First Corps had joined him, on the day following the battle, Joseph had nearly 60,000 men in hand. But his first move was to disperse this formidable army. Gazan's division of Mortier's corps was at once hurried off towards the north to reinforce Kellerman in Leon, for the Battle of Alba de Tormes had not yet taken place, and it was thought that the Sixth Corps needed prompt assistance. Lavel's division of Sebastiani's corps was detached in another direction, being told off to escort to Madrid, and afterwards to Burgos and Vitoria, the vast mass of prisoners taken at Ocaña. Milhaud, with his own dragoons and an infantry brigade taken from Sebastiani's corps, was directed to push eastwards by way of Tarancon, and then to march on Cuenca, where it was reported that many of the fugitives from Arizaga's army had rallied. The brigade of Dissal's division, which had been present at Ocaña, and Joseph's own troops returned to Madrid in company with their master. When the capital was again adequately garrisoned, numerous flying columns were sent out from it to clear the roads and disperse the guerrilleros. Mortier, with that part of the Fifth Corps which had not been detached under Gazan, was drawn back to Toledo. Thus, of all the troops which had been concentrated on November 20th, only Victor's corps and the Polish division, with the cavalry brigade of the Fourth Corps, were retained in La Mancha, facing the Sierra Morna. The First Corps was pushed forward to Ciudad Real and its neighborhood, with its advanced cavalry watching the passes. The Poles remained at Ocaña and La Guardia, with Perriman's 3 regiments of light horse in front of them at Madrigos. In the dispatch, which detailed to the Minister of War at Paris this disposition of the army, Soult explained his reasons for holding back. It was a more pressing necessity to restore order in the provinces of the interior than to pursue the wrecks of Arizaga's force, which was so completely dispersed that no further danger need be feared from it. Before undertaking any large general scheme of operation, the king thought it best to consult his imperial brother as to his wishes. It was rumored that Napoleon himself might appear on the scene within a few weeks, and it was certain that the first columns of reinforcements from Germany, which might prove to be the heralds of his approach, were just about to cross the Bidasoa. Moreover, it would be prudent to discover what had become of Albuquerque and of the English before any great move to the southward was made, as also to make an end of the army of Del Parc by means of the reinforcements which had just been sent to Kellerman. Within 3 weeks, the situation had changed, and many of the reasons which had induced the king and Soult to adopt a waiting policy had disappeared. On November 28th, as we have already seen, Kellerman routed Del Parc at Alba de Tormes, though he had not yet received the succors which Gazan was bringing up to his aid. The army of the left being no longer a source of danger, Kellerman not only sent orders to Gazan, who had reached Segovia, to return to New Castile since he was no longer wanted in the north, but presently sent back to the King Rey's brigade of Dessalles' division which had been lent him early in November. Thus 10,000 men who had been detached came back under the king's control and were once more available for offensive operations. Still more important was the fact that in the first days of December, the reinforcements from Germany had at last begun to cross the Pyrenees and were arriving in Navarre and Biscay in enormous numbers. Two strong divisions, commanded by Loyson and Rainier, and counting more than 20,000 bayonets, had already appeared, and the head of the interminable column which followed them had reached Bayonne. It was certain that at least 90,000 men were on the march to fill up the void in Old Castile which had been causing the king and Soult so much trouble. The roads would soon be cleared, the isolated garrisons relieved, and the communications with Madrid made safe. The newly arrived generals had received orders to sweep every valley on their southward march and to disperse every band of guerrilleros. Another possible source of danger, which had preoccupied the minds of Joseph and his major general after Ocaña, had also been removed. The English had made no forward movement towards the Tagus. They were reported to be still quiescent at Badajoz, and rumors, which afterwards turned out to be correct, had already reached the French headquarters to the effect that Wellington was just about to retire into Portugal. Moreover, Milhaud's expedition to Tarankin and Cuenca and the excursions of the flying columns sent out from Madrid had all proved successful. The insurgents had been dispersed with ease wherever they had been met with. Of all the reasons for delay which were valid on November 20th, there was now none left unremoved save the most important of all. The emperor had not yet made his intentions known, though pressed to declare his will by every letter sent by his brother or by Soult. He gave no answer as to a general plan of campaign. Several of his dispatches had reached Madrid. They were full of details as to the troops which he was sending across the Pyrenees. They contained some advice as to finance, and some rebukes for the king concerning petty matters of administration, but there was no permission, still less any order, to invade Andalusia or Portugal. Nor did Napoleon deign to state that he was, or was not, coming to Spain in person. It was only when Joseph received the first dispatch opening up the matter of the divorce of Josephine that he was able to guess that, with such an affair on hand, his brother would not set out for the Peninsula during the winter or the early spring. By the middle of December, Joseph had made up his mind that it would be politic to attack Andalusia without delay. He had won over Soult to his ideas, the marshal having now abandoned the plan, which he had urged so strongly in the autumn, that Lisbon, not Seville, should be the objective of the next French advance. It is easy to understand the king's point of view. He wished rather to complete the conquest of his own realm by subduing its wealthiest and most populous province than to do his brother's work in Portugal, where he had no personal interest. It is less obvious why Soult concurred with him. As a great strategist, he should have envisaged the situation from the military rather than the political point of view. Apparently Joseph had won him over by giving him all that he asked and treating him with effusive courtesy. Their old quarrels of the preceding summer had been entirely forgotten. At any rate, Soult had now become the ardent advocate of the invasion of Andalusia, though, as his predecessor Jourdan tersely puts it, the English army being now the only organized force in a state to face the imperial troops, and its presence in the peninsula being the thing that sustained the Spanish government and gave confidence to the Spanish people, I imagine that we ought to have set ourselves to destroy that army rather than to have disseminated our troops in garrisoning the whole surface of Spain. The same thought was in the emperor's mind when he wrote in January, too late to stop the Andalusian expedition, that the only danger in Spain is the English army, the rest are partisans who can never hold the field against us. On the 14th of December, 1809, Soult at last made a formal appeal in a dispatch to Berthier for leave to commence the march on Seville. At no time since the Spanish War began, he wrote, have circumstances been so favorable for invading Andalusia, and it is probable that such a movement would have the most advantageous results. I have already informed Your Excellency that preparations would be made for this movement, while we waited for His Majesty to deign to make known to us his supreme will. Soult adds that if only Loysen's division of the reinforcements may be brought up to Burgos, and a second division sent to Saragossa in order to free Suchet for field service, the invasion can be begun as soon as the army in New Castile has completed its equipment and received its drafts. No direct reply was received to this dispatch, nor to several subsequent communications, in which Soult and Joseph set forth the arrangements which they were making, always subject to the imperial approval, for concentrating an army for the Andalusian expedition. Strange as it may appear, it was only in a letter written on January 31, 1810, when the king had already crossed the Sierra Morna, that Napoleon vouchsafed a word concerning the all-important problem. It is clear that he had ample time to have stopped it, if such had been his will. The ultimate responsibility, therefore, lay with him. But he refrained from ordering it, or from approving it, thus reserving to himself all the possibilities of ex post facto criticism. Since no prohibition came, Joseph made up his mind to strike. It was natural that he should be fascinated by the idea of conquering in person the one great province of Spain which remained intact. A brilliant campaign, in which he would figure as commander-in-chief as well as king, might at last convince the Spaniards of his capacity. He was prepared to play the part of a merciful and generous conqueror. At the worst, the revenues of the wealthy Andalusia would be a godsend to his depleted treasury. Two plans were drawn up for the invasion. The first was more cautious and more consonant with the strict rules of strategy. The second was bolder and promised more immediate results. According to the first, the king was to concentrate his main army in La Mancha and to threaten the passes, while two great flanking columns carried out the preliminary conquest of Estremadura and Valencia. Mortier was to march with the 5th and Corps upon Badajoz to crush Albuquerque and to occupy the valley of the Guadiana. Simultaneously, Suchet was to make a push from Aragon into Valencia with the bulk of his corps, while his place at Saragossa was to be taken by a large force drawn from the newly arrived reinforcements from France. Only when Badajoz and Valencia had fallen, and Suchet and Mortier could advance parallel with him on either flank, was the king to march against Seville. The weak point of the scheme was that either Badajoz or Valencia might make a long resistance. If their garrisons fought like that of Girona, the central advance on Andalusia might be delayed for an indefinite time. The second plan, the one that was adopted, was to leave the 2nd Corps alone to watch Albuquerque and Estremadura, to order Suchet to advance against Valencia, but to strike straight at Seville, without waiting for the completion of either the Estremaduran or the Valencian operations. In the original draft for this campaign, nearly the whole of the king's army was to concentrate at Almaden and Ciudad Real, and from thence to strike straight at Cordova, by the difficult and little-used passes of the central Sierra Morna. Meanwhile, Sebastiani, with no more than a single infantry division and Milhaud's dragoons, was to demonstrate against the main group of passes in front of La Carolina, along the line of the high road from Madrid, so as to distract the attention of the Spaniards from the real point of attack. More than 50,000 men were to descend suddenly on Cordova, for the whole of the 1st Anth Corps, Dessalles, Reserve Division, the King's Guard, and latter Marburg's dragoons were to march in a mass by the unexpected route via Almaden, Villanueva de la Jara, and Adamas. The Spanish center would undoubtedly be broken, and it was probable that Cordova, Seville, and Cadiz would be carried by the first rush, for Arizaga's army would be cut off from them and driven eastward towards Murcia. The plan, an admirable one from the point of view of strategy, had to be abandoned, for it was found that the country between Almaden and Cordova was so absolutely barren and uninhabited, and the roads so bad that it would be impossible to carry a very large body of troops across it at midwinter. It was doubtful whether the passes were practicable for artillery. It was certain that no food could be obtained, and the train required to carry rations for 50,000 men would be so large and heavy that it would probably stick fast in the mountains. On January 11, when Mortier, Dessalles, and the rest of the army had already moved out of their cantonments and taken the road for La Mancha, the revised draft of the plan of campaign was issued. It was inferior in unity of conception to the first plan and did not seem likely to produce such good results, but it had the merit of being practicable. By this scheme, Victor alone was to march on Cordova with the 22,000 men of the First Corps. He was to endeavor to take his artillery with him, but if the passes proved too rough, he was to send it back by Almaden to join the main army. Mortier, Dessalles, Sebastiani, Milhaud, and the king's reserves were to strike at the group of passes in front of La Carolina and to drive the Spaniards out of them. It was hoped that they would thrust Arizaga's host into the arms of Victor, who would be descending into the valley of the Guadalquivir just in time to meet the enemy retiring from the defiles. For this operation, the king was to take with him rather more than 40,000 men. It may be remarked that this plan divided the French army into two separate columns entirely destitute of lateral communications, and that, if the Spaniards had been stronger, considerable danger would have been incurred. Arizaga might have concentrated every man against one or other of the columns and have brought it to a stand while merely observing the other. But to do so, he would have required a far larger force than he actually possessed. He had, as we have seen, only 23,000 men under arms, and even if he collected every available bayonet in one mass, either half of the French army was strong enough to meet and to beat him. The king, therefore, was running no real risk when he divided up his troops. As a matter of fact, Arizaga had made matters easy for the enemy by splitting his small and dilapidated host into three sections. Zerain, with 4,500 men only, was on Victor's road. The headquarters, with 13,000 men, were at La Carolina opposite the king. Vigodet, with 6,000, was far to the right in the eastern passes. Disaster was inevitable from the first moment of the campaign. On January 7, King Joseph and Soult moved out from Madrid in the wake of the columns of Dessalles and the Royal Guard, which had already started. On the 8th they were at Toledo, on the 11th at Almagro near Ciudad Real. Here they conferred with Victor, and, in consequence of his reports concerning the state of the passes in the direction of Cordova, recast their plans and adopted the scheme of operations which has just been detailed. On the following day, Victor and his corps marched from Ciudad Real for Almaden to carry out the great turning movement. The main army waited for 6 days to allow him to get far forward on his rugged route, and only on the 18th started out to deliver the frontal attack on the Despeñaperros and the other passes in front of La Carolina. It may be mentioned that Joseph had left behind him to garrison Madrid the French division of the Fourth Corps, and not Dessalles' troops, who had been wont to occupy the capital during the earlier operations. Both Dessalles and Joseph's own reserves, his royal guard, and a strong brigade of his newly raised Spanish army joined in the invasion. Since the German division of the Fourth Corps was still absent, escorting the prisoners of Ocaña, it resulted that Sebastiani had with him only his Polish division, his cavalry, and some details sufficient to muster up a total of just 10,000 men. His corps was never properly reassembled during the whole of the rest of the war, as some of the regiments which he now left behind never rejoined him in Andalusia, but were left in garrison in New Castile and practically became part of the army of the center. Besides the garrison of Madrid, Joseph left to cover his rear the whole Second Corps, still under the provisional command of Houdelot, which lay at Talavera and was charged to watch Albuquerque. If the rumor of the departure of the English from Badajoz were true, there would be no danger in this quarter. But Joseph was not yet quite certain that Wellington had retired into Portugal. The only serious preoccupation which vexed his mind at the moment when he was preparing to attack was the idea that the English might still come up by Truxillo and join Albuquerque in a raid on Madrid. Houdelot, the constant purveyor of false information, did his best to scare his master on January 13 by sending him a report that Wellington was still at Badajoz with 23,000 men. But later and more trustworthy news from other quarters, showing that the English army had marched off for Abrantes long before Christmas, at last set the king's mind at rest on this all-important topic. There was nothing to be feared from the west when Wellington had taken his departure. Albuquerque's small force was powerless, and if Del Parque moved down from the Sierra de Francia into the valley of the Tagus, the 6th Corps could make a corresponding movement. Ney had now returned to take command at Salamanca, and the confidence of his troops, shaken somewhat by Marchand's incapable leadership, was now restored. Behind Ney and Kellerman were the innumerable battalions of the new reinforcements from Germany, the head of whose column had now reached Burgos. The king's rear, therefore, was well guarded when he began his great offensive movement against Andalusia. Section 18, Chapter 3. Andalusia overrun, Cadiz preserved, January-February 1810. On the 19th of January, 1810, the unfortunate Arizaga began to receive from all quarters dispatches which left him no doubt that the fatal hour had arrived, and that the whole of his line, from Villamanrique on the east to Olmaden on the west, was about to be assailed by the enemy. From every point on his front of 150 miles, his subordinates sent him in reports to the effect that strong hostile columns had come up and had thrust in their outposts. Indeed, Zerain, from his remote cantonment on the extreme left, had announced that an overwhelming force, coming from the direction of Ciudad Real, had beaten him out of the town of Olmaden as early as the 15th, and had compelled him to retire towards the southwest, leaving the direct road to Cordova uncovered. This was, of course, the corps of Victor, whose flanking movement was already threatening to cut the line of communication between La Carolina and Seville. But it would take some days for the First Corps to pass the rugged defiles of the Sierra de los Pedraches, which lie between Olmaden and the valley of the Guadalquivir. An even more pressing danger seemed to be foreshadowed from the less remote right of the Spanish line, where Vigodet reported, from the pass of Villamanrique, that he had been driven into his final fighting position at Montizon by a French column marching up from Villanueva de los Infantes. In the center, the enemy had advanced to Santa Cruz de la Mudela, where the roads to all the group of passes about the Despeñaperros branch off, but had not yet shown how many of them he intended to use. Arizaga could not determine whether some of the French movements were mere demonstrations, or whether every one of them portended a real attack on the morrow. Zerain was too far off to be helped, but Vigodet's demands for assistance were so pressing that the commander-in-chief sent off to his aid. On the night of the 19th, the one division which he had hitherto kept in reserve at La Carolina, the 4,000 bayonets of Castejan. This left him only 3 divisions, those of Zayas, Lacy, and Jaén, not more than 9,000 men in all, to defend the high road to Madrid and the subsidiary passes on its immediate flank. Map of Andalusia. Enlarge Andalusia. To illustrate the campaign of 1810. As a matter of fact, the appearance of the French advanced guards implied a genuine attack at every possible point of access. King Joseph had resolved to carry the whole of the defiles by a simultaneous onslaught on the morning of the 20th. His policy seems to have been one of very doubtful wisdom, for it would have been as effective to pierce the Spanish line at one point as at 4, and he could have concentrated an overwhelming force and have been absolutely certain of success if he had launched his main body at one objective while demonstrating against the rest. He had preferred, however, to cut up his army into 4 columns, each of which assailed a different pass. Sebastiani, on the extreme French left, separated by a gap of 20 miles from the main column, was the enemy who had driven in Vigodet at the opening of the Villamanrique Pass. He had with him the remains of his own 4th Corps, of which such a large proportion had been left behind in New Castile, a body of about 10,000 men. His orders were to force the defile in his front, and to descend into the plain in the rear of the Spanish center, by way of Ubeda and Linares, so as to cut off the enemy's retreat towards Murcia, and to envelop him if he should hold the Despeñaperros too long. Next to Sebastiani in the French line was a column composed of Gerard's division of the 5th Corps, the King's Guards, and the Spanish regiments in Joseph's service. It was nearly 14,000 strong, and advanced straight up the Madrid chaussee, aiming at the Despeñaperros and the Spanish center. If the enemy should fight well, and if the flanking movements should fail, this column would have the hardest work before it. For unlike the minor passes to east and west, the Despeñaperros becomes, in its central length, a narrow and precipitous defile, easily capable of defense. The Spaniards had run entrenchments across it, and had mined the road at more than one point. But its fatal weakness lay in the fact that the bypaths from the western passes descend into it to the rear of the point where these obstructions had been placed. If they were seized by the advancing French, the fortifications across the chaussee would prove a mere trap for the troops which held them. Mortier, with Gazan's division of the 5th Corps and Dessalles' troops, about 15,000 strong, was told off to assail these flanking defiles on the Spanish left. The two passes are the Puerto del Rey and the Puerto del Muradal. The former got its name from Alfonso Roman VIII, who in 1212 had turned the position of the Almohad Sultan Mohammed Abu Yaqub by this route, and so forced him to the decisive Battle of Navas de Tolosa, a few miles to the rear. In 1810, it was a tortuous and rough road, but practicable for artillery. The slopes on either side of it, moreover, were not inaccessible to infantry. A mile or two to its left, nearer the Despeñaperros, was the still rougher path of the Puerto del Muradal, which was practicable for infantry, but not for guns. Between this defile and the entrenchments across the Madrid chaussee, the crest of the Sierra was accessible to troops advancing in loose order and prepared for a stiff climb. The Spanish engineers had therefore placed a large earthwork on its culminating point, known as the Collado de Valdezores. Giron's weak division of no more than 3,200 bayonets was entrusted with the defense both of the Puerto del Rey and the Puerto del Muradal. Those of Lacy and Zayas, about 5,000 in all, held the Despeñaperros and the entrenchments on each side of it. Arizaga lay behind them, with a reserve of 1,000 men at most, having sent off Castellan and his division to join Vigadit on the preceding night. He had no more with him than his personal guard, the Batallon del General, and some detached companies. Mortier, like the good general that he was, did not confine his operations to an attack against the narrow fronts of the two passes, but assailed the rough hillside on each side of them, sending out whole battalions deployed as skirmishers to climb the slopes. Of Gazan's division, one brigade marched against the Puerto del Muradal, but the other went up, in open order, on the space between the Puerto and the Spanish redoubt at the Collado de Valdezores. Similarly, Dessalles attacked the Puerto del Rey with a few battalions, but sent the rest up the less formidable portions of the flanking slopes. Gerard and the king's reserves, meanwhile, did not press their attack on the Despeñaperros till the troops on their right had already begun to drive the enemy before them. The results of these tactics might have been foreseen from the first. Giron's 3,200 men, attacked by 15,000, were driven in at a pace that ever grew more rapid. They could not defend the passes, because the slopes on each side were turned by the enemy. Their line was broken in 2 or 3 places, and they fled in haste down the rear of the Sierra to escape being captured by flanking detachments which were pushing on at full speed to head them off. The moment that the Despeñaperros was turned by Mortier's movement, the troops occupying it had to retreat at headlong speed, just as Gerard was commencing his attack on them. All did not retire with sufficient promptness. The battalion in a redoubt on the Collado de los Jardins, on the right flank of the high road, was cut off and captured en masse. All the guns in the pass were taken, there being no time to get them away down the steep road in their rear. After 2 hours of scrambling rather than fighting, the main passages of the Sierra Morna were in the hands of the French. The mines on the high road had been fired when the retreat was ordered, but did not wreck the chaussee in such a way as to prevent the enemy from pursuing. The losses of the Spaniards were no more than a few hundreds killed and wounded, and prisoners. Those of the French were less than 100 in all. There had, in truth, been hardly the semblance of a battle. The full results of the disaster were only developed next day. The troops which had defended the central passes escaped, though in dreadful disorder, but those further to their right were destined to a worse fate. While Mortier and the king were forcing the great defiles, Sebastiani had been fighting all day with Vigadit in the defiles about Montizan and St. Esteban del Puerto. He had no such superiority in numbers over his enemy as had the king on the main field of operations. Hence his progress was slower, and his victory, though complete, was not so prompt and crushing. Vigadit and his 6,000 men were dispersed by the afternoon, and fled down the valley of the Guadalin towards the plains, with Sebastiani's cavalry in pursuit. Having fought much longer than Lacy and Jaern, their losses were heavier than those of the Central Division, probably 1,000 killed, wounded, or taken. Shortly after, there appeared on the scene, moving along the steep hill path from La Carolina, the Spanish division of Castellón, which had been sent off on the previous night to support Vigadit. It found the St. Esteban position in the possession of the French and turned hastily back to rejoin Arizaga. But while it had been on the march, the commander-in-chief and his army had been routed, and La Carolina was in the hands of the French. Castellón found himself enclosed between Sebastiani and the king, in a most perilous position. On the morning of the 21st, he tried to escape by the bypath to Linares, but on arriving near that place, found that Mortier's troops were already across his road. A brigade of Sebastiani's corps was in hot pursuit in his rear, and Castellón, seeing himself thus enclosed, surrendered at Arquillos, with his whole intact division of over 4,000 men and 10 guns. Already before the capture of this Spanish corps, the king and Sebastiani had joined hands, their reconnoitering parties having met in the valley of the Guadalin. On learning of the complete success of both columns, Joseph and Soult resolved to urge the pursuit in two separate directions. Sebastiani was told to push forward by way of Ubeda and Biza to Jaén, while the main column marched by Bailén on Andujar and Cordova. It was hoped that news of Victor would soon be received. If all had gone well, he would have reached the Guadalquivir somewhere in the neighborhood of Cordova, so as to be in the rear of any Spanish force that might have retreated from La Carolina in the direction of Seville. As a matter of fact, however, both Vigadit and also Arizaga, with the wreck of the troops from the central passes, had abandoned any hope of covering Seville and had retreated southwards on Jaén. There was no force whatever left upon the Cordova road, and the king met no resistance upon the 22nd or the 23rd. On the latter day, Sebastiani, arriving in front of Jaén, found the Spanish commander-in-chief with some 7,000 or 8,000 men prepared to defend the town. He attacked at once and routed these dispirited troops, who made little or no show of resistance. Practically the whole force went to pieces. The French captured 46 guns, mostly those of the reserve park of the Army of Andalusia, which had been deposited in Jaén. Of the wrecks of that unhappy force, Arizaga carried off a small remnant to Guadix in the eastern mountains near the borders of Murcia. Lacy, with another fraction, retired on Granada, but the large majority had left their colors and dispersed to their homes. King Joseph and Soult, meanwhile, advancing unopposed along the high road to Cordova and Seville, got into touch at Andujar with the advanced cavalry of Victor on the night of the 22nd of January. The march of the First Corps had been toilsome in the extreme, but almost unopposed save by the difficulties of the road. After driving Zérain's little detachment out of Almaden on the 15th, they had hardly seen an enemy. Zérain and his colleague Copons had retired by the road towards Seville southwestward. Victor, though he sent out flying parties of cavalry to threaten Benalcázar and Hinojosa to his right, had really pushed further to the left, on the easternmost of the two rough passes which lead to Cordova. The day after leaving Almaden, he had sent his artillery back to La Mancha, the dilapidated and abandoned road to which he had committed himself proving absolutely impracticable for anything that traveled on wheels. But he pushed on with his infantry and horsemen, and passing Santa Eufemia, Torrecampo and Villanueva de la Jara, came down into the plain of the Guadalquivir at Adamas, 15 miles to the east of Cordova, on January 21st, the day after Soult and King Joseph had forced the Despeñaperros and the Puerto del Rey. Wishing to get into touch with them before attacking Cordova, he halted his infantry, but sent out his cavalry to the gates of that city on the one side, and on the other to Montoro and Andujar, where they met the vedettes of the main army on the evening of the 22nd. Thus the French host was once more concentrated. The march on Seville could be continued without delay. Victor now became the advance guard. He entered Cordova, which opened its gates without resistance on the 24th. There was no Spanish force in front of the French army, since Zérain and Copons had retired towards Seville by a road far to the west, while the wrecks of Arizaga's army had been driven off in a southeasterly direction. Soult and King Joseph, therefore, had leisure to plan out the remainder of their campaign without any disturbance from the enemy. On the 25th, they resolved to detach Sebastiani and his 10,000 men for the conquest of Granada, to leave Dessalles a division at Cordova and Andujar, but to march on Seville in a single mass with the remaining 50,000 sabres and bayonets of the army of Andalusia. The desire to seize the capital from which the junta had so long defied him seems to have mastered every other idea in the mind of the intrusive king. The rebel government should be captured, or at least forced to take refuge in Portugal or the sea. Then at last the provinces would submit, the regular armies would lay down their arms, the guerrillero bands would disperse to their homes, and he might reign as a real king, not as the mere tool of his imperious brother. The capture of Seville would be the last act but one of the drama. After that, he would become the national monarch of a submissive people and carry out all the schemes of vague benevolence on which his mind was wont to dwell in his more hopeful hours. That the resistance would continue, even if Seville were his own and the junta were scattered and discredited, he did not dream. And Seville, he knew, must fall. To defend it there could be, as he concluded, nothing but a half-armed mob, backed by the few thousand dispirited soldiers who had fled before Victor from the western section of the Sierra Morena. Even if the rebel capital made itself a second Saragossa, he had at his disposal an army double the strength of that which had reduced the obstinate Aragonese city. In subsequent years, critics, wise after the event, never tired of declaiming against the policy which Joseph and Soult approved on January 25, 1810. It was easy in 1811 or 1812 to point out that a division or two might have been spared from the victorious army to execute a march upon Cadiz, while the main force was dealing with Seville. The island fortress, which was to defy the French during the next 3 years, might have been caught while it was still ungarrisoned and panic-stricken, if only the invaders had detached a column from Carmona, where the road from Cordova bifurcates to Seville on the right and Cadiz on the left. It is certain that, if any suggestion to that effect was made at the time, Soult, Mortier, and the other generals present at the Council of War passed it over. The fact was that Seville loomed large before the imaginations of them all. Cadiz seemed but a secondary affair at the moment. It appeared probable that the whole of the scattered forces of the enemy would mass themselves to defend the insurgent capital. On January 25th, when the original plan was drawn up, no one realized that there was a Spanish army approaching, whose presence in Andalusia had not yet become known, or that the general of that army would deliberately leave Seville to its fate, as incapable of defense and doomed to destruction, and hasten by forced marches to throw himself into the island city, which was destined to become the new capital of insurgent Spain. Unable to foresee such a development, Joseph wrote to his brother on January 27 that Seville would probably submit without fighting, and that he would then enter Cadiz, sans coup ferir. Albuquerque's operations, which ultimately turned out to be the most important section of the Andalusian campaign, need a word of explanation. It will be remembered that early in January, he had assembled at Don Benito and Medellin the small field force that he could command, after providing the garrison of Badajoz and leaving a detachment above Almaraz to watch the French Second Corps. It did not amount to more than 8,000 men, of which some 1,000 were cavalry. His position at Don Benito was intended to protect the flank of Zerain and Capons, who lay to his right, covering the passes that lead from Olmedin on to Cordova. On January 15th, he received from Zerain the news that he was about to be attacked at Olmedin by a French column of at least 20,000 men. The Duke promptly began to march eastward to join his colleague and reached Campanario on January 16th. Here he was met by the information that Zerain had been driven out of Olmedin on the preceding day and had drawn back by Benalcázar and Hinojosa onto the Seville road. Capons from Pozo Blanco was retiring in the same direction. The Duke thereupon concluded that his duty was to fall back by a route parallel to that of Victor's advance, and to draw nearer to Seville, strengthening himself as he approached that city by Zerain's and Capons' small corps. Accordingly, he sent off 3 of his weakest battalions to strengthen the garrison of Badajoz, which was very small at the moment, directed his artillery, with a cavalry escort, to take the good but circuitous high road to Seville by Merida, Los Santos, and Santa Olalla, and started off across the mountains with his infantry and horse. Marching very rapidly, though the roads were bad and the days short, he moved by Zalamea and Magilla to Guadalcanal, on the borders of Andalusia, which he reached on January 18th. Here he received from the central junta an absurd order, apparently based on the idea that he was still at Campanario, which bade him stop Victor's advance by falling on his flank and rear by the road to Agudo and Olmaden. But since the marshal had seized Olmaden on the 15th and was known to have moved southward from thence, it was clear that he must now be more than halfway to Cordova. If the army of Estremadura plunged back into the mountains to seek Agudo and Olmaden, it would only reach them on the 22nd or 23rd, and Victor would be at the gates of Cordova on the 21st. The junta's order was so hopelessly impracticable that the Duke took upon himself to disobey it, and wrote in reply that he should move so as to place himself between Victor and Seville, and would cover the Andalusian capital, so far as was possible, with the small force at his disposition. Accordingly, Albuquerque, instead of returning northward into the Estremaduran mountains, moved a stage further south, to El Pedroso, on the road from Guadalcanal to Seville, and sent orders to Capons and Zerain to join him with their small divisions. 2 days later, he received the order which should have been sent him on the 18th, instead of the insane directions that were actually given. By it he was directed to march on Seville with all speed. On the 23rd, therefore, he arrived at the ferry of Cantillana, 20 miles north of Seville. Here he received news that his artillery and its escort had safely completed its round, and were about to cross the Guadalquivir at Rinconada, 15 miles to the south. At Cantillana, however, the Duke got the last dispatch which the central junta ever issued. It was dated on the 23rd, a few hours before the members dispersed and fled. By this, he was directed to march not on Seville, but on Cordova, which at the moment the document came to hand, the morning of the 24th, had just been occupied by Victor. That day Albuquerque crossed the Guadalquivir and occupied Carmona, where he was joined by his artillery and by part of Capon's division, but not apparently by Zerain's, which had retired into Seville. He had now about 10,000 men, of whom 0 were horsemen and guns. From Carmona he threw out a cavalry screen on all sides. His vedettes on the 27th struck French cavalry at Ecija and were driven in. They reported that the enemy was advancing in enormous force from Cordova, as was indeed the case. Meanwhile, news had come up from Seville that the junta had fled on the night of the 23rd, 24th, that anarchy reigned in the city, and that a new revolutionary government had been installed. There was no longer any legitimate executive from which orders could be received. Albuquerque had to make up his mind whether he would retire into Seville and put himself at the disposition of the mob and its leaders, or whether he should seek some safer base of operations. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to leave the Andalusian capital to itself and to retire on Cadiz, which he knew to be ungarrisoned, yet to be absolutely impregnable if it were properly held. This wise resolution, it may be said without hesitation, saved the cause of Spain in the south. If Cadiz had been left unoccupied, there would have been no further resistance in Andalusia. But we must return to the operations of the French. On the 25th, Victor had advanced from Cordova, taking the direct road to Seville via La Carlota and Ecija, while Mortier and the Royal Guard followed him at short intervals. The Duke of Belluno occupied Ecija on the 27th and Carmona on the 28th. On these 2 days, his advanced guard got into contact with Albuquerque's cavalry screen and learnt from prisoners that the army of Estremadura, whose presence in Andalusia thus became known, was in front of them. On reaching Carmona, Victor obtained the still more important news that Albuquerque, after staying in that place for 2 days, had not retired into Seville, as might have been expected, but had marched southward to Utrera on the road to Cadiz, leaving the greater city uncovered. On the night of the 29th, the leading division of Victor's corps, the dragoons of Latter Marburg, appeared in front of Seville, and reported that works were being hastily thrown up around it on all sides, and that they had been fired on by masses of armed irregulars at every point where they had pushed forward vedettes towards its suburbs. Seville was at this moment, and had been now for 6 days, in a state of chaos. The central junta had absconded on the 23rd, taking along with it both its executive committee and the ministers of state. The panic had begun on the 18th, when the news had come in that Victor's corps had thrust Zerain out of Almaden 3 days before and was marching on Cordova. It had grown worse 2 days later, when Arizaga reported that another French army was marching against the Despeñaperros. The junta published a proclamation on the 20th, exhorting the Andalusians to have no fear, for Albuquerque had been directed to fall on Victor's flank, and Del Parc with the army of Castile was on the march to join him, so that the enemy would be forced to turn back to guard himself. Such orders were indeed sent, but any man of sense could see that they must arrive too late. If Victor was at Almaden on the 15th, he might be at Cordova on the 21st. If King Joseph was at the foot of the passes on the 19th, he might be across them on the 20th. What use, therefore, would be a summons sent to Albuquerque in Estremadura or to Del Parc in the mountains between Bijar and Ciudad Rodrigo? The French would be in the valley of the Guadalquivir long before Del Parc had even received his orders to move. As a matter of fact, that general got his dispatch on January 24, the day that Victor entered Cordova, and even Albuquerque was informed of the junta's behests only on the 18th, when he reached Guadalcanal. The obvious ineptitude which the government had shown, and the imminent peril to which Seville was exposed, gave another chance to the local conspirators, who had already twice prepared a pronunciamento against the junta. On the 22nd, riots broke out, and demagogues were preaching at every street corner the necessity for deposing these incapable rulers, and substituting for them a regency of true patriots and a committee of public safety, which should show the energy in which the junta had been so lacking. The people clamored at the doors of the arsenal, asking for muskets and cannon. They mustered outside the prisons where Palafox, Montijo, and other chiefs who had been arrested for their earlier plots were still confined. Many of the members of the junta left Seville on this and the following day, on the plausible pretext that it was necessary for them to betake themselves to Cadiz, which, by a decree of Jan. 13, had been designated as the meeting place of the approaching National Cortes, in order to make preparations for the meeting of that august assembly. Indeed, the junta had been directed to meet at Cadiz on February 1 for that purpose. The news that King Joseph had forced the passes of the Sierra Morena, which came to hand early on the 22nd, sufficed to make an end of any shadow of power which the junta still possessed. Next day, those members who had hitherto stuck to their post, and the ministers, left the town with elaborately contrived secrecy. Seville fell into the hands of the mob, who, led by a Capuchin friar riding on a mule and brandishing a crucifix, burst open the prisons and the arsenal, armed themselves, and nominated a new supreme national junta. Its executive was to be composed of Palafox and Montijo, the Marquis of La Romana, General Eguia, and Francisco Saavedra, an aged and respectable person who had been president of the old junta of Seville, the original committee which had been suppressed by the central junta. He is said to have been used as a mere tool by Palafox and Montijo, and to have been disgusted by their acts. This new and obviously illegal government issued decrees stigmatizing the fugitive centralists as cowards and traitors, and claiming authority not only over Andalusia, but over all Spain. They ordered the calling out of the levy en masse, and issued commissions displacing generals and governors in all the provinces. One of these documents declared Del Parc removed from the command of the army of the left, and named La Romana as his successor. The Marquis, glad to escape from the tumult, rode off at once, presented himself at the headquarters of the Castilian army, and was recognized without difficulty as its chief, though his authority might well have been contested if any general had chosen to take up the cause of the discredited central junta. But that unhappy body had no longer a single friend. Its members were mobbed and arrested on their flight from Seville to Cadiz. Its president, the Archbishop of Laodicea, its vice-president, the Conde de Altamira, and the war minister Cornell were seized at Exers by a frantic mob, and would have been murdered if General Castaños, whom the junta had treated so badly in December 1808, had not arrived in time to save their lives. 23 members reached Cadiz, and there, by a proclamation dated January 29th, abdicated their authority and nominated a regency to which they resigned their power, and the duty of receiving and welcoming the expected Cortes. The regents were Castaños, the Bishop of Orense, Admiral Escaño, Saavedra, the president of the new and illegal junta at Seville, and Fernández de Leon, an American treasury official who was to represent the colonies. It will be noted that the nominators were wise enough to refrain from appointing any of their own number to serve in the regency. Meanwhile, the duty of resisting the first shock of the French advance fell not on the regency, but on the revolutionary government which had installed itself in power at Seville. These usurpers proved themselves quite as incapable as the men whom they had superseded. When once in possession of power, Palafox and his friends had to count up their resources. They had at their disposal an armed mob of 20,000 men and a mere handful of regular troops, consisting of the regiments which had served as the guards of the late junta, and 4 or 5 isolated battalions from the division of Zerain, which had finally sought refuge in Seville. These troops seemed to have been about 4,000 strong at the most. There was an immense quantity of artillery from the arsenal. It had been dragged out to line the new earthworks, on which the populace was busily engaged, but not 200 trained gunners existed to man the batteries. It was hoped that Albuquerque's Extremaduran army would come to their aid, but as we have already seen, the Duke deliberately refused to acknowledge the authority of the Seville junta, and instead of falling back upon the city, marched southwards to Utrera on the Cadiz road, leaving the great Chaussée Carmona-Seville open to the French. On the 28th, the leaders of the junta, having taken stock of their position and discovered its danger, for the lines which the people had thrown up would have required 0 men to man them, and not half that force was forthcoming, even if every rioter armed with a musket was copied in the most ignominious fashion the prudence or cowardice of the central junta, which they had so fiercely denounced 5 days before. Under the cover of the night, Eguia, Montijo, Saavedra, and Palafox absconded from Seville without taking leave of their followers. Saavedra fled to Cadiz, where it is surprising to find that he was made a member of the new regency, Palafox to Albuquerque's camp, Montijo to the southern mountains, where, as he announced, he was intending to collect an army of succor for Seville. When, therefore, on the next evening, latter Marburg's dragoons appeared before the entrenchments of the city, there was no longer any responsible government to turn the ardor of the multitude to account. Nevertheless, mobs, headed by frantic friars, ran to the entrenchments and discharged musketry and cannon shot at every French vedette that showed itself. On the afternoon of the 30th, Victor appeared to reinforce latter Marburg's cavalry, bringing with him the bulk of the infantry of the First Corps. The king, Soult, and Mortier were close behind. On this day it had been settled at a council of war held at Carmona that the whole of the army should march on Seville, leaving Cadiz alone for the present, and detaching only a brigade of cavalry to pursue the army of Albuquerque. On the next morning, Victor received assurances from persons who had escaped from the city that it was doubtful whether he would be opposed, since the mob was panic-stricken at the flight of its leaders, and the senior military officers were convinced that resistance was impossible. Certain that the defense would be feeble if any were offered, Soult gave orders that the First Corps should storm the lines on February 1st. But no military operations were necessary. On the evening of January 31st, the Corporation of Seville had sent out a deputation to negotiate for surrender. They offered to admit the enemy if they were guaranteed security of life and property for all who should submit, and a promise that no extraordinary war contribution should be levied on their city. To this the king, who was anxious to enter the place as a pacific conqueror, without storm or bloodshed, gave an eager consent. While the civil authorities were treating with Victor, the small body of regular troops in Seville, under the Viscount de Gon, quietly left the place by the bridge leading to the western side of the Guadalquivir, and retreated in haste toward the Condado de Niebla and the borders of Portugal. On the afternoon of February 1, Joseph entered Seville in triumph at the head of his guard, and lodged himself in the Alcazar, the old residence of the kings of Spain. He was welcomed by a deputation which comprised some persons of mark. The impression made on the citizens by the conduct of the two juntas and the turbulence of the mob which had ruled during the last 8 days had been so deplorable that a considerable number of the civilians despaired of the national cause and rushed to acknowledge the usurper. Indeed, there were more Josephinos found in this city than in any other corner of Spain. The intrusive king released a number of political prisoners, whom the last junta had arrested on suspicion of treason. Apparently, this suspicion had been well grounded, as many of the captives, headed by the Swiss generals Prea and Redaing, did homage to Joseph and accepted office under him. Encouraged by these defections to his cause, and by the fact that deputations had presented themselves from Cordova and Jaén to bespeak his protection, Joseph hastened to publish an absurd address to his army, couched in the magniloquent style which all French writers of proclamations at this time were wont to borrow from their emperor. The barriers placed by nature between the north and the south of Spain have fallen. You have met with friends only beyond the Sierra Morna. Jaén, Cordova, Seville have flung open their gates. The King of Spain desires that between the pillars of Hercules a third pillar shall arise, to recall to posterity, and to the navigators of both the New and the Old World, the memory of the officers and men of that French army which drove back the English, saved 30,000 Spaniards, pacified the ancient Baetica, and regained for France her natural allies. The rather puzzling passage concerning the 30,000 Spaniards saved refers to the prisoners of Ocaña and the Sierra Morna, whom the French, according to the king, recognized as brethren led astray by the common enemy. You spared them, and I have received them as my children. Some elation in the king's language was perhaps pardonable at the moment. The moral effect of the surrender of Seville was considerable in France, England, and the rest of Europe, though less in Spain than elsewhere. The tangible trophies of the conquest were enormous. The place had been the central arsenal of Spain, and the amount of artillery, ammunition, and warlike equipment captured was very large. The cannon foundry and other military factories were taken over in excellent condition, and kept the French army of Andalusia well supplied during the 3 years of its existence. Tobacco to the value, as it was said, of £1,000,000 was found in the great central magazine, and quinine, quicksilver, and other commodities of government monopoly to a considerable additional sum. Nothing had been done, since the news of the passage of the Sierra Morna had arrived, to destroy or remove all this valuable state property. On the day following their entry into Seville, Joseph and Soult directed Victor to march in pursuit of Albuquerque and to take possession of Cadiz. So complete had been the debacle of the Spanish armies since the Andalusian campaign began, that it seems to have been supposed that the army of Estremadura would offer no serious resistance, even if it should succeed in throwing itself into Cadiz before it was overtaken. Marching with laudable expedition, the Duke of Belluno covered the 83 miles between Seville and Cadiz in 4 days, and presented himself in front of the place on the evening of February 5th. But Albuquerque, unmolested in his march from Utrera, had arrived on the 3rd, bringing with him not only his own troops and those of Capons, but several recruit battalions picked up at Exers, Lebrija, San Lucar, and Puerto Santa Maria, where they had been organizing. He had some 12,000 men in all, not counting the civic militia of Cadiz, which had hitherto been its sole garrison. Cadiz, in the days when the practicable range of the heaviest artillery did not exceed 500 yards, was one of the strongest places in the world. The town lies on the extreme point of a long sandy peninsula, which runs out into the sea from the Isla de Leon, a large island separated from the mainland of Andalusia by the saltwater channel of the Rio Santi Petri, an arm of the sea varying to 400 yards in breadth, and flowing through marshes which make access to its banks very difficult. The isla, protected by this enormous wet ditch, has a front towards the continent of about 7 miles, from the naval arsenal of La Carraca at its north end to the castle of Santi Petri at its south. Batteries had already been thrown up at all the commanding points, and Albuquerque had broken the only bridge, that of Zuazo, which crossed the marsh and the Rio. It would be impossible to pass the channel save by collecting great quantities of boats, and these would have to move under artillery fire. Venegas, the military governor of Cadiz, had already ordered all the vessels, small and great, of the villages round the bay to be destroyed or brought across to the city. Moreover, there were a score of gunboats in the channel, manned from the Spanish fleet, which could be used to oppose any attempt to cross the Rio. Indeed, naval assistance to any amount was available for the defense of Cadiz. There were a dozen Spanish and 4 English line-of-battle ships in the harbor. All through the 3 long years, while the French lay in front of the isla, no attempt was ever made to throw a force in boats across the channel. The venture seemed too hazardous. If, however, Victor had, by some expedient, succeeded in crossing the Rio, there were 2 lines of defense behind it, of far greater strength than that formed by this outer ditch of the Cadiz works. The triangular Isla de Leon forms with its apex a long sand spit, which projects for 4 miles into the Atlantic. Halfway along it, the breadth of the spit is contracted to no more than 200 yards, and here there was a continuous entrenchment from water to water, called the Cortadura, or the Battery of San Fernando, armed with many heavy guns. Supposing this isthmus to have been passed, there lies, 2 miles further along the sand spit, the outer enceinte of Cadiz itself, with a front of not more than 400 yards in breadth and deep water on either side. Cadiz had been captured more than once in earlier wars, but always by an enemy who could attack from the sea. Neither the Isla de Leon nor the San Fernando line could be held against an attack supported by a fleet which came close inshore and battered the works from flank and rear or landed troops behind them. The sea, it may be remarked, is 4 fathoms deep to within a short distance, about 300 yards of the shore, all along the south front of the isla and the isthmus, so that there was nothing to prevent a fleet coming close to the works. But against any naval attack, Cadiz was, in 1810, absolutely secured by the predominance of the English fleet. There was no armed French vessel nearer than Bayonne or Barcelona, nor any possibility of bringing one round. All that was done by the besiegers in a 3 years' leaguer was to build some gunboats in the northern inlets of the bay, and these they never dared to bring out into the open water. Real danger to Cadiz lay not from the seaside, nor on the isla front, but from the inner side of the harbor and the east. Here a long spit of land runs out from beside the town of Puerto Real in the direction of Cadiz. It is called the Trocadero, from a village situated on its southeastern side. At its extreme point is a fort named San Jose, while another fort, named San Luis, lies alongside of the other on a low mud island. In advance of both, built right in the marsh, and surrounded by water at high tide, was a third called Matagorda. These 3 forts were the outer defenses of the harbor against a naval attack, and could cross fires with the town batteries and a castle called Puntals, which lies on the easternmost point of the isthmus, a mile from the battery of San Fernando. Matagorda is only 1,200 yards from Puntals and 0 yards from the eastern point of the city of Cadiz. If the French took possession of it, and of the neighboring San Jose and San Luis, they could bombard the Puntals castle and all the neighboring section of the isthmus, to the grave danger and discomfort of all who had to pass between the city and the Isla de Leon. They would also be able to annoy ships lying in all the eastern reaches of the great harbor. But before Victor arrived in front of Cadiz, San Jose, San Luis, and Matagorda were blown up, with the leave of the Governor Venegas, by a detachment of seamen from the British fleet. There could, therefore, be no trouble from this direction, unless the enemy succeeded in restoring and rearming the 3 forts, no easy task under the fire of the Puntals castle and the fleet. It was not till some months had passed that the struggle began for these ruined works, the only points from which the defense could be seriously incommoded. On his first arrival, Victor summoned the town and received a prompt and angry answer of refusal from the governor and the local junta. The marshal inspected the city's outer defenses and was forced to report to the king at Seville that it seemed that nothing could be done against the place till he had brought up heavy artillery and built himself boats. Joseph, unwilling to believe anything that contradicted the hopes of complete triumph that he had been nourishing ever since the passage of the Sierra Morena, came up to Puerto Santa Maria on the Bay of Cadiz, looked at the situation, did not find it reassuring, and wrote to his imperial brother to propose that he should send out his Toulon fleet to attack the place on the seaside. Napoleon, still smarting under the memory of how Admiral Martin had destroyed an important section of that fleet in the preceding October, ignored this proposal. He did not forget, though his brother had apparently done so, the fact that the British Mediterranean fleet was still in existence. Thus the position in front of Cadiz assumed the shape which it was to maintain for months, and even for years. Victor's corps could provide enough men to observe the whole shore of the bay and to blockade the garrison. But the Spaniards recovered their courage when they saw the enemy reduced to inactivity and began ere long to receive reinforcements. The first to arrive were 3,000 of the regular troops which had been at Seville. This corps under the Viscount de Gaulle had escaped westward after the capitulation, and though pursued by a brigade of Mortier's corps, reached Ayamonte at the mouth of the Guadiana and there took ship for Cadiz. Somewhat later, there arrived some troops sent by Wellington. The Spaniards in their day of disaster had forgotten their old jealousy about Cadiz and asked for aid. Wellington, though loath to spare a man from Portugal, sent them in the early days of February 3 British and 2 Portuguese battalions from Lisbon under General William Stewart. So promptly were these troops shipped and landed that they arrived at Cadiz between the 10th and the 15th of February to the number of about 3,500 bayonets. Thus the town was placed in security from any coup de main on Victor's part. Map of Cadiz. Enlarge Cadiz and its environs. The internal situation in Cadiz, however, left much to be desired. The town had elected a local junta of defense, of which the governor Venegas was made president, and this body had frequent disputes with the new regency, nominated by the central junta at the time of its abdication, and also with Albuquerque, whom Venegas did not wish to recognize as his hierarchical superior. The local body could make a fair show of objections to recognizing the legitimacy of the regency. The old central junta itself had a doubtful origin, and the government nominated by those of its members who had taken refuge in Cadiz could not claim a clear title. But to raise the point at this moment of crisis was factious and unpatriotic, and the conduct of the local junta became merely absurd when it tried to arrogate to itself authority extending outside its own city, and to issue orders to the outlying provinces or the colonies of America. Still worse, it refused to issue clothing and footgear to Albuquerque's army, whose equipment had been worn out by the long march from Estremadura, or to subsidize the military hospitals, though it had a considerable stock both of money and of military stores at its disposition. At the end of February, the Regency nominated Venegas Viceroy of Mexico, and having bought him off with this splendid piece of preferment, made Albuquerque his successor in the governorship of Cadiz. But even thus, they did not succeed in getting proper control over the city, for the junta refused to allow the Duke to place his headquarters within the walls or to issue orders to the civic militia. A modus vivendi was only reached when the regents made an ignominious pact with the local oligarchy, by which the latter, in return for recognizing their legitimate authority and undertaking to pay and feed the garrison, were granted the control of the port revenues and other royal taxes of Cadiz, as well as of all the subsidies arriving from America. How the functions of government became still further complicated when the members of the long-expected Cortes began to arrive, and to claim their rights as the sole legitimate representatives of the nation must be told in another chapter. Leaving matters at a deadlock in and about Cadiz, we must turn back to the operations of the French in the outlying parts of Andalusia. Sebastiani, it will be remembered, had taken Jaén on January 23rd. He was directed to march from thence on Granada and Malaga, to scatter the remains of Arizaga's army and to subdue the valleys of the Sierra Nevada and the long sea coast below them. All this he accomplished with ease. On the 28th, he routed at Alcala la Real a force composed of some of Arizaga's fugitives, which had been joined by Frere and all the cavalry of the Andalusian army. These regiments, which had been cantoned in the valley of the Guadalquivir, since they were useless in the passes, had been collected by Frere to the number of 2,000 sabres. They were routed and dispersed by Milhaud's and Perriman's dragoons and chasseurs, losing over 500 men and the whole of their artillery. The survivors dispersed and retired in small parties eastward, only rallying in the province of Murcia. That same evening, Sebastiani pushed on towards Granada and was met by a deputation of its magistrates who brought the keys of the city and a promise of submission. The French vanguard entered it next day. Lacy, who had taken refuge there, with the small remains of his division, retired to Guadix. Sebastiani levied a military contribution of 5 million reals on the city, placed a garrison of 1,500 men in the Alhambra, and marched with a mixed force on Malaga, the only place in this quarter where organized resistance showed itself. Here the local magistrates had been deposed by a popular rising, and several thousand irregulars had been collected by a Colonel Abelo, a Capuchin friar named Fernando Beracal, and 3 brothers, notaries, of the name of San Millan. They seized the passes of the Sierra de Alhama and called all the hill country to arms. Sebastiani, marching by Antequera, cleared the passes on February 5th, beat the half-armed insurgent bands outside the suburbs of Malaga, and stormed the town. He exacted a contribution of 12 million reals and hung the 3 San Millans and several other leading insurgents. After this, he extended his troops along the coast and occupied Vélez, Malaga, Motril, and Almunecar. The roads and the towns were his, but many of the insurgents took to the hills and maintained a guerrilla warfare, which never ceased throughout the next 3 years. There were always bands on foot in the Alpujarras and the Sierra de Ronda, though the 4th Corps expended much energy in hunting them down. Meanwhile, Jaén, Lacy, Frere, and the rest of the fugitive generals had retired eastward. They had now come under the orders of Blake, who superseded Arizaga and took over charge of 3,000 or 4,000 dispirited men at Guadix on January 30th. He retired at once within the borders of the Kingdom of Murcia. Small parties and stragglers continued to come in for many weeks, and by March there were 10,000 foot and 500 horse collected, all in the worst state of equipment and thoroughly demoralized by their late disasters. We must now turn to the other end of Andalusia. King Joseph, when departing to inspect the outworks of Cadiz, had left Mortier in command in this quarter. The marshal, after hunting the little force of the Viscount de Gaulle out of the Condado de Niebla, had been directed to deal a stroke at Badajoz. Accordingly, leaving a brigade in Seville and another in the Condado, he marched with 1 infantry division and his light cavalry into Estremadura. He reached Olivenza with 9,000 men and summoned Badajoz on February 12th, but he had arrived too late. A considerable Spanish force was now before him, the old host of Del Parc, which the central junta had called down to the Guadiana when the original army of Estremadura marched under Albuquerque to succor Andalusia. How Mortier and La Romana, the successor of Del Parc, dealt with each other in the months of the spring must be told in a later chapter. The king, meanwhile, spent the months of February and March in a circular tour through Andalusia, where he affected to perceive nothing but friendly feeling among the inhabitants. He visited Ronda, Malaga, Granada, Jaén, celebrating Te Deums and giving bullfights and banquets. It is certain that a sufficient show of submission was made to nourish his happy illusions as to the finality of his conquest. Threats or bribes induced many notables to present themselves at his receptions, and it seems that a considerable portion of the Andalusians hoped to save themselves from the rapacity of the military authorities by professing an enthusiasm for the king. He, for his part, did his best to protect them, but he was soon gone, and the native officials whom he appointed were powerless against Sebastiani, the church plunderer, and Soult, the judicious collector of works of art. At the very moment when the king was lavishing assurances and promises, writes his devoted servant Miet, and everywhere extolling the thorough disinterestedness of France, severe and crushing exactions were being laid on the provinces in our occupation. An iron hand was grinding them to the dust. The king was powerless to resist the open violation of the promises which he was daily giving. Open resistance, however, had ceased, save at Cadiz and in the inaccessible recesses of the Sierra Nevada. Andalusia had been subdued from end to end, and neither the king nor Soult yet realized that a lamentable strategic mistake had been made when 70,000 veteran troops had been pinned down to garrison the newly conquered realm, while Portugal and Wellington's army remained untouched. In their conception, as in that of the emperor, the conquest of Portugal was to be sufficiently provided for by the new reinforcements which were now pouring over the Ebro, to the number of over 100,000 sabres and bayonets. Section 19. The Portuguese Campaign of 1810. The preliminaries, January, August 1810. Chapter 1. The Military Geography of Portugal. The continual existence of Portugal down to the present day, in face of the persistent hostility and immensely superior force of its neighbor Spain, seems at first sight to be one of the most inexplicable phenomena in modern history. It appears all the more astounding when we remember that the lesser kingdom was once conquered and held down for 60 years by the greater power. Few states have won back and maintained their independence in such masterful fashion as did Portugal in the long War of Independence that followed the insurrection of 1640 under the House of Braganza. But intense national spirit and heroic obstinacy on the part of the smaller people are not sufficient to account for the survival of the Portuguese kingdom as a separate entity. Its geography, which at the first sight seems hopelessly unfavorable to its defense, turns out on investigation to be eminently suitable for resistance against an attack from the east. On a first glance at the map, it appears as if Portugal was composed of no more than the lower valleys of three great Spanish rivers, the Douro, the Tagus, and the Guadiana, so that the state, which owns 3/4 of the course of each of these streams, has but to send down its armies from the uplands of Leon and New Castile to conquer the narrow land which lies about their estuaries. But nothing can be more deceptive than the map when the Iberian Peninsula is in question. As we observed in our earlier volume, the rivers of Spain and Portugal are not highways or lines of communication, but barriers, torrents sunk in gorges cut deep below the level of the face of the land. The chief roads, with few exceptions, avoid, instead of courting, the neighborhood of the great streams. The leading routes, which descend from Spain into Portugal, in no case follow the lines of the Douro or the Tagus. Though the coast plains, which form the heart of the Kingdom of Portugal, its most wealthy and populous regions, lie about the mouths of those rivers, it is not by descending their banks that conquest or trade arrives most easily at its goal. As a matter of fact, Spain and Portugal turn their backs upon each other. The smaller realm looks out upon the sea. Her strength and wealth lie upon the Atlantic coast. The inland that touches Spain is rugged and unpeopled, in many parts a mere waste of rock and heath. Nor, on the other hand, do Leon and New Castile look towards Portugal. The real ports of Madrid are Valencia and Alicante, not Lisbon, and that not from political reasons, but simply because those are the points where the sea can be reached with the minimum of mountain and desert to be passed through. The way down from the central tableland of Spain to the Mediterranean is less difficult than the way down to the Atlantic. Hence comes the fact that the highroads leading from Spain into Portugal are so surprisingly few, and that the two main alternative routes from Madrid to Lisbon run, the one much further north, the other much further south than might have been expected. There is not now, and never has been, any straight road down the Tagus between the two capitals, obvious though the line looks upon the map. The two main gates of Portugal are at Almeida and Elvas. At Alcantara, which appears the natural point of approach, there is but the most miserable of posterns, as Junot discovered in November 1807, much to his discomfiture. Marshal Berwick had made the same experience in 1705 during the War of the Spanish Succession. In the old wars between Spain and Portugal, the whole land frontier of the smaller kingdom was exposed to attacks from the larger. But the circumstances of 1810 differed from those of 1705 or 1762 or 1801, in that the subsidiary campaigns in the extreme north and south, which had always accompanied the main clash along the frontiers of Beira and Alemtejo, could not on this occasion take place. The French were no longer in possession of Galicia, from which the Spaniards had been wont to demonstrate against Oporto, nor, at the other extremity of the line, had they a firm grip on Huelva and the Condado de Niebla, from which alone an attack could be directed against the remote southern province of Algarve. Portugal presents three sections of frontier to an invader coming from the side of Spain. The northernmost, that from the mouth of the Minho to Miranda de Douro, was not within the scope of operations in 1810. It can only be approached from Galicia. That province was not subdued, nor had the French any intention of dealing with it till after they should have dealt with Portugal. An invasion of the Trás-os-Montes and then Tredauro e Minho would have been an objectless operation. They would fall of themselves if once Lisbon were captured and the English expelled from the peninsula. A move against Oporto by some flanking division of the invading army might have been conceivable, but such an attempt would be made, if made at all, from the south of the Douro, through northern Beira, and not through the mountains of the Trás-os-Montes. There remained two other sections of the Portuguese frontier, the one from the Douro to the Tagus, and the other from the Tagus to the Guadiana. Both of these were accessible to the French in 1810, since they were in possession alike of the plains of Leon and of La Mancha and of northern Andalusia. It was open to them to choose one or the other front for attack, or to attack both at once. Lisbon being the objective, it was clear that an attack on the northern or Beira frontier possessed a paramount advantage over an attack on the southern or Alemtejo frontier. A successful advance north of the Tagus brings the invader directly to the gates of Lisbon. One south of the Tagus brings him only to the heights of Almada, where he is separated from the Portuguese capital by the broad estuary of the Tagus. Napoleon's power, like that of the devil in medieval legends, ended at the edge of the salt water, and in face of the naval strength, which the English always maintained at Lisbon, a victorious French army camped on the heights of Almada would be almost as far from final success as when it started from Spain. The 1900 yards of strait which protected the Portuguese capital could not be crossed. The most that the invader could accomplish would be to worry the ships in the port and the lower quarters of the city by a distant bombardment if he could bring up heavy guns from Spain. For nearly 20 miles inland from Lisbon, the estuary of the Tagus expands into a broad brackish lagoon 4 to 11 miles broad, a complete protection against any attack from the east. Only at Alhandra does this inland sea contract, and for some further miles northward from that point, the eastern bank of the Tagus is formed by broad salt marshes, les areas, cut up by countless channels of water and practically inaccessible. It is only at Salvaterra, 30 miles north of Lisbon, that the Tagus assumes its ordinary breadth and becomes an ordinary military obstacle. From that point upwards, an invader from the Andalusian side might endeavor to cross it, and it presents no more difficulties than any other broad river. But though even Rhines and Danubes may be passed in the face of an enemy, the operation is not one which a prudent general courts, and the Tagus is broad, absolutely bridgeless, and fickle in the extreme in its alternations of high and low water. To fight one's way from the valley of the Guadiana in order to meet such a problem at the end does not seem inviting. And even if the Tagus is passed, there are still 30 miles of road, including some formidable defensive positions between the invader and Lisbon. Yet there was one contingency under which an advance on the left bank of the river might be advantageous to the invader. And so possible was this contingency that Wellington from the very first had declared that he thought it probable that the French would move troops in that direction. If the Anglo-Portuguese army were drawn away to the Beira frontier, between Tagus and Douro, in order to resist a front attack delivered from the plains of Leon, and if it became involved in an active campaign somewhere far to the north, on the line of the Coa, or the Mondego, or the Alva, a subsidiary French force, striking south of the Tagus from the direction of Spanish Estremadura, might give dreadful trouble. If it could cross the Tagus anywhere between Abrantes and Salvaterra, it might get between the Anglo-Portuguese army and its base, and either fall upon its rear or capture Lisbon. For this reason Wellington, so far back as October 1809, had made up his mind that, if the French had an army on foot anywhere in the direction of Badajoz and Elvas, he must leave a considerable proportion of his own forces to watch them, and to defend, if need be, the line of the lower Tagus. As long as the enemy had not yet subdued Badajoz and the neighboring fortresses, and while there was still a strong Spanish army in that quarter, the need for precaution was not so pressing. Nevertheless, all through the summer of 1810 Wellington kept hill with one English and one Portuguese division at Portalegre, south of the Tagus, though he withdrew this detachment when Massena marched on Coimbra. Matters were much more perilous after the Battle of the Jebura and the fall of Badajoz in February 1811. From that time onward, all through 1811, and nearly a third of the Anglo-Portuguese army was kept in the Alemtejo, first under Beresford, then under Hill, in order to guard against the possible stab in the back from the French army of Andalusia. But the attack south of the Tagus was in Wellington's, and also, we may add, in Napoleon's conception, only a secondary operation. The main invasion was almost inevitably bound to take place on the Beira, not on the Alemtejo frontier. Between Frigineda, where the Portuguese border line quits the Douro, to the pass of Vila Velha on the Tagus, there is a distance of somewhat more than 100 miles. The division between Portugal and Spain does not lie along any well-marked natural feature, such as a mountain range or a broad river, though two small sections of the frontier are coincident with the insignificant streams of the Elge and the Aigde. It is rather drawn, in a somewhat arbitrary and haphazard fashion, through the midst of the desert upland, where Spain and Portugal turn their backs to each other. For the only piece of flat plainland on the whole border is that from the Douro to Almeida, a mere 10 or 12 miles, and immediately behind the Coa, only 3 or 4 miles from Almeida, the mountains begin. The rest of the frontier runs through thinly peopled, barren highlands, from which the Coa, the Mondego, the Zezer, and the Pansol fall away towards Portugal, and the Aigde and the Alagon towards Spain. The mountains are not, for the most part, very high. The culminating peak of the Serra de Estrela is only 65–40 feet, but they are singularly rugged and scarped, and much cleft by ravines, along whose sides the few roads crawl miserably in constant precipitous dips and rises. This broad belt of upland, one long series of defiles for an invader, is some 100 miles broad, and does not cease till Coimbra, on the one side, or Abrantes, on the other, is reached. Only then does the plainland begin, and the countryside become fertile and thickly peopled. Only from those points onward is it possible for an army to live on the local produce. In the upland, it must carry its food with it, for a single division would exhaust in a day the stores of the poor villages of the mountains, and the small poverty-stricken towns of Garda, Celorico, Sabugal, Penamaca, and Idanha have few resources. Castelo Branco and Vizu are the only two places in the upland where there is a valley of some breadth and richness, which can supply an army for many days. In this simple fact lies the explanation of the difficulties of the Portuguese campaigns of 1810, and both the invader and the defender must bring their food with them, and protracted operations can only be kept up by means of incessant convoys from the rear. The campaign not infrequently became a starving match, and the combatant who first exhausted his provisions had to retire and to disperse his divisions in search of the wherewithal to live. Thanks to Wellington's providence, it was always the French who were forced to this expedient. The Beira frontier is divided into two sections by the range of mountains which crosses the border at right angles, halfway between Douro and Tagus. It is known as the Sierras de Gata and de Jarama while in Spain, as the Serra de Estrela when it reaches Portugal. Its central ganglion lies between the high-lying towns of Sabugal and Penamaca in Portugal and the Pass of Perales in Spain. From this point run off the great spurs which separate the valleys of the Pansol, the Zezer, the Aigde, the Coa, and the Alagon. An invader must make his choice whether he will advance into Portugal south or north of the Serra de Estrela. To attempt to do so on both sides of the range would be risking too much if there is an enemy of any strength in the field, since the columns to the right and to the left would be hopelessly separated and liable to be beaten in detail. In the whole Peninsular War, there was only one invasion made by the southern route, that of Junot, in the winter of 1807–8. It was successful because it was absolutely unopposed. Nevertheless, the French lost many men, had to leave their artillery behind them, and only arrived with the shadow of an army at Abrantes. It is true that Junot chose absolutely the worst path that could be found between the Serra de Estrela and the Tagus, the pass of Rosmarinhal, close above the latter river, and that he would have fared not quite so badly if he had marched from Zarza on Idanha and Castelo Branco. But even at the best, this region is most inhospitable. There are points where water is not procurable on stretches of 8 or 10 miles, others where the main road is so steep that a 6-pounder requires not only a dozen horses, but the assistance of 50 men to get it up the slope. Except in the immediate neighborhood of Castelo Branco, the countryside is almost uninhabited. The whole Corregidoria, which took its name from that town and extended from the Elge to the Zezer, had only 40,000 souls in its broad limits. It was 40 miles long by 30 broad, the size of a large English county. Junot's experiences served as a warning to his successors, and no French army during the rest of the war endeavored to cross this corner of Portugal when advancing on Lisbon. Castelo Branco was seized once or twice by a raiding force, but it was never used as the starting point of an army making a serious attempt to advance towards the Portuguese capital. There remains to be considered only the section of the frontier between the Douro and the Serra de Estrela, the front on which Massena's great blow was delivered in the autumn of 1810. It was a region which had from the earliest times been the battleground of the Spanish and Portuguese. Half a dozen times since the Middle Ages, armies from the plains of Leon had invaded the Beira on this front. Such campaigns always began with a siege of Almeida, the sentinel fortress pushed out in front of the mountains to face the Spanish Ciudad Rodrigo. Almeida generally fell. It is too advanced a position for safety, and as Dumouriez remarked in his military study of Portugal, its value would have doubled if it had only been placed upon the west, instead of the east bank of the Coa, close to the friendly mountains, and not on the outskirts of the perilous plain. But rare, indeed, were the occasions on which the Spaniards succeeded in piercing the broad belt of tangled upland beyond Almeida and appearing at the gates of Coimbra or Oporto. Map of Central Portugal. In large central Portugal, there are 4 lines of further advance open to an invader who has captured Almeida. The first, a march on Oporto via Pinhel and Lamigo, may be mentioned only to be dismissed from consideration. It is of no use to an army which aims at Lisbon and proposes to conquer Portugal by a blow at its heart. Massena, whose directions were to drive the British into the sea in the shortest and most effective fashion, could not have contemplated such a secondary object as the capture of Oporto for a moment. There remain 3 other roads to be investigated. 1. The road north of the river Mondego by Celorico, Vizu, Bassaco, and Coimbra. 2. The corresponding and parallel road south of the Mondego from Celorico by Chamusca, Massera, and Pont de Marcella to Coimbra. 3. The road which, striking south from Celorico, crosses the headwaters of the Zezer by Belmont and Fundão, and then, climbing the Serra de Moredal, descends to Castelo Branco, and from thence reaches Abrantes by the Sabrera Formosa. It may be remarked, by the way, that nothing in all the geography of Portugal seems more astonishing than that there should not be a 4th alternative road, one down the long valley of the Zezer, which, running in a straight line from Belmont to Abrantes, looks on the map as if it ought to be a main artery of communication, and seems to indicate the obvious road to Lisbon from Almeida, since a straight line drawn between these points would run along the river for some 40 miles. But as a matter of fact, there was neither a first nor a second-rate road down the Zezer. The only towns on its course, Cavilhão and Belmont, lie hard by its sources, and its central reaches were almost uninhabited. The only good line of communication running near it is a by-road, or duplication of the 3rd route mentioned above, called the Estrada Nova, which, leaving the upper Zezer at Belmont, keeps high up the side of the Serra de Moradal and rejoins the Castelo Branco road at Sabrera Formosa. This route was much employed by Wellington in later years as a military road from north to south, usable even when Castelo Branco was threatened by the French. But in 1810, he had ordered it to be rendered impassable, and this had been done by making several long cuttings at points where the track passed along precipices, the whole roadway being blown or shoveled down into the gulf below. The French were, of course, unaware of this, and Massena is said by his confidant Foy to have taken the Estrada Nova into serious consideration, and to have decided against it because of the necessity for forcing the passage of the Zezer when the defiles were passed, and for laying siege to Abrantes. A far more practical objection was its extreme wildness. It runs along an absolutely uninhabited mountainside, and the neighborhood is destitute not only of food, but of water for great sections of its length. This Massena ought to have known if his Portuguese advisers had been competent. Apparently, he was wholly unaware of its character, just as he was necessarily ignorant of the fact that his prescient adversary had blasted away huge sections of it, so that it was absolutely impassable for guns or wagons, as also that earthworks had been carefully constructed to cover the point where it debouches on to the Zezer. The Castelo Branco road, therefore, with this dependent by road, the Estrada Nova, was practically left out of consideration by the Marshal. There remains the choice between the two northern routes, Celorico-Vizu-Coimbra and Celorico-Chamas-Capont de Murchella-Coimbra. Both traverse rough ground, but ground less rough than that to be found on some parts of the Castelo Branco road. Along both, there is an intermittent belt of cultivated land, and not unfrequent villages. Both are intersected by many good military positions, on which a defending army can offer battle to an invader with advantage. In especial, the northern road strikes and climbs the granite ridge of Bassaco with every disadvantage for the attacking side, and the southern road is contracted into a difficult defile at the passage of the Alva near Pont de Murchella. On the whole, however, this last is the better line for advance. The strongest testimonial to the fact is that Wellington expected Massena to take it, and erected at the passage of the Alva almost the only earthworks, save those of the lines of Torres Vedras, which he constructed in his preparations for the reception of the invader. When he first heard that the Marshal was moving forward from Olmeda to Celorico, and was clearly aiming at the Mondego Valley, he announced that he should endeavor to stop the invader on the Alva, not apparently thinking it at all probable that Massena would move by Vizu and the north bank of the Mondego. On realizing that this was really his adversary's design, he observed with some exultation that, while there were certainly many bad roads in Portugal, the enemy had taken decidedly the worst of those open to him. Moreover, he had committed himself to attack the heights of Bassaco, the most formidable position in the whole of northern Portugal. How the French commander came to make this choice we shall discuss in its proper place. Suffice it to say that Wellington had not realized how bad was Massena's information, how worthless his maps, and what is most surprising of all, how entirely destitute of local knowledge were the Portuguese traitors, Alorna, Pamplona, and the other renegade officers, whom the emperor had sent as guides and advisors to the Marshal. And in truth, the unsuspected ignorance of Massena and his advisors added an incalculable element of chance to the problem set before Wellington. He was obliged to make his plans on the hypothesis that the enemy would make the correct move, and not unfrequently the enemy, for reasons which the English general could not possibly foresee, made the wrong one. The French invasion was bound to commence with a preliminary clearance of the outlying fortresses still in the hands of the Spaniards. These, to some extent, protected the Portuguese frontier in 1810, though they had been built with the express purpose, not of protecting, but of threatening it, and had never before been attacked by an enemy coming from the east. Only 3 of these fortresses were of any importance: Astorga, Ciudad Rodrigo, and Badajoz. The other strongholds of Spanish Estremadura, Alcantara, which had stood a siege in the War of the Spanish Succession, Albuquerque, Olivenza, were either not in a state of defense at all, or were hopelessly antiquated and little suited to face modern artillery and modern siegecraft. Astorga lies so far to the north that it might have been neglected without much peril to the French scheme of invasion. But the emperor had ordered that it should be reduced before the great enterprise began. It gave the Spanish army of Galicia a foothold in the plains of Leon, from which it might operate against Massena's rear if he should pass it by. Its capture, too, was considered a matter of small difficulty, for it was but a medieval walled town to which some hasty outworks had been added during the last year. It will be remembered that when Moore passed that way in January 1809, Astorga had been treated by both sides as an open town, and no attempt had been made to garrison or defend it. Since then, La Romana had repaired its dilapidated enceinte, stockaded its suburbs, and armed it with guns brought from Ferrol. As late as January 11, 1810, Napoleon seems hardly aware of this fact. In a dispatch of that date, he orders Loyson to make his headquarters there, evidently under the impression that it is not held by the Spaniards, or at least that it is a place which they will evacuate at the first appearance of a serious attack. It is only in March that he writes to Junot that Astorga must be besieged and taken, in order to occupy the attention of the Galicians and to thrust them back into their mountains. Ciudad Rodrigo was a more serious business. It was a regular fortress, though only one of the second class. Its prestige, as the only Spanish stronghold on the Portuguese frontier, was great. It commands the whole southern stretch of the plains of Leon, being the only place out of the control of an invader who is superior in cavalry and therefore master of the defenseless Tierra de Campos. There was also a small Spanish army depending upon it and clinging to the skirts of the Sierra de Gata. This was the division of Martin de la Carrera, which had been left behind when the greater part of Del Parque's army of the left marched down into Estremadura in January 1810, in order to replace there the troops which had gone off to the defense of Cadiz. It was clear that Ciudad Rodrigo must be taken, and Martin de la Carrera brushed away or destroyed before any serious attempt to invade Portugal was begun. If the emperor thought that such a remote place as Astorga was worth his notice, it was obvious that he would regard Ciudad Rodrigo as absolutely indispensable to his designs. It was for its reduction that he gave Massena the great battering train of 50 heavy guns, with 2,500 artillerymen and sappers, which was assigned to him, independent of the artillery of the 3 corps of the Army of Portugal. Badajoz, far to the south, in Spanish Estremadura, stood to the defense of southern Portugal exactly as Ciudad Rodrigo to the defense of northern Portugal. It possessed also in Elvas a counterpart to Almeida. But Badajoz is immensely larger and stronger than Rodrigo, just as Elvas is infinitely more formidable than Almeida. The 2 fortresses on the frontier of Leon are small places crowning mere mounds set in a plain. Badajoz and Elvas have towering citadels set on rugged hills and overlooking the whole countryside. They have also strong detached forts on dominant positions. The circuit of ground that must be taken up by an army that intends to besiege them is very large, and at Badajoz there is a first-class river, the Guadiana, which cuts in 2 the lines which the assailant must occupy. It may be added that based on Badajoz, there was a whole Spanish army of 15,000 men, not a mere division of 3,000, like that which lurked in the mountains above Rodrigo. Noting the strength of Badajoz and Elvas, the emperor had made up his mind that they should be observed and contained by troops from the army of Andalusia, but not attacked till Lisbon had been conquered and the English expelled from Portugal. Les Anglais une fois battus et rembarqués, Badajoz et Elvas tombent du Mermes, he wrote in a holograph minute addressed to Massena, just before the advance across the Portuguese frontier began. It was only when the invasion had been brought to a standstill before the lines of Torres Vedras that he came to the conclusion that pressure must be applied south of the Tagus to distract Wellington, and that Soult, as a preliminary to an attack on the Alemtejo, must capture Badajoz and Elvas and disperse the Spanish army of Estremadura. The idea came to him tardily. Thanks to Wellington's careful starvation of the main French army, Massena was forced to retreat into Leon when Soult had only recently captured Badajoz and had not yet shown a man in front of Elvas. The scheme was hatched, like so many of Napoleon's Spanish plans, about 3 months too late for effective realization. As late as November 1810, the orders to Soult are merely to demonstrate against Badajoz and to hinder the departure of La Romana's army for the lines of Torres Vedras, but not to besiege the Estremaduran fortress. Probably it was Foy's information as to the existence and strength of the unsuspected lines of Torres Vedras, which reached him late in November, that made the emperor realize the advisability of that secondary attack by the south bank of the Tagus, which Wellington had foreseen and taken means to meet a full year before. Fortunately, a capable general on the defensive always knows his own weak spots long before they are discovered by the enemy. By the time that Soult had at last captured Badajoz and the small dependent places, Olivenza, Albuquerque, Campo Mayor, Wellington had got rid of Massena from the neighborhood of Lisbon and was preparing to chase him home across northern Portugal. Within a few weeks of its surrender by the traitor Imaz, Badajoz was being besieged by a detachment of the British army, and Soult had his hands full as he strove at once to hold down Andalusia and to relieve the beleaguered fortress. Section 19, Chapter 2. Wellington's preparations for defense. As far back as September 1809, while his army still lay at Badajoz and the Talavera campaign was hardly over, Wellington had foreseen the oncoming invasion of Portugal, which did not actually begin till August 1810. Writing to his brother, Then on his special mission to Seville, he had laid down his conclusions. Bonaparte would, in consequence of the cessation of the Austrian war, be enabled to pour unlimited reinforcements into Spain. The British army, even if raised to 40,000 men, would not be strong enough to cover both Seville and Lisbon. Considering the temper of the Spanish government and the Spanish troops, he thought it would be most unadvisable to commit himself to the defense of Andalusia. But he was prepared to undertake the defense of Portugal. He implored the British ministry not to sacrifice its strong position on the Tagus in order to embark upon a hazardous campaign in the south. His views as to Portugal were simply the development of those which he had drawn up for Castlereagh's eye on his first sailing for the Peninsula. Portugal, though all frontier, might be defended against any French army of less than 100,000 men, if its resources were placed at his disposal, and he were given a free hand to utilize them according to his own plan. The Portland cabinet, though much doubting whether Wellington could carry out his pledge, and though reluctant to abandon the idea that Andalusia might be defended and Cadiz made secure by British troops, finally yielded to the general's appeal. But on December 2, 1809, the Portland cabinet gave place to Spencer Perceval's new administration, and Wellington had to reiterate the arguments which he had used to Castlereagh and Canning to new correspondents, Lord Liverpool and Lord Bathurst. Fortunately, the incoming ministers resolved to adhere to the promises made by their predecessors and to persist in the defense of Portugal. It was of immense value to Wellington that his brother Wellesley soon replaced Lord Bathurst at the Foreign Office, so that he could command in this ministry a supporter as firm as Castlereagh had been in the last. Nevertheless, his position was not entirely fortunate. The new administration was being fiercely assailed by the Whigs over the general policy of risking British armies on the continent. The calamities of the Walcheren expedition supplied a text on which the opposition could preach interminable sermons. The men who were not ashamed to allege, for party reasons, that Wellington was a rash general and that the Talavera campaign had been a disaster, were continually harassing the ministry by their suggestions that when the French emperor marched in person to Spain, the British army in the Peninsula must inevitably be destroyed. It was probably to aid them that Napoleon kept inserting in the Monitor articles in which it was asserted that the maintenance of the incapable sepoy general at the head of the British forces was the thing which France must most desire. In Lord Liverpool's correspondence with Wellington, it is easy to see that the idea that it might be necessary to evacuate Portugal when the French attack was delivered almost preponderated over that of preparing for the defense of that realm. While Wellington's whole mind is set on working out the details of a campaign from which he hopes great things, his correspondent is always thinking of the possibility of a disastrous embarkation at the end of it. The general could not pledge himself that Portugal might be defended against any odds whatever. It was possible that the emperor might lead or send against him an army of absolutely overpowering strength, though he did not think such a contingency probable. But since he could not say that his position was impregnable, he was being continually worried with suggestions as to all the possible contingencies that might occur to his discomfiture. The ministers dreaded that the Peninsular venture might end in a fiasco, like the Duke of York's Dutch expedition of 1799, and thought that such a failure would lose them their offices. Hence, they were nervous about every false rumor that reached them from France concerning the emperor's approaching departure, and the more certain information about the immense numbers of troops that were passing the Pyrenees filled them with dread. It required all Wellington's robust self-confidence to keep them reassured. He had to be perpetually repeating to them that all his preparations for retreat and embarkation, if the worst should happen, had been already thought out. They might make up their minds that he would do nothing rash, but he was inclined to think that there would in the end be no need to depart. "I shall delay the embarkation," he wrote, "as long as it is in my power, and shall do everything that is in my power to avert the necessity of embarking at all. If the enemy should invade this country with a force less than that which I should think so superior to ours as to create a necessity for embarking, I shall fight a battle to save the country, and for this I have made the preparations." He did not think he could be beaten, but if, by some mischance, the fortune of war went against him, he had still no doubt that he could bring off the army in safety. "If we do go, I feel a little anxiety to go like gentlemen out of the hall door, particularly after all the preparations I have made to enable us to do so, and not out of the back door or by the area. It is curious to find that in this most interesting dispatch to Lord Liverpool, Wellington distinctly asserts that his worst enemy was the ghost of Sir John Moore. The great disadvantage under which I labor is that Sir John Moore, who was here before me, gave his opinion that Portugal could not be defended by the army under his command. It is obvious that the country was in a very different situation at that time from what it is at present, and that I am in a very different situation from that in which he found himself. Yet persons who ought to be better acquainted with these facts entertain a certain prejudice against the adoption of any plan for opposing the enemy of which Portugal is to be the theatre. I have as much respect as any man for the opinion and judgment of Sir John Moore, and I should mistrust my own if it were opposed to his in a case where he had had the opportunity of knowing and considering. But he positively knew nothing about Portugal and could know nothing about its existing state. The most vexatious thing for Wellington was that the persons who ought to have known better, yet were perpetually uttering melancholy vaticinations as to the approach of disaster, included some of his own senior officers. I have seen a letter from a general in Portugal to his friend in England containing such phrases as this: "I most strongly suspect that before many months are over our heads, there will be no opportunity for this employment, that of a cavalry brigadier, left to anyone, on the continent at least. The next campaign will close the eventful scene in the Peninsula as far as we are concerned, for I am decidedly of opinion that neither Marshal Wellington nor Marshal Beresford will prevent the approaching subjugation of Portugal. Or again, I am quite surprised at Lord W.'s pliant disposition. I suspect he feels himself tottering on his throne and wishes to conciliate at any sacrifice." The frequent complaints in Wellington's correspondence as to the sort of letters that were going home to England in the spring of 1810 sufficiently show that these downhearted views were not uncommon among his subordinates. If the generals on the spot foresaw disaster, it is no wonder that the ministers in London felt anxious and refused to be comforted by the confident dispatches of the commander-in-chief. The preparations which Wellington was making during the winter of 1809-10 and the ensuing spring for the reception of the inevitable French invasion may be arranged, in the main, under three heads. We must first treat of the complete reorganization of the Portuguese military forces, not only the regulars but the militia and the old levée en masse of the ordinanza. Second come the elaborate plans for the construction of enormous fieldworks for the protection of Lisbon, the famous lines of Torres Vedras, and the fortification of certain other and more advanced points. The third, and in some ways the most important of all, was the arrangement of the great scheme for devastating the countryside in front of the invader and fighting him by the weapon of starvation, a device new to the French, but not unprecedented in the earlier history of Portugal. The Portuguese regular army had taken hardly any part in the campaigns of 1809. The only sections of it that had been under fire were Silveira's 2 regiments, the 4 battalions that marched with Wellington to Oporto in May, and Wilson's loyal Lusitanian Legion, which had fought with more valor than success at the bridge of Alcantara and the pass of Baños. Beresford, with the greater part of the troops that were in a condition to take the field, had been out on the border in July, and had remained for some days in Spain, on the side of Coria and Zarzamea, but he had never been in contact with the enemy. The fighting power of the reorganized Portuguese army was still a doubtful quantity. The field strength of the Portuguese regular forces should have been, according to its establishments, 56,000 men. In September 1809, there were only 42,000 men with the colors, and of these much more than half were recruits, who had recently been thrust into the depleted cadres of the old army. There were many regiments which had been practically destroyed by the French, and which showed, when Beresford first marched out to the frontier, only 200 or 300 men instead of their norma 500. Many others had less than half their complement. The first thing that required to be done was to fill up the gaps, and this was accomplished during the winter of 1809-10 by a stringent use of the conscription law already existing. The line regiments in the Bassaco campaign showed, with hardly an exception, 1,200 or 1,300 effectives present, i.e., if the sick and details are added, they were nearly or quite up to their establishment of 1,500. The cavalry was less effective. The number of men could be filled up, but horses were hard to find, and in the end, Wellington sent 4 of the 12 regiments to do dismounted duty in garrison, and served out their mounts to the remaining 8, which nevertheless could never show. More than 300 or 400 sabres present, out of their nomina. Portugal is not a horse-breeding country, and the British cavalry was competing with the native for the small supply of remounts that could be procured. The artillery, on the other hand, was high in strength and very satisfactory. Mere numbers are no test of the efficiency of a host. The weak point of the old national army had been, as we mentioned in another place, the effete and unmilitary character of its body of officers, more especially of its senior officers. The junior ranks, filled up since the French invasion with young men who had taken up the military career from patriotic motives, were infinitely better. By the second year of the war, there were many admirable officers among them, but it was men capable of handling a battalion or a regiment that were wanting. We saw how Beresford had been forced to introduce many British officers into the service, though he was aware that the personal pride of the Portuguese officers was bitterly hurt thereby. His justification may be deduced from a confidential memorandum written for him by his Chief of the Staff, Benjamin 500 Urban, which is well worth quoting. There are yet among the field officers, captains, and older subalterns a number of incorrigible officers of the old school, who are a dead weight upon their respective regiments and mischievous in the way of example. Whenever it may be thought expedient, from time to time, to get rid of them, there will be no difficulty in finding excellent young men to replace them from the ranks respectively below. But I feel it incumbent upon me to give it you as my decided opinion, resulting from a close investigation into the causes of the defects of the Portuguese, that it will be utterly impossible either to make a regiment fit for service, or to preserve it when made so, without giving it an English commanding officer and at least 2 English captains. The Portuguese soldier is naturally indolent. He falls with the greatest facility into slouching and slovenly habits, unless he is constantly roused and forced to exert himself. But many a Portuguese officer, if not constantly spurred and urged to do his duty, is at least as indolent as his men. Nothing, I am persuaded by experience, will counteract this and create activity among the officers and consequent diligence and care among the men, but the strictness, energy, and vigilance of an English commanding officer. Even supposing a sufficient energy of character in the native officer, he does not and will not, if he be not a fidalgo himself, exercise coercive or strong measures to oblige one of that class to do his duty. He is aware that in doing so he makes a powerful enemy, and all the habits of thought in which he has been educated inspire him with such a dread of this, that no sense of duty will urge him to encounter it. Thus, whenever a regiment is commanded by a non-fidalgo, it never fails to suffer extremely, for the noblemen are permitted to do as they please and afford a very bad example, for they are at least as indolent as the ordinary Portuguese. The English captains will be found invaluable, especially in the hands of an English commandant. Their example is infinitely useful. The Portuguese captains are piqued into activity and attention when they see their companies excelled in efficiency by those of the English, and they do from emulation what a sense of duty would perhaps never bring them to. There are a variety of bypaths and oblique means by which the parts of a Portuguese corps are constantly, and almost insensibly, endeavoring to return to the old habits that they are so much attached to. To nip this, from time to time, in the bud, it is necessary to be aware of it, without the faithful surveillance of English subordinate officers, who, ever mixing with the mass of the men, can't well be ignorant of what is going on. The commanding officer can rarely be warned in time. Beresford replied that all this was true, but that the national feeling required management, and that to place every regimental or brigade command in British hands would provoke such fierce jealousy that he was compelled to humor the prejudices and satisfy the pride of the nation. His device for doing this was to make a general rule that wherever a Portuguese officer was in chief command, he should have a British officer second in command under him, and vice versa. When a brigade was given to a Portuguese, he managed that the two colonels of the regiments forming it should be Englishmen. Similarly, if a Portuguese commanded a regiment, his senior major was always an Englishman. By this means, it was secured that a fair half of the higher pieces of promotion should be left to the native officers, but that every Portuguese placed in a responsible position should have a British officer at his back. In addition, there were from 2 to 4 British captains in each battalion, but no subalterns. For, to encourage good men to volunteer into the Portuguese service, it was provided that all who did so should receive a step of promotion, and a British lieutenant became a Portuguese captain on exchange, and a British captain a Portuguese major. The system seems to have worked well, and with far less friction than might have been expected. The better class of native officers were piqued into emulation, just as 500 urban had expected. The worst was gradually eliminated. It must be noted that to every battalion there were added 1 or 2 British sergeants, whose services were needed for the drilling of the men in the English exercises, which now superseded the old German system left behind by La Lippe, the last reorganizer of the Portuguese army. For the whole drill of the infantry was changed, and the British formations and maneuvers introduced. Dundas's 18 maneuvers were translated and became the Bible of the Lusitanian no less than the British officer. The employment of the 2-deep line, the essential feature of the system, was made the base of all Portuguese drill. At Busaco, it justified itself. The caçadores were trained on the rifle regulations of Coot Manningham, and their uniform was modified in cut, though not in color, to a close resemblance of that of the British rifleman. The net result of all these changes was that for the future the British and Portuguese units of Wellington's army could be moved by the same words of command, and in the same formations, and that all the disadvantages resulting from the coexistence of 2 different systems of drill disappeared. 2 principal difficulties still remained in the administration of the Portuguese army. The first was what to do with the few senior officers of undoubted patriotism but more doubtful capacity, who were too important and influential to be placed upon the shelf, yet might cause a disaster if placed in a critical position of responsibility. The most notable of them was Silveira, who had acquired much popularity by his obstinate, if ill-managed, resistance to Soult in the spring of 1809. Wellington, with many searchings of heart, placed him in command of the Trás-os-Montes, where it was most unlikely that any serious eruption of the French would take place. He had a large force placed under him, but it did not include a single regular regiment, and with militia only at his disposition, it was hoped that he would be discouraged from attempting any hazardous experiments. Moreover, he was given a British second-in-command, first John Wilson and afterwards Miller, to curb his eccentricities so far as was possible. Baxeller, another officer of doubtful merit, but more dangerous from torpidity than from rashness, was given charge of the militia of the 3 northern provinces, so that Silveira was technically under his orders, though the nominal subordinate would seem to have paid little attention to his superior. The most important post, however, assigned to a Portuguese officer was the governorship of Elvas, the strongest fortress of Portugal, and one which would stand in the forefront of the battle if the French made the subsidiary invasion south of the Tagus, which Wellington was inclined to expect. The command of this great stronghold and the 6,000 men of its garrison, of whom half were regulars, was given to General Late, an active and ingenious officer, and what was more important, a man who obeyed orders. Of all the Portuguese, he was the one whom Wellington most trusted. Every British narrator of the war who came in contact with him has a word of praise in his behalf. Of the other native generals, Lecker, in command of a division, and Fonseca, in command of a brigade, were with the field army. Miranda was given charge of the militia of northern Estremadura, who were likely to be in the thickest of the trouble. But the other Portuguese units of the Allied host were under British officers. Pack, Archibald and Alexander Campbell, Macmahon, Coleman, Harvey, Collins, and Bradford had charge of the regular brigades of the field army. The native generals, save those above mentioned, were placed in administrative posts, or in charge of those sections of the militia which were probably destined to see no service. The second point of difficulty in the organization of the Portuguese army was the commissariat. In the old days, it had been a purely civilian branch of the service, non-military intendants dealing with contractors and merchants. For this had been substituted a junta de vivers mainly composed of officers, which proved as ineffective, if not as corrupt, as the body which had preceded it. The British government had taken over the responsibility of paying half the Portuguese army, but not that of feeding it, and despite of the handsome subsidies that it paid to the Regency for the general purposes of the war, the native troops, especially those quartered far from Lisbon, were often in a state of semi-starvation. The Portuguese corps ought to have a commissariat attached to them, and I believe each brigade has a commissary, wrote Wellington, but they have no magazines and no money to purchase supplies. One main difficulty arose from the fact that the junta de vivers shrank from the heavy expense of organizing a proper transport train and tried to make shift with requisitioned carts and oxen, which were difficult to get, since the British army was competing with the Portuguese for draft animals, and still harder to retain, for the peasant driver always absconded with his beasts when he found an opportunity. Another difficulty was that the junta tried to feed the troops with requisitioned corn instead of paying for it with money down. Hence, it got grudging service. I know from experience, observes Wellington, that the Portuguese army could not be in the distress under which it suffers from want of provisions if only a part of the food it receives from the country were paid for. And he suggested as a remedy that the British ministers should earmark part of the subsidy for use on the commissariat and no other purpose. It was long before this matter was set to rights. Beresford's correspondence in 1810 bristles with complaints as to the inefficiency of the junta de vivers. If the regular army was badly fed, so that desertion and sickness were both too prevalent in some corps, it was not to be expected that the militia would fare better. Wellington had ordered, and Beresford had arranged for, the embodiment of every one of the 48 militia regiments of the national establishment. They should properly have given 70,000 men, but such a figure was never reached. Some of the regimental districts were too thinly peopled to give the foo, 500 men at which each was assessed. In others, the officers placed in charge were incapable or the local magistrates recalcitrant. Many regiments could show only 500 or 600 bayonets in 1810, few over 1,000. The total number under arms at the time of Massena's invasion may have reached 0 bayonets. Of the 48 regiments, 8 belonged to the lands south of the Tagus and were never brought up to the front. They furnished the garrisons of Elvas and Campo Mayor, and a corps of observation on the lower Guadiana, destined to watch the French in the direction of Ayamonte and the Condado de Niebla, lest any unexpected raid might be made in that quarter. The 5 regiments from the district immediately round the capital were at work on the ever-growing lines of Torres Vedras. 1 regiment was in garrison at Peniche, 2 at Abrantes, 3 at Almeida. The main force, consisting of the remaining units contributed by the North and the Beira, was divided into 5 corps, destined partly for active operations against the enemy's flanks and rear, when he should enter Portugal, partly for the defense of Oporto and the Trás-os-Montes, if any assault should be threatened in that direction. These divisions stood as follows. 3 regiments under Lecca were left in the Castelo Branco country to protect it against raids from Spanish Estremadura. 7 under Trant, all corps from the coastland between the Douro and the Mondego, were to cover Oporto from the south, or to operate against the rear of the invading army if it should leave that city alone and keep on the direct road to Lisbon. 6 under Silveira guarded the Trás-os-Montes and watched the French detachments in the northern part of the plains of Leon. 8 under Miller lay around Oporto, ready to support either Silveira or Trant if occasion should arise. After the campaign began, and Massena's intention to leave the north alone became evident, half Miller's division was placed under John Wilson, who had originally been Silveira's chief of the staff and second in command, and sent south into the Beira to cooperate with Trant. Finally, 4 regiments under the Portuguese Brigadier Miranda lay at Tama, apparently for the purpose of aiding Lecca or strengthening the garrison of Abrantes. This division ultimately retreated into the lines of Torres Vedras. All these troops were entirely unfitted for a place in the line of battle. Wellington refused to mix them with the regular brigades, save in the garrisons of Almeida, Abrantes, and Elvas. He directed the brigadiers never to risk them in battle, even against a much inferior force of the French. Their sole purpose was to cut lines of communication, to render marauding by the enemy's small detachments impossible, and to restrict his power of making reconnaissances far afield. They were told that they might defend a pass or a ford for a time, so as to delay the advance of a hostile column, but that they were never to commit themselves to a serious combat with any considerable body. Convoys, stragglers, small detachments were the game on which they must prey. The program was not a brilliant one to lay down before an ambitious officer, and more than once Silvera, Trant, and Wilson disobeyed orders and tried to withstand a full French division in some chosen position. Such experiments almost always ended in a disaster. It was not surprising, for the militia were not troops from whom much could be expected. The best men in every district had been taken for the regular army. All the trained officers were also needed there. The militia cadres were composed of civilians who had to learn their duties just as much as the privates whom they were supposed to instruct. All the patriotic and energetic young men of the governing classes had sought commissions in the line. The less willing and active were driven into the militia. Service therein brought neither much credit nor much promotion. If the Regency half-starved the regulars, it three-quarters starved the militia, which was normally in a state of destitution of clothing, shoes, and food. Hardly a regiment was provided with uniforms. As a rule, only the officers showed the regulation blue and silver. As long as the corps was in its own district, it was fed somehow, but when moved to some strategical point in the rugged mountains of the Beira, it was liable to go wholly to pieces from sheer privation. Fortunately, the Portuguese peasant led a frugal life at all times and expected little. The desertion, though large, was not nearly so great as might have been expected. The fact was that the men were essentially loyal and hated the French with a perfect hatred. They might be very poor soldiers, but they were very bitter personal enemies of the invader. Nevertheless, they were liable to panics on very slight provocation. At the best, they are a very daily and uncertain sort of fighting people, remarked one of their leaders. Another wrote in a more forcible language, "Scripture says, put not your trust in princes. I say, fool is the man who puts his trust in a damnable militia." Each of these sentences was indicted the day after a disastrous and wholly unnecessary rout. Over and above the regular army and the militia, the Portuguese military system contemplated the utilization of the whole levée en masse of the nation under the name of the ordinanza. This was no foreshadowing of the modern idea of universal service, but a survival of the medieval practice which, in Portugal as in England, made every freeman liable to be called out in time of extremity, at his own cost and with his own weapons. Every peasant between 16 and 60 was theoretically supposed to be enrolled in one of the companies of 250 which each group of villages was supposed to possess. The organization had been effective enough in the old medieval wars with Castile. It had even proved serviceable in the War of Independence that followed the successful rising of 1640. But against modern regular armies, it was comparatively useless. When called out in the War of 1762, the ordinanza had not justified its old reputation. Little could be expected of mobs armed with pikes and fowling pieces, save that they should cut off a few convoys and stragglers, or occasionally obstruct a defile. A French officer who deeply studied this forgotten campaign wrote that, "Whatever the Spaniards may say to the contrary, this war of the peasantry is by no means important, except against ignorant and undisciplined troops." When Wellington resolved to call out the ordinanza in 1810, he was ignorant of none of these facts. Nevertheless, he insisted that the Regency should issue the old royal ordinance to call out the levy. His object was threefold. From the political and moral point of view, it was necessary to take this measure, because it was the ancient and established method of proclaiming that the country was in danger. It was so understood by the peasantry, in whose memories the traditions of the Spanish invasions were still fresh. They expected to be summoned and would have doubted the imminence of the emergency if they had not been. The call was at once an appeal to their patriotism and equivalent to a proclamation of martial law. Secondly, Wellington hoped to find assistance to a certain degree for the work which he had set aside for the militia by the aid of the ordinanza. Pervading the whole countryside, and knowing every goat track and inaccessible fastness, their motley companies would surround the invading army as it marched, prevent marauding by small parties, and render intercommunication between columns impossible, save by large detachments. French narrators of the campaign speak of the cruel callousness with which Wellington exposed these half-armed peasants to the wrath of the most efficient army in the world, and wax sentimental over the miseries of the Portuguese. But sentiment from such a quarter is suspicious. It is absurd to find old soldiers writing as if the main duty of a general defending a country were to spare its peasantry as much inconvenience as possible. Did not Napoleon in 1814 make every endeavor to raise Lorraine and Champagne en masse in the rear of the Allies? And has any French critic ever blamed him for doing so? Was the actual misery suffered by the inhabitants of Beira so much greater than what they would have endured if they had remained at home and offered no resistance? The countryside would have been stripped bare by an army forced to make war support war, and one can hardly believe, judging from parallel incidents in Spain, that outrages would have been conspicuous by their absence. But it would seem that the third of Wellington's reasons for calling out the ordinanza was far more cogent and lay nearer to the heart of his scheme than the other two. Throughout Portuguese history, the summons to the levy en masse had always been combined with another measure, from which indeed it could not be disentangled, the order to the whole population to evacuate and devastate the land in face of the advancing enemy. The use of the weapon of starvation against the French was an essential part of Wellington's plan for defending Portugal. When he told the British ministry that he would undertake the defense of the realm, this was one of the main conditions of his pledge. He had realized the great fact that the conduct of the war in the Peninsula depended on supplies. The old aphorism that beyond the Pyrenees large armies starve and small armies get beaten was at the back of all his schemes for the year 1810. He calculated that the French would find the greatest difficulty in accumulating stores sufficient to feed an army of invasion large enough to attack Portugal, and that, even if such stores could be gathered, there would be a still greater difficulty in getting them to the front as they were needed. For not only would it be hard to collect the mass of transport required for an army of 70,000, 80,000, or 100,000 men, but the convoys which it formed would find it impossible to move over the vast stretch of bad roads between Salamanca and Lisbon, when the communications were cut, and the militia and ordinanza were infesting every pass and hillside. It was almost certain that the invaders would make no such attempt to feed themselves from the rear, but would start with a moderate train, carrying no more than provisions for a week or two, and hoping to subsist, in the usual French style, on the resources of the invaded country. Such resources Wellington was determined that they should not find. They would ere long be starved out, and forced to fall back on their magazines, certainly losing a large proportion of their men from privations by the way. If this scheme had been carried out with rigid perfection, Massena's invasion would have amounted to no more than a promenade to Torres Vedras, and a prompt return to the borders of Spain with a famished army. Unfortunately, the device, though it worked well and was ultimately quite successful, was not perfectly executed in every corner and by every subordinate, so that the French, showing a magnificent obstinacy and suffering untold privations, remained before the lines for 3 months before they retired. But retire they did, and with a loss of a third of their army and a deplorable decadence of their morale, so that Wellington's scheme was fully justified. The plan for defeating the enemy by the system of devastation was neither dictated by the hard heart of a general trained in the atrocious wars of the East, as certain French authors have written, nor was it, as some of the English authors have supposed, suggested to Wellington by the measures which had been taken in 1803 for withdrawing all food and transport from the south coast of England, if Napoleon should be successful. In crossing from Boulogne, it was an ancient Portuguese device, practiced from time immemorial against the Castilian invader, which had never failed of success. Nor had it come to an end with the War of Independence of 1640 or the War of the Spanish Succession of 1704. When Spain had made her last serious assault on Portugal in 1762, Godey's miserable mock war of 1801 does not deserve to be counted, The plan had worked admirably. When the Conde de Randa invaded the Beira, the country had been driven in the most systematic style, and everything that could not be carried off had been destroyed, so that the Spaniard found himself in a desert, being unable to discover either provisions, cars, or peasants. The inhabitants had abandoned their villages and carried off everything. The enemy had to be supplied with every necessary from Spain. The infantry were harassed with fatigue in remaking the roads, and the cavalry horses destroyed in conducting provisions. At last de Randa retreated, leaving his sick and wounded at Castelo Branco, with a letter commending them to the attention of the Allies. Of this same war Dumouriez wrote, "As soon as the Spaniards enter Portugal, the king publishes a declaration, by which he enjoins on his subjects to fall upon the invaders, and the national hatred always excites them to execute the ordinance. As the Spanish army pushes on, the villages are depopulated, and the inhabitants fall back on the capital. The peasantry arrive there in crowds with wives and children, so that the king, at the end of 3 months, has 200,000 or 300,000 extra mouths to feed." This sounds like a description of the Great Migration of 1810, but was actually written in 1766. It is clear, then, that Wellington did not invent the system of devastation, but simply utilized and carried out to its logical end an old custom essentially national and familiar to the Portuguese from time immemorial. It was the regular device of the weak against the strong in the Middle Ages, and differed in nothing from good King Robert's Testament, the time-honored system applied by the Scots to the English in the 14th and 15th centuries. "In straight places, gar hide all store, and byanen ye plainelland time before. Than sal they pass away in haste."